All right, guys, can let me know if you could hear me. Having issues with the audio. So hit button 1 in the comment section if you can hear. 2 if you cannot. come in, we're going to be watching this. I don't know if you know what you're looking at right now, but our brothers and sisters in the Congo. I believe this is the SAP community. Well, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, but man, it says a lot about us. The fact that we like to get all dressed up and when we do, how we feel. And I just thought this was amazing and a good way to start the discussion about the Congo. And I apologize for the beginning, guys. We'll try to edit that out when I do post it. But that being said, I want to get this out the way before I let this video continue. I want to say that there is no way in this lifetime that I could cover everything that goes on in the Congo. And to be honest with you, I had a lot of heavy lifting to do this past 2 weeks, but this was something that I could not ignore. The more I learn about the Congo and the people of the Congo and all that they have experienced and all that they continue to experience, just an amazing group of people. And this right here, this music actually reminds me of some Haitian music. And it's just, the way that they dress and the way that they enjoy life. And you could see this in this clip. We're going to watch a little bit of this, and then we're going to be getting some history, and then we're going to be talking about some things that are going on now in the Congo. If anybody knows anyone in the Congo, please share the video on your social medias. Let's get more people involved in the discussion. This is an open chat, so if you want to come in there, the stream, I'm going to put a link out eventually so we could come in and talk. We're also going to cover a little bit of what happened to our brother, and what do you call that? Grand Rapids, Patrick Lyoya. I hope I'm not mispronouncing. He was 26 years old. His family had, migrated to the United States in 2014. And I'm sure the news is out there, we can't use certain words on YouTube anymore, but let's just say that a cop, deleted him. Let's just say that. We're going to get a little into that, and just bear with me here because I got to get some things back in motion. But while I'm doing that, enjoy this clip, share. Let's get some more people out here. I hope you guys are ready for a long discussion tonight. All right.
L'Académie de la Sabre. C'est la Loyambo. Attention, les anges de la Sabre se préparent. L'animal a souffert. Le Seigneur va préférer Mayenne de là. Et les anges de la Sabre. Qui est Ruby Oyo? La Diaspora en position de tir.
All right, guys, so we can get into that a little bit more, but wasn't that amazing? Okay, so I've seen a couple of comments in this, and I think there's a lot to be said about how that whole SAP or that society started. There's some history with that. We could get into that later, but let's just look at the personality, the spiritual aspect of it. Our people, man, wherever we are in this world. I mean, when you looked at that, you thought of a couple of places where, that this is us. We like to dress up. We like to stand out. We like to somebody mentioned the pimp walks in the 70s, and that is so true. Man, when you think about some of the stuff that's happening on the continent, and then you see things outside of the continent, it's so easy to connect them. But for me, this is not going to be, all shits and giggles tonight. There's a lot that's happened in the Congo. Like I said earlier, so many things that we can't even begin to cover it all in one discussion. And yeah, because I had such technical difficulties, I'm going to have to, look for my clips again. There are some things I want to share. I couldn't really get into all of that I want to share. It seems like this is going to be one of those type of things that I'm going to need to cover again. But to try to get different aspects of all the things that are going on and has gone on in the Congo, the history. A lot of us should know the history. I wanted to get some, for me, when we think about King Leopold, or whatever, Leopold, when we think about that man and what he did in the Congo, how all those people lost their lives in the Congo because of his greed. Today I really didn't want to get into the history per se, because the history cannot be touched in one discussion. There's no way that we can touch everything that's happened in the Congo in one discussion. But I wanted to touch on a couple of things that stood out for me. And I'm hoping that we get a couple of folks on here to really have a discussion about the Congo, and really have a discussion about try to understand why the Congo is targeted the way that it is. I think a lot of us know, I think a lot of people on the continent know as well. Sad thing is that, again, this is one of the reasons that unity would be important on the continent, for the Africans on the continent to come together and to really protect each other, because, man, that space they call the Congo has just been open season for so many, and it continues to do so. I mean, if you have a cell phone, or if you have electrical car or something like that, some of that, most of that is coming from the Congo. The stuff that it needs to make it work, it's coming from the Congo, and there's a lot of people and places being exploited, and there's been a lot of killings that has gone on, or can't use that word, guys, so try not to use it again. There's a lot of deleting that has gone on in the Congo because of the things that we need and use so much here, the things that make us fly, those things that set us apart. These are the things that are destroying the people and its resources on the Congo. And the sad thing is that they're not enjoying the benefits of giving the world all the things that it needs to do all these innovative things. Let's get into Leopold. I wanted to get into a little bit of understanding who he was. We cannot talk about the Congo without talking about Leopold. We cannot talk about the Congo without understanding the history, or the relationship between this colonizer. I don't even know if colonizer is a good word, or enough of a word to explain his position or what he did. It was just, let's do this. Let's go with the clip. I'm gonna have to fast forward it a little bit, but like I said, I had everything set up, but something was going on with the system, man. I apologize for that. I hope tonight's discussion is going to be a great one. I really don't think that I can do, again, this discussion about the Congo justice. And it's funny, because looking at the way the food, the culture, the people, such a strong people, and they've had to be strong because of all that has happened and continue to happen. And it's funny because Wendy comes up here a lot and she talks about the Congo and the relationship between the Congo and Rwanda. And I didn't even have a clue. I have to say that the more I learned about our people, the more it really saddens me. It's really discouraging, the role we play on, in our downslide, in the role that we play in helping other people destroy us. Let me go ahead and get into a little bit of the history. Like I said, I'm going to start with Leopold.
This video is brought to you by 9. Today, link in the description below. King Leopold II ruled over Belgium from 1865 to 1909. Today the memory of his reign still lives on, and he is glorified with golden statues of his likeness in every major city in Belgium. In history classes, each generation is taught that he was a humanitarian who brought Christianity and the wonders of civilization to the Congo Free State. However, the truth has been kept away from the Belgian people. The reality is that King Leopold II is responsible for the murder and mutilation of 10 million Congolese people. In the video today, we're looking at what might just be the biggest cover-up in European history. Leopold I and Louise Marie of Orléans. Orleans. They were the very first royal family of Belgium because the country was just 5 years old. For thousands of years, that territory had been conquered by nearby the Netherlands, France, Germany, and Luxembourg. They were a newly independent country that had yet to form a unique national identity. Leopold II had two younger siblings called Philippe and Charlotte. Their family life was dysfunctional, to say the least. Soon after Charlotte's birth in 1844, King Leopold I met a 16-year-old girl named Arcadie Claret. He was 54 years old at the time, but that didn't stop him from having an affair with a teenage girl. Claret would go on to become a baroness, and her sons, George and Arthur, were made into barons. There were rumours that Leopold I had several other affairs, so the exact number of half-siblings that Leopold II has is actually unknown. Queen Louise Marie was understandably miserable in her marriage, and she chose to let out her anger on her children. She would make fun of young Leopold II's large nose that he inherited from his father. She told her son that his face was disfigured and that he had the beak of a bird. In 1853, when he was 18 years old, Leopold II had an arranged marriage with Marie Henriette of Austria. Since he had never actually seen what a loving marriage looks like, the teen couple were incredibly awkward around one another. Someone in the Belgian royal court had commented that seeing them together was like watching a nun and a stable boy. People thought that this was so hilariously accurate that the phrase was repeated amongst everyone who knew them. Apparently, his parents cared so little about Leopold that they never even bothered to tell him about the birds and the bees. Leopold's aunt, Queen Victoria of England, had a great marriage with her husband Albert, and she apparently gave her nephew a lot of sex advice. This was probably just as awkward as you are right now imagining. Leopold II and Marie Henriette eventually figured it out because they managed to have two daughters together. When Leopold I died in 1865, Leopold II ascended to the throne as the new king of Belgium. Since his personal life was so dysfunctional, it's really no surprise that his happiness and satisfaction came from attaining material things. According to William II, the ruler of Germany, he was together watching a parade with Leopold II in Berlin when he commented, "There is really nothing left for us kings except money." Attempts to conquer a colony for Belgium, but he always failed. It was clear to him that the power of other countries like England, France, Germany, and the United States was thanks to colonization. Leopold I believed that without colonizing an African nation, they would never be considered one of the world's largest.
They understood that. They understood that without colonization of Africa, they would never be considered, because all those other countries or people that was just mentioned, they became great by colonization. They understand that. I just don't understand why we can't understand that.
Larger powers. Leopold II picked up where his father left off, but he did not want to conquer a nation on behalf of Belgium. He planned to make an entire country his personal property. This way he could have complete control and have direct access to the profits. He knew that if he was honest about his greedy intentions, none of the other major powers would agree to let him colonize an entire country for himself. So he simply told everyone that it was his mission to spread Christianity to the Congo. He wanted to convert and civilize those poor, godless souls.
Pause. He wanted to civilize those poor, godless souls. This man was able to do all the damage that he did under the guise of he was going there to civilize and bring God, bring the Creator to these people that did not have souls or godless souls. When we think about that, I mean, when we think about religion, it's funny because our people, we tend to not want to let go of these same things, these same structures that they brought in to destroy us, to conquer us, to eliminate our sense of soul and self and power. Yet we cannot let go of these things, these structures, these belief systems. Amazing.
In 1884, he met with 14 other European nations at the Berlin Conference. He pitched his idea for colonizing the Congo and claimed that he wanted to spend his own fortune bringing missionaries to Africa out of the goodness of his own heart. He also promised the rest of Europe that they could freely explore and trade with his country. The Congo, though, was known for being incredibly dangerous and difficult to colonize. The rainforest and savanna, they're filled with gorillas, lions, leopards, and wolves. The Congo River has man-eating crocodiles and hippopotamuses, as well as insects that carry deadly diseases. In general, it was a very wild place, and not many Europeans exactly wanted to go out there and live. If Leopold II wanted to go and take on the challenge, the other powers were pretty much willing to say, well, go on then. A Welsh explorer and journalist named Henry Morgan Stanley already had years of experience in Africa. He was sent on projects by several different newspapers in the United Kingdom, and he became an expert on the continent. Through his writing, he tried to convince Queen Victoria that despite all of the difficulty, he believed it would be worthwhile to colonize the Congo. His suggestions never made any impact until King Leopold II found his work. In 1879, the king sent him on a mission to colonize the Congo. Henry Morton Stanley used parlor tricks to convince the African tribal chiefs that white men were invincible. He used...
Pay attention to this, y'all. This is very interesting because they use tribal tricks. I want you to pay attention to this part because, you know, a lot of times we don't understand this stuff is still happening where they're still using their tricks. We could talk a lot about what the tricks that they're using now, but pay attention to what you're about to hear here. This stood out for me. I have never heard this before.
A battery-powered contraption to make his grip so strong that Congolese men almost collapsed from a single handshake. Stanley claimed invincible until King Leopold II found his work. In 1879, the king sent him on a mission to colonize the Congo. Henry Morton Stanley used parlor tricks to convince the African tribal chiefs that white men were invincible. He used a battery-powered contraption to make his grip so strong that Congolese men almost collapsed from a single handshake. Stanley claims that white men could rip a tree out of the ground with their bare hands. He also held a magnifying glass in the sunlight and used the sun's rays to light a cigar, claiming that white men had power over the sun. Finally, he handed a gun to a native man. He instructed him to step back several yards and try to shoot him. Stanley had taken the gunpowder and bullet out beforehand, of course, and when the young man pulled the trigger, Stanley would double over dramatically, only to take his shoe off and shake the bullet out onto the ground. He claims that white men were spirits who could not be killed no matter how hard they tried, and that a bullet would simply...
Are you hearing this? So he gave the young man a gun that had no bullets in it. And he said, shoot me. Now, obviously, this young man saw that he had used the gun and it had worked and killed people. So he shot him. And then, of course, because the gun had no bullets in it, it did nothing. So he pretended that he was affected or impacted by the gun, but he took his shoe off and took a bullet out and dropped the bullet on the ground and basically said, you know, white men cannot be killed. So this right here, I don't know if you guys are listening to this, but yes, Greg, parlor tricks. You're going to a group of people that do not have access to certain things, and you're using these things to show that you are powerful. Let's just let this man tell us again. I could not believe when I heard this.
He claims that white men were spirits who could not be killed no matter how hard they tried, and that a bullet would simply pass right through them. This was enough to terrify the chiefs into signing a contract which declared King Leopold II the new owner of the Congo. Of course, the Congolese people had no idea what the contract actually said, but it served as a legal document in the eyes of the European people. Now, Leopold wanted to keep up an image that he was doing good in the country, so he named it the Congo Free State. Henry Morton Stanley published a book about his journey through Africa called Through the Dark Continent. He was able to go on a lecture tour around London, and he was even knighted in 1899. Truly was paying for all of the startup expenses to colonize the Congo out of his own pocket. He appointed governor-generals to manage the various territories of the country. Leopold's men eventually discovered that the rainforest had a plentiful supply of rubber trees. It was essentially like stumbling across a gold mine. At the time, there was a huge demand for natural rubber in order to make tires, but there was a very small supply. The only problem, of course, was finding a way to pay for all of the manual labor required. Leopold II, well, he ordered his men to enslave the Congolese people. Each of the governor generals had their own tactic to achieve this. Usually they set a village on fire so that there was nowhere for anyone to hide. They would shoot and capture women of the village and tell the men that if they did not bring back 15 kilograms of rubber by the end of the day, they would kill their wives and daughters. The Congo Free State was anything but free. King Leopold II believed that all of these people were his personal slaves and he could do whatever he wanted with them. King Leopold personally handed out bonuses to the commanders if they could produce more rubber by any means necessary. Leopold began to grow his own private army in the Congo called the Force Publique. When his men were destroying villages, they would pick out the tallest and strongest young men to recruit as soldiers. These soldiers were instructed to systematically kill anyone who disobeyed the orders of the governor generals.
So they would use us. You know, they would pick out the strongest and the most capable young black men, young Congolese, to oppress the others. Sounds familiar?
They were told to not waste any ammunition and that they must kill a man with a single bullet. They were required to bring back one severed hand for every bullet fired. If they did not, they would be killed by their general. This led to the soldiers cutting off hands of people that were still alive whenever they wasted ammunition. Meanwhile, in Europe, people had no idea what was actually going on. Word got around that King Leopold II needed more soldiers to help with his Christian mission to colonize the Congo. Hundreds of young men from Belgium, Italy, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, they all signed up to join the Force Publique. They were taught that these black natives were animals and not fully human like them, so they shouldn't feel guilty about killing them whenever necessary. After a while, these men, they became desensitized to the killing. Some of these soldiers would gut people and pull out their entrails or slice off a group of men's genitalia, only to hang them in a row. Some of the governor generals wrote letters to King Leopold II about these scenes because they were actually proud of their brutality. They believed that the worse they treated the Congolese people, the harder they worked. Over time, King Leopold's men managed to enslave the entire population of the country. Even though it promised that the rest of the world could visit the Congo whenever they wanted, King Leopold II...
I don't know if you guys got this, but enslaved the whole population. A lot of us that are in the diaspora, we think that slavery did not happen on the continent. I think it did in a big way. I think we're only discovering some of what truly happened in Africa. I mean,
enslave the entire population of the country. Even though it promised that the rest of the world could visit the Congo whenever they wanted, King Leopold II became very nervous when he learned that Arabian merchants were coming to gather some rubber for themselves. He did not want to lose his monopoly over the industry, so he declared that they needed to go to war with these so-called Arab slave traders, which would free the Congolese people. This sparked the 2-year Congo-Arab War. In 1895, an English merchant named Charles Stokes was on a mission for the Germans to travel to the Congo to purchase rubber. He was hung by the Force Republique without receiving a trial. Germany and Britain, they were outraged that he was killed without ever committing any crime. Leopold was forced to pay substantial fines to both governments for violating the treaty, and the incident was called the Stokes Affair. However, paying this fine, it was a drop in the bucket. King Leopold II made a profit of 220 million francs, which would be worth more than $1 billion today.
$1 billion. This man made a profit of $1 billion. Do you know what that is? And do you know how many people had to die for him to get that? And what kind of control he had over the Congolese people. And I beg to say that they still have control. I mean, the stuff that I'm learning, because I'm still digging into this, is just the atrocities continue, y'all.
Job he was doing. None of these writers had ever actually traveled to the Congo Free State, but they were happy to glorify their king's Christian mission. However, journalists from Great Britain and the United States were beginning to travel to the Congo Free State and report on what they saw. In the year 1890, an American Civil War veteran named George Washington Williams visited the Congo Free State, and he was horrified. He wrote an open letter to King Leopold II, recounting the horrors that he witnessed while visiting the country. The king, he never replied. A man named Edmund Dene Morrill worked as a clerk at a shipping firm in Liverpool.
So the black man went over there, and the black man saw what was happening to his brothers and sisters, and he wrote a letter. He was like, I guess the king was like, whatever, you should be here too, working for free. It's funny because there's a lot that we don't learn. I don't think I remember being taught anything about this in history. I mean, this is one of the greatest atrocities that has ever happened on the face of the earth. And we learn about, what happened to the so-called Jews. We learn about all that, but nobody taught us about what happened in the Congo and continues to happen in the Congo.
England. Belgium ships would come and go, delivering rubber to Liverpool from the Congo. Muriel knew that it wouldn't be possible for Belgium to produce such a high volume of rubber unless they were using slave labor. He began investigating, and when he discovered the horrors about what was actually happening, he wrote several anonymous articles for a British newspaper called The Speaker, exposing the truth about what he saw. He wrote that this was the greatest crime that has ever been committed in the history of the world. In 1901, the shipping company offered Morrill a job to manage the shipments of rubber to and from the Congo. They were willing to pay him a huge salary in exchange for his silence. He turned it down and became a full-time journalist instead. He became so passionate about the cause that he began publishing his own newspaper called the West African Mail with any new information that he found. In 1906, he published a book called Red Rubber. Another journalist named Roger Casement was sent to interview people of the Congo to get their testimonies about the human rights abuses in the country. He realized that it was crucial to convince the white Christian missionaries to come forward with their stories because they had been there from the beginning and they could prove that King Leopold II was aware of the atrocities. After Roger Casement's report was published, King Leopold II, he knew that if he did not respond with his own inquiry, this would be the end of him. He sent his own international commission to the Congo in the hopes that he could bribe them. He thought that he could pay them off to publish whatever he wanted them to say. But this totally backfired. A Christian missionary named John Harris had been living in the Congo Free State for years. He and his wife devoted their lives to helping the Congolese people. When King Leopold's international commission showed up, John Harris was ready for them. He gathered a group of Congolese people who testified to the death, torture, mutilation, rape, and enslavement that they suffered at the hands of the king. His wife, Alice Harris, was a photographer, and she was able to present them with photographic evidence of the horrors that they had seen. When the International Commission returned to Belgium, they published a 50-page report on all the human rights abuses that they had found in the Congo. They submitted it to King Leopold II. Once he realized that he could no longer get away with his lies, Leopold ordered all of the Congo Free State records to be burned so that there would be no evidence of it.
Could you imagine? Now, think about this. How many of the records of what was truly going down, not just in the Congo, but all over the continent, all over the world to our people, how many records have been destroyed? When we think about the Crusades, all the different types of Crusades, these books that they were destroying, these documents that they were destroying, tells a story about themselves. And it's funny because it's happening again, because, somewhere in Texas and somewhere in South Carolina and somewhere in Georgia, there's a group of people coming together saying that, we shouldn't be teaching about some of the things that, their ancestors did, because that's teaching hate. That's teaching their children that, their forefathers were not as nice. And guess what? This is something that this has been happening for a very long time where, every now and then they go and they burn the records. They destroy the evidence. Yeah.
His crimes. In 1908, the Congo became a Belgian colony, but they didn't seize it from the king. Instead, they paid him 50 million francs for the purchase. He died just 1 year later, in 1909.
This man, not only, I don't even think he ever went to the Congo. He just used his abilities and sent hundreds of Belgians and different people to the Congo to do his bidding. Rich men sit down and decide what's going to happen to poor people every day. It is something that is still happening today. He got away with it and was upset that he had to stop when he had to stop. Even though, stop don't really mean stop, because from what I heard, the atrocities still continued. And they still continue until now in the Congo.
ended slavery and employed far more profitable resources than just rubber. There were diamonds, gold, and ivory that could be sold for massive profits. The government ended slavery and employed the Congolese people to work for wages instead. Very soon after, Belgium became extremely wealthy. The city of Brussels now has some of the most breathtaking architecture in the world, complete with golden statues of King Leopold II.
Let's take a look at this. Do you see the statue? When you see this, and I don't even know, is that a black baby he's holding? When you see the statue, and from what I hear, there's many statues, golden statues like this in Belgium. Do we understand the atrocities that were done? And do we understand that these people are not gonna make it right? It's our responsibility to make it right by making the types of decisions that secure us in a big way. Because you see, what he did for his people. I mean, Belgium is a beautiful place. I don't know if you guys, I didn't realize how beautiful until I went to look. And when I looked at it, all I could think of is how many of our brothers and sisters had to die and be taken out or deleted for these people to have such majesty.
And all because of the money that he brought from the Congo. But the Belgian government, they had to make a decision. What do they tell the public? Leopold II had lied to his people for a long time, and they looked up to him like a father figure who brought glory to the country. Not only would the citizens be disappointed, but it would make Belgium look terrible to the outside world. Their nation was still less than 100 years old at the time. England and the United States had already outlawed slavery in the 1800s, so the King of Belgium had essentially taken a big step backwards in humanitarian progress. The Belgian government chose to allow their people to continue believing the lie that King Leopold II had built for himself. They taught their children that there was never any slavery in the Congo Free State and that everything King Leopold II did was wonderful.
Does this sound, this is what they want to do here when they talk about, not allowing certain things to be taught. Today this week I was watching YouTube, and this commercial came up, and it was like, do you know what they're teaching your children in school? They're telling them that their ancestors were slave traders. They're telling them, they're feeding them with a whole bunch of things that'll make them hate themselves. And I mean, just boldly having a commercial to tell people to not allow their children to watch certain things because they're going to be told what their ancestors did, and it will bring down their morale, their sense of self. So the Belgium did exactly what they have done throughout the world, where they're not gonna put this truth out, these facts, these things that were done, that they were responsible for, the grandeur, the way that the power that they have, the abilities, or the all these things that they are so proud of. They're not gonna they're not gonna let those things go. I mean, when you do something, if you have a person in your or if you had a parent or forefather that raped, killed, and deleted and did all kinds of things, atrocities to people, are you going to put statues of him everywhere and everything? No, you got to make your children believe that this was a great person. What are you going to say? Yeah, this person did all these atrocities, and this is why we're such in a good place today. Of course, they're not going to do that. Why would they do that? Because they would be like, why is it good to be this way? And you can't make people feel good about themselves telling them the truth, even though they know the truth. They understand it, but they want you. It's not even about their children as much. Let me take that back. It's not about their children. It's about you thinking that that they did these great things, and you being confused about who they are. and what they are. And this happens not just from white people to black people. It happens with black people to black people too, in a sense, because there's a lot of our own history that we're keeping from ourselves. A lot of our scholars know all these things, but they still go into these schools teaching lies to children, not giving them the full picture, saying that, these things happened in the past and that there's no reason to even, talk about these things. But when you think about the mindset that says that you should not be worried about these things, we just need to think and move forward. When you think about the kind of perspective that brings that, it sounds like you can't even face it. And if you can't face something, then you can't deal with it. And if you can't deal with it, then you're bound to repeat it. I'm really starting to realize that, these people, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, like I always say on this channel. But do we understand that it's really not about what their children think of them, because they know, their children know, they go, eventually they learn the true history and they become very proud of their deceiving or the deception that their parents were able to get away from. They turn it around to something that they are proud of. But the fact that they have us confused about where they are now based on the history that we are learning. And now, we're still believing that these people are bringing God to us in a sense, or have abilities that we don't have. It was funny because, these parlor tricks that they had used on our brothers and sisters on the continent, it speaks a lot to why a lot of things were done. I mean, to think about it, when he said earlier that he gave somebody a gun with no bullets in it. He gave a African or a Congolese a gun with no bullet in it. And now, prior to that, he had used the gun and shot somebody, and that person died. So to give the gun to them and say, okay, see, I can kill you, but look, I'm going to give you the same gun that I used to kill you, and you're not going to be able to kill me. But to give them an empty gun with them not knowing, and then to act like, oh, you were stunned by the gun, but, the bullet came out your shoe and it had no effect on you. I'm sitting here and I'm trying to visualize a people that don't know anything about these things. They're seeing all this and they're really believing, that this is some great power. And what this man is saying, that they cannot be destroyed, they cannot be killed, they cannot be, there is no power greater than them. That is truly what has been done for a very long time. Now, in all actuality, are we still in that place where we believe that other people are so much more powerful than we are? And what is the politics? What are the politics being used on us today? I'll let him continue.
This lie was retold generation after generation to the point where it became their new truth and part of their cultural identity. Before his death in 1897, Leopold II created a human zoo at his summer estate. He built a model African village and captured 267 Congolese people to live there.
So, after all that he had done, he took it to a next level. So he went into the guise of Africa saying that he was trying to, Christianize these souls. And of course, a big to-do was made after a couple of, people went down there and they, reportedly said, hey, this is what he's truly doing down there. Later on, he decided to build a human zoo. I mean, this was him still justifying what he was doing to these people. He put them in the human zoo and had people look at them to say, hey, look, they are animals, just like I said. The depth of his sickening, just sickening.
Belgian people showed up to gawk at them, throwing peanuts and bananas over the fence as if they were monkeys. They were forced to stay outdoors in this village in all kinds of weather. Several of those people died of influenza and pneumonia. After he died,
So he made them stay out. And these people, this was him bringing them to Belgium. So these people were used to, of course, a certain type of environment. You take them there, and they died. You left them out there in the cold, and they died.
The King's Estates became the Royal Museum of Central Africa, and it continued to glorify Leopold II's achievements in colonization. Decades after his death in 1958, the government of Belgium even went as far as to replicate his human zoo at the Brussels World Fair, putting Congolese people on display like animals once again. Nearly every Western nation has some history of slavery and genocide, but in most Belgian school classes they will never hear the truth about King Leopold II. They will say that slavery never happened in the Congo. Since the records were destroyed, we will never know just how many people Leopold was responsible for killing. Some estimate that it is roughly 4 million, while others believe it is as high as 10. Somewhere between 70 to 90% of the total population was wiped out.
70 to 90% of the total population was wiped out. 70 to 90%.
In the age of the internet, it has become much more difficult for Belgium to ignore the reality of what happened. In 2018, the curators of the Royal Museum of Central Africa finally decided to change the exhibits to honor the lives lost by the native Congolese people. However, Congolese people who visited the exhibit said that it is still not enough, and that as long as the story is told from the perspective of a Belgian white person, the country will never show the full truth about the monstrous deeds of King Leopold II. So in some way, the internet has become an incredible way for smaller voices to be heard. And if there is something you're passionate about and you want to share it with...
So that's basically it, guys, as far as history is concerned. This was the best I can find as far as in the length, because, like I said, there's so much to cover about the Congo. But you think it would stop there, right? Just a terrible history, and maybe now the Congolese, or, that there's some stability. No. Because, you see, we cannot stop giving these people what they want, because they keep coming back with their politics, making us think that, these things that money can buy is worth us selling each other out. It's funny, because the more I think about all that has happened in the Congo, and the more I think about what is still happening, these are some of the reasons why I tend to sometimes stay offline, because this shit is really depressing. I'm going to share a clip on some of the things that are now happening in the Congo. And what I want you guys to keep in mind is this: there's no way in hell Africa or Africans will ever really address a lot of the things that we need to address about ourselves if we keep thinking that the only way that we can come out of this basket that they've put us in, or that we put ourselves in, or the circumstances have put ourselves in, whatever way you want to look at it. Like I said, I don't really blame anyone else. I'm not one of those kind of people that say they, because I understand that no they can do anything to us without the we putting ourselves in a positions to allow it and to uphold it. Because people can do things, but there's an upholding that happens, and it's within you. A whole population, 70 to 90%. But the Congo is not by itself. There's so many other places on the continent where genocide has happened, but a lot of the history has been wiped away. And we're so busy being mad at each other, thinking, this group of people have been through more than that group of people. Yes, Namibia is one. South Africa. Nigeria, everywhere. I mean, when you think about the genocide that happened in Nigeria, you just think about the people that were 90% of us have DNA from Nigeria. Yes, Kenya. It just goes on. There's list and list, and there's it's funny because the more I learn about what's happening on the continent, the more I realize is that sometimes we as the diasporans, we talk about all that we've been through being taken off the continent, but what is happening still on the continent is devastating. And the part that we play in it is humiliating. As I said, I'm trying to get this clip together for you guys. A lot of things were kicked out. We're also going to talk about that young man that was killed in St. Rapids, or whatever how you pronounce that, from the Congo. He was trying to get out of, well, you know, you leave the Congo. Anybody that comes to America from any place on the continent or outside of, you know, through the Caribbean, you come for a better life. And it's funny because while I was watching it, and I'll talk about that more when we share the clip on that, because I wanted to honor his life and I wanted to speak on that because it's just so much. Yes, Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's just so much that's happening to us. It's not even easy to keep up with. I'm going to share a clip. I'm going to also welcome Powwow Yambe to the conversation. Let's get this clip on first.
Fighting between government forces and the M23 rebel group has sent thousands of people on the run in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. It's not the first time.
We were just told that M23 have come back again. They emerged from the forest to attack the Congolese government. At the moment, we are just seeing government forces driving up and down the road, but we don't have a solution yet.
9 years ago, M23's fighters took control of swathes of territory along the border with neighboring Rwanda.
I want to stop here because I want you guys to look at something. I want you guys to look at this. Look how green. Look how green and fertile that land is. Man, they have such control on us that we can't even see how rich we are and how much we can be doing. Instead of using this space and occupying it in a way where we don't need anyone for anything from anyone, we're letting people come and just dig and create all kinds of imbalances, be it through the physical, mental, emotional. The earth is being destroyed. The human, everything, because we want their parlor tricks, because we're buying into the parlor tricks.
Control of swathes of territory along the border with neighboring Rwanda. It's widely believed to be a proxy of Rwanda's government, although Rwanda denies it. Congo's army blames Rwanda for the recent attacks, which started on Tuesday. Congolese officers paraded these two prisoners in front of journalists in the city of Goma and said they were Rwandan soldiers fighting for the armed group.
The M23, supported by the Rwanda Defense Forces, has carried out incursions and attacks on DRC military positions in Chanzu and Runyoni in Ruchuru territory.
M23's fighters have taken control of some villages near the border with Uganda. The group denies having foreign support.
The M23 rebellion is a Congolese movement and doesn't benefit support from any neighboring country. The accusations of the DRC is to just cover their incapacity on the ground. As for the current ongoing fighting, we are defending ourselves against the different attacks that we have been facing from the government army since many days.
Thousands of people have crossed the border into Uganda to get away from the fighting. Uganda and Rwanda have both been accused of meddling in eastern Congo and displacing people ever since they invaded in the 1990s. Congo has one of the world's largest UN peacekeeping missions.
Isn't that funny that all the places that have some of the largest UN peacekeeping missions have less peace than anywhere else?
It's rarely effective at stopping violence, but in 2014 it helped defeat M23 with a strengthened mandate and extra troops sent from Tanzania, Malawi and South Africa. The defeat was a high point for Congo's army too. Its soldiers flushed out the rebel group with international support. Now it's short of resources and struggling to control parts of the east. People here are waiting to see how far M23 will go this time and if the Congolese army can stop them. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera.
Okay, so that's one clip. I want to welcome Powell Yumbe to the conversation. Powell, welcome. Thank you for joining me. This conversation is about the Congo. We did a little bit of history, and it's just amazing to me. Powell, what do you know about the Congo? What would you like to share today in reference to everything that you've heard so far?
Yeah, hello, Sister Gina. Hello, everyone at comment section tonight.
Hello, my
Yeah,
brother. How are you?
hi, it's been a long time. We
Yeah,
missed you.
I'm so sorry. I've been dealing with a lot of family sickness, so I'm back now. I'm feeling better now. Just keep me
Brilliant,
first. Thank you.
brilliant. Yeah, right. I hope everyone is well now.
Much better.
And
Much better.
oh, that's good news. Yeah, Sister Gina. Wow, there's a lot to cover about Congo because I don't know if you're aware that I am Angolan, so
Yes, yes,
yeah, we have a long border with we share a long border with Congo, and our east is history intertwined
yes.
because during the liberation movement, our people cross over, and we got a lot of help
Yeah.
and support from the Congolese and vice versa. Yeah, but before I proceed, I just wanna suggest you something. Is about because I always try to tell you, but I forget most of the time. Uh, if you don't mind, because what it is, I've noticed that your videos are not getting a lot of traction on my friendship because they are too long,
Yeah.
and everyone say, no, I don't have time. When I have time, I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it.
Mhm.
Oh, I went about 10 minutes, 5 hours, or half an hour, but I haven't finished yet.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
yeah,
I know. I know.
yeah. So what I would advise, if you could, if you have time, like every stream, if you just like cut the best, or not the best, the thing that you think is interesting, like 10 minute, 15-minute segment when we're having banter or like those controversy, yeah. So at
Snippet.
least like
Yeah.
yeah, snippet. So yeah,
I
so
promise.
it can
I've
yeah
thought.
it can keep us like during the week. Yeah, each day you could release bit of bit. At least your channel will always be yeah, like appearing or present, and maybe you will get more subscribers because it's gonna be easier to share. You know.
I think you're right. I really haven't really been pushing for, although I want people to subscribe. Please subscribe. But I think you're right. I just I'll
Yeah,
think.
because
I know
yeah,
that that's
because
probably what I should do.
yeah, because I've noticed there's one African American brother who just started the channel, and one of the things he said he got advice, and yeah, this is one of the things he mentioned, and like every day of the week he release like even if it's like 5 minute video, and from in a couple of weeks I think he got over 2,000 subscribers,
No, I
and
think that's true. I think a lot of when I first started this channel, Paul, and I want to say that, and then I am going to consider what you said. It hasn't really been about getting a lot of subscribers, just meaningful subscribers, people that really want to have these conversations and take the time to hear them. But you're right. I do want this channel to grow, but I want it to grow in a very good way. You're right. I guess I can use I could still upload the large video and do a snippet every day.
Yeah,
I'll try. I'll work on
yeah,
that.
yeah. Okay.
Let's get in line with this discussion about the Congo. I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm just learning about it. And there's a reason why I haven't really dug into the Congo. It's frightened me. For a very long time, there's been so much. I mean, it seems like a very dark place for people to have to live with all that has been happening and has happened. What is your view of the Congo? Being on the continent, being so close to them in proximity, what is your view of all that has happened and is happening on the Congo? In the
Yeah, yeah. First of all, I really thank you for bringing this up because I've noticed many of a lot of our African African diaspora, they don't know about slavery in the continent.
yeah,
They
yeah,
just think that, yeah, they were taken and we were free,
yeah,
So by shedding the light into these documentaries or these issues, I think it brings it help bring us together.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, okay. As for the Congo, yeah, I think this is my opinion from what I've read and I've I discussed with our Congolese. The biggest mistake was made for me by Lumumba,
Right,
yeah, by Lumumba, because when the Belgian gave independence, Lumumba was the most powerful or the most popular leader at the moment.
right,
And I think he lacked historical perspective of the country because that country was a private property. It was never set as a colony as the other colonies in Africa. It was given to the king Leopold, so it was his private property. And what he done, and you mentioned, yeah, you focus on it. When he got one tribe, the warrior tribe, which is the Bangala, from the north. They're from the of uh, Central Republic of Africa, and they go into the northern Republic Democratic of Congo. So the Bangala, they were warriors. So they were the foot soldier of the Belgian. So they will go village by village, conquering and imposing their language. If you see most of the Congolese today, they speak Lingala. So Lingala is the language of Bangala. So it's the lingua franca of Congo. And even Angola, the northern Angola, we also speak Lingala. Most of us in the north of Angola speak Lingala. So he came from this tribe. They were like the foot sort of the Belgian. And Lumumba wasn't a Bangala, he was Batetele. I think he's from Central East or Eastern Congo. And they link for not Batetele, but most of the Eastern Congo, they speak the lingua franca is Swahili or Kiswahili. So that's the big division in Congo. So when Lumumba got into the power, he was the prime minister. They had like this power sharing. Joseph Kasavubu was the president, and he was from the Bakongo people. Uh, and then Lumumba got the prime minister, which is like the chief of executive. And the Moises Chombe, he was from Shaba, or what is called what is it? There's a name for it, Lubumbashi or something on that area. It's like the southern east. Yeah. And he was rival with Lumumba. They never get along because he wanted to keep the Belgian, or he collaborated with the Belgian. So Lumumba never got along with him. So Lumumba, when he got the president, he went to the United States. He wanted the United States to support him to stabilize the country because there was a lot of convulsion, and he never trusted the Belgian. But I think it was Eisenhower, the president. just snapped him. So because he needed military assistance from the United States, and then he couldn't get it. He ended up going to China and Soviet Union. That was during the Cold War. So as soon as he moved to the east, the CIA, raised the alarm bell, because Congo, as you know, the uranium that we use in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki came from Congo, and the United States was concerned that if the Russian or the China control the Congo, they will control all those minerals and the rare earth metal. So yeah, and then the CIA fabricated a coup, and they look at this young leader, which was a Bangala, Mobutu Sese Seko. At the time, he was just a journalist. And then when Lumumba went to Europe, found he was like studying there. So Lumumba saw him as a good not leader, but he was a good how to say. He was a graduate. He was like he had like had a good profile. So Lumumba took him to his government. So the CIA, conspired with Mobutu, and we still got infamous images, or the last images of Lumumba being dragged in Mobutu looking, and Mobutu gifted him to Miguel Chombe, which is that it was his arch rival, and he flew him to the east to Lubumbashi, and Miguel was. And Mobutu stayed in power for over 46 years, something, until I think it was 1965 when he got power, till I think 1990 or 1991. I think 1990 when he was toppled by Kabila. And Kabila, Kabila.
You're kind of breaking up, but I agree with you. You said the speaker is bringing up a perspective we usually ignore. African countries are tribal, not national.
Or
politics
Burundi, or exile. But before that, Kabila was trained by Che Guevara, because Che Guevara went to Congo to train, the rebels, which Kabila was heading at the time, or was one of the main leaders of that movement in the East. But Mobutu managed to disarm them, and they just disbanded, and Kabila went to exile in one of these countries, either Burundi, Uganda, or Rwanda, I'm not sure. So in the 1990, Angolan president, because we were having a civil war, and Mobutu was supporting Savimbi, which was the rebel leader in Angola. So our president conspired with Kabila and Paul Kagame, Rwanda. Paul Kagame just got into power, I think. Yeah, so they conspire, and they supported Kabila to orchestrate a coup.
So Rwanda, so Paul Kagame supported Kabila. Is that what you're
saying?
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, Paul Kagame and the Angolan president, Dos Santos, and we sent troops and arms to even, I think, Zimbabwe. Sometimes got involved as well. Mugabe got involved as well. So yeah, they orchestrated a coup, and then Mobutu was toppled, and he flew to Morocco, where he died in exile. And 1 or 2 years later, Kabila as well was killed by his own son or stepson. There's a lot of controversy there, but they say his stepson or son was involved in his murder, and they got the presidency. Yeah, but to go back again, for me, it was just the way this country emerged as an independent country. I think that, because Lumumba got into power, Secretary and Nkrumah invited him, because on that time they were still debating how to set up the Africa Union.
Right.
As you know, Nkrumah wanted a united Africa, and Congo, because Congo is one of the largest countries in Africa and very influential. Nkrumah and Secretary we were keen that he should join them, and and force the other leaders to concede. But Lumumba was so hesitant; he was like having second thoughts about it. And then he had no time; he was toppled, and Nkrumah and the secretary just they fight, or they maneuver, not steam, because they had no other significant African country backing them. So that's one of the biggest mistakes Lumumba made, because Lumumba was decisive. He would not only save Congo, but we as a
so he decisive with joining
Nkrumah and the secretary, because Nkrumah and secretary, they were full on Africa Union, Africa United Africa, just one single country, or federal Africa.
Right.
Yeah, but Lumumba was hesitant. I don't know if he was being pressured by the Congo internal politics or external factors, but he was hesitant. Yeah, by the time
he wanted to work with outside people.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, so because
more of a correlation with them. That seeing.
Yeah, so if in my view, if he had joined Nkrumah, what would have happened? Probably would have, because that Congo is impossible to run that country. It is impossible. It's so huge, and the way it was assembled, as I said, that the Bangala going tribe to tribe, conquering them, and forcing them to be part of this Congo Free State, to be under the Belgian and speak one common language. He caused a lot of distrust and resentment. So it's really, really, really hard, to put that country together to work as one unitary unit, one unitary state. So in my view, they should find a way of splitting, splitting politically, or splitting, or going to like a full-on federation of states, or semi-federalism, or even full-on federalism, and that with the guarantee of African Union. African Union should come and back up that that federation of states, because there is no one who can really come up and and run that country as one single unitary state. It is impossible. It is impossible, really.
Big for one regime.
Yeah, it is impossible. It is so impossible, because apart from that colonial resentment, we also have countries, especially in the East, trying to carve out pieces of land in the west, on their west side, because they claim to be their ancestral land, like the Rwanda, all these guys, as how they called the Kagame tribe, the Tutsi, the Batutsi. Yeah, they have. Yeah, they want to carve out a part of the East, and incidentally, is where most of the mineral resources are located in Congo. So there is no way they will. There's no way that Congo government can have a peaceful solution without including them. So how are you going to include them when there's a lot of resentment and the foreign backing are not interested to have like a peace settlement, because divide and rule, by they being divided, they can rule up that party, they can exploit them. So it is really it is a really really big mess we have in the Central Africa. And unfortunately, we don't have leaders capable of addressing this. Oh, they're not capable, but they're not willing to address it, because I don't think they want to be involved into that politics that may cause them to be toppled.
They
Because
understand.
there's a lot of,
They understand the powers, the puppet masters behind it too.
yes,
Not just about tribal. There's a lot of places, that are benefiting
yes, it's not all,
the division or the conflict that continues in the Congo. Let me ask you something. What difference do you think
yes, definitely,
Congo
definitely, yeah.
community? What difference do you think that's going to make?
Well,
You're breaking up. I don't hear you. And I put the link out, guys. Anybody that wants to come in and join the conversation, please just click the link and join it. To be honest with you, this whole discussion
sorry,
about,
can you come again?
yes, can you hear me now? My question to you was,
Sorry.
do you think that this connection, the Congo joining the East African community, do you think that's going to make any difference for the Congo?
Yeah, do you think?
You're breaking up. I don't hear you
Sorry,
at all.
can you come again? I'm breaking up. Yeah.
Yes, I'm asking you about
Yeah.
the Congo and it joining the East African community. Do you think that's going to shift the situation for the Congo as far as all the conflict? And will there be any difference? This East African community that you're joining, what do you think is going to make the difference for the Congo, for the people of the Congo?
Yeah, probably, because I think what President Tshisekedi is trying to do, because there's a lot of tension in the east, and those countries in the east are deeply involved into their politics. I think he believes that by orientating the country towards the east, will appease the Rwandas, the Burundis, the Ugandans. So it may lessen the tension. Yeah, it could work out, but the only problem, if he does that, I think the next step will be he has to move the capital.
Okay, but how does it work with that? Because to be honest with you, a lot of the stuff that goes on between Uganda and the Congo, Rwanda and the Congo, aren't these the same communities that they're joining? Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya. I mean, the relationship has not been good between them.
Yeah, it has never been good. It has never been good. But the problem is by moving to Eastern African community, I think they may have to have a security arrangement, because they are part of the same market. So that's might mean that they cannot interfere directly into each other internal affairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the only problem will be how you gonna persuade those big ethnic groups who are located in the west and the central of the country, because these ethnic groups, they don't get along with the Rwandans, and they are the most influential into government machinery.
How far back does it goes between Rwanda and Congo? And what is the beginning of the divide between them? How far back and what is the beginning? Do you know anything about that? I was trying to get to the bottom of that, but there's so many videos out there. I was just like, okay, I need someone
Yeah,
who knows.
yeah. Sisters, there's a caveat. I'm not a specialist in Congo, but I'm just telling you from my direct, experience and knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe it goes back to the 1960s when Mobutu got into power. Because when the Belgium left, the eastern provinces, they wanted to secede from Congo.
Right.
And Mobutu raged a war against them to keep them into Congo.
Now, I did read
And the other,
the Rwanda helped the Congo in a way, and the deal was that they were supposed to, I guess, negotiate some terms with Rwanda to let Rwanda do certain things, and maybe that's why Rwanda still feel like they have the right to do certain things today, as far as the resources. Is that true?
yeah, that's true. That's true because when Mobutu was toppled, most of the soldiers were Rwandan soldiers. They're the one who put Kabila to power. And
Exactly. The
and
deal,
until today, there's
was
yeah,
between Kabila and Rwanda.
and Kagame, Kabila and Kagame, yeah.
Okay.
Kagame provided the best of his troops. Yeah, and Angola, we provide more the area cover because we have a lot of planes and some units as well. Yeah, and what it is now, the Rwandans and the influence into the government, and they are seen historically as less educated by the Western ethnic groups. So there's that conflict. Like I saw a video, I think it was last year. There was a two general fighting over one general from the West.
Right.
He was speaking down on the other because the other couldn't speak French. You know, this guy from the East, he was his superior, but couldn't speak French. So he was like, you are not civilized because you cannot speak French. How can you be my boss? How can you be superior to me? And they were like fighting on in the barracks, big fight. So yeah, this was also went viral in the social media, in Angola and Congo. Yeah, so they have this tension, that like because they speak French, the Western tribes speak French, and they were like they had more contact with the Belgian, so they feel like entitled to be like the rightful leaders of the Congo, of the country, while the East, because they were more. If you see all those massacres, you showed tonight, most of them were like from people from the East, where there were a lot of this, brutality. Yeah, they suffered the most, and as consequence, they were like they are contacted with the Belgian because the river comes from is in the west. The capital is in the west. So the Belgian, they when they built that village, it was a village or a town. Yeah, they never penetrate that far into the country. So it was this only the Bangalas, mostly the Bangala who went far and they enforce the Belgian rule or the Western power rule. So they never had that contact with the West. They don't feel like they belong. Yes, so that's the biggest tension in Congo. So now, how to address that? Days. I think Kabila now think that okay, let's move to the east because now they are the east. They basically have the military power now. So and then by appeasing them, I will be appeasing they back as in Kigali and Uganda, Burundi, yeah, even some Tanzania. Tanzania may have some influence as well because it's one of the biggest countries in the East. Yeah, so now we will see how this is going to play out with the Western tribes if they're gonna take. But there's a lot of resistance and resentment, and they claim the Western tribe like the Bakongo, the Bangalas, all that. They claim that these guys from this, they are not Congolese. They are either from Katanga or from Kigali or Rwandese. So they're like, no, you guys, you cannot never rule us because you're not proper Congolese. So there is that this tension. So, but it has to be, Africa, all those like Nigeria, South Africa, Angola, Tanzania, Kenya. They have to come up. Okay, let's split this country, and and we're gonna back militarily, or we're gonna like protect or guarantee peace. So to avoid this conflict with Congo, because sooner or later, they're gonna have another major civil war in that country. That's my opinion.
So
And
let me
go on.
let me ask you something. This whole thing with Kagame, with Rwanda in particular, and I know Rwanda is not the only person or entity that's taken advantage of the Congo. How do the other countries sit around and let this happen? I mean, for Rwanda to be selling or basically making millions off of resources that they don't even have in their, I mean, they don't have cobalt, they don't have certain things. So how are they the biggest suppliers of something that they do not have as a resource? And how do they get away with it? If there is a UN or what kind, some African, that's supposed. Why is this not being curtailed? Why is this not being something that all the other African countries are standing up and making sure that the Congo is not being molested in this way?
Kagame is feared. Is feared, but most of those leaders in that region, because if we really look into it, Rwanda has become like our risk is to say like a military base for the United States and Britain and France and any other and the other foreign powers, because they equip the army, which was one of the most well-equipped army in Africa at the moment. Is the Rwandan, and Kagame has a track record of being a ruthless leader. So and those countries, they know if they mess with Kagame or with Rwanda, they are messing with United States, Britain, and France and company. So why do you want to poke them? So that's the.
I did not want to believe. I believe Wendy came on here maybe a year ago, maybe almost a year ago when she was first saying this. I think we were having a discussion on Rwanda, and I was just singing his praises to how great Rwanda looks and how it seems like people are doing so much better. And even in the provinces or in the villages, it seems like people are living in a better way than in other African countries. I have to be honest. This last couple of weeks, last couple of 2 weeks, when I wasn't dealing with family issues, I was sitting there researching the Congo and realizing that a lot of what a lot of people were saying was true, and it's really disheartening. So when you look at all those things, all the great things that are happening in Rwanda, and to realize that the realization of that comes from doing all those things, or having all these things happen in the Congo, it's disheartening. It's really it's undoing. So it's like it's hard to look at Rwanda now and really feel good about it, knowing that the Congo is being impacted in a way that it has because of it, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. I think Kagame knows how to play real politics, and and he's just a very political astute, and he's got the backing of the foreign powers. So yeah, there is, yeah, basically he. No, he will leave a lasting legacy, and I don't see any other African country on that region rivaling the power of Rwanda, because he has the Rwandans, they have full support of United States, Britain, France, and all these foreign powers. Not really France, because I think Kagame doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't get along with the French, because he switched French to English, and I think he was trained, by the American and the British. So yeah, that's the dilemma now. So who's gonna mess with him there? You know,
So you
we
feel
have
like he's protected by
yeah,
the greatest colonizers, basically.
yeah,
He's on
yeah,
the
yeah. Just last year or 2 years ago, no, I don't know if you watched that movie, Hotel Rwanda. The guy who saved more than 200 Tutsi or Hutsi from the genocide.
yeah.
Yeah. This guy was like, he's a right hand man, and then he fell out with him. He was living, I think, in the United States, and Kagame sent his secret service. They lured him. I think he was going holiday in Dubai, and he ended up in jail in Uganda, in Rwanda. And his daughter, I think, she's still campaigning. He brought the issue into Western press, United States, even CNN. They have a report about it. Yeah, but no one will mess with him. He's claiming now this guy is terrorist, he's criminal. And there's no sanction, nothing. And the only thing they say, oh no, we are working on diplomatic means to release him, but we know, he does it because he knows he's protected. A lot of dissidents. There's one video of him, like, he threatening, bragging that dissident in abroad, wherever you are, if you mess with me, you'll disappear, and some of them disappeared. So he's a very
people that are in the United States or in different places are disappearing.
Disappearing. Yeah, he has a very, very oiled secret service, according to reports. And because I met some Rwandans, and they say they fear, even if when they are abroad, they fear him. They fear him. That guy is on another level. So.
But is he okay? When you think about the other African countries, okay, Uganda, is that the same thing for Uganda? Are there other, like Ethiopia? Do you notice a lot of this happening in East Africa per se, or is this across the board throughout all Africa where, I don't know. It just seems like, for me, the more I research, it seems like there's some type of understanding between East African leaders in other, places like the US or France or Britain. And I'm trying to understand why that is more so than it is in West Africa, or am I just wrong with that? Or I'm trying to understand or wrap my head around this relationship between Kagame, and it seems like Uganda and Kenya has a great relationship with others as well.
No, Kagame, he was a great pal with Museveni from Uganda, and Museveni helped them get into power, because Kagame was when he was a guerrilla leader, he was based on Uganda, and they are both Tutsis, from the same ethnic group, but they fell out. They don't on talking terms, and I think last year Kagame closed the border from both countries. So Kagame has no friends, to be honest. He has no friend. He doesn't trust nobody. And I think East Africa appear to be more stable, but there is more divide in the East than in the West. Because the problem with the West is is between France and this former colony. That's the problem in the West, mostly. But in the East, we have the Somalis, the Kenyas, the Eritreas, and then you go to the Great Lakes, Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda. There's tension on that all that area. It's like a convulsion, of power politics happening there. Yeah. So yeah, I think the West, if managed to sort out France, or France, found it that okay, now it's time either to tighten the grip or loosen the grip. I think the West has more chance of stabilize, getting like stabilized solution done in the East, because the East we can see is going to be a long term. I don't see those tension winding down so soon. But in the West, like, we don't have conflict between countries in the West, per se. We have Burkina Faso, some internal problems there, Central Republic okay, but it's all to do with France. Ivory Coast, he had the issues, but now he's settled. All to do with France again. Yeah, but in the East,
this is like Mali. I think Mali.
Mali, yeah, exactly. Mali, another, yeah. But you have Senegal, I've never have a problem. Nigeria, settled, which are the biggest, most influenced country. Cameroon, okay, some issues going in as well, but we know the causes. Yeah, but to be honest, yeah, I think Southern Africa is more stable at the moment. Yeah, and yeah, I think Southern Africa is.
Africa, when you talk about Southern Africa, that's where majority ruled. Well, where the Caucasians are, like Namibia and South Africa itself. Yeah, so it's funny how there's so much stability over there.
For now, yeah, for now, because South Africa at any time will explode as well. Yeah, South Africa is going through convulsions. Yeah, soon rather than later, something big will happen there. I don't know how they're going to handle the situation over there as well.
About 220 armed groups in the Congo. God darn.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a huge, huge, huge country. It's a huge. Basically, Congo is like the Central Africa. It spans really across Central Africa. Yeah, and if you saw the video, the terrain, rugged terrain, all fertile, forest.
I was looking at like, well, how could these people be suffering in any way with such resources and such? I mean, the land is just so ready. It is just so beautiful, and you can tell that the earth is fertile. So I just don't understand, but I get it. I get it. It goes back to that, and I don't want to welcome you to Niger. Thank you for coming through. It goes back to that clip that I always play, and I will play it today because we can't forget this. We cannot forget this ever.
Why is Rwanda and why are Uganda important to the U.S. military? Precisely because we can have them do things in Africa that we don't wish to do ourselves. We can have their soldiers die if need be. We can have them deploy places if need be. And so having proxies, having allies, having clients who are willing to do your bidding becomes very important.
Yeah. Where is that video? Sorry, sorry, because I've been seeing that video for a long time. I don't know the source of the video. I would like to see more of that interview.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try to see if I could find the full interview, and I'll put it on this clip. I do have it in my research. So I'll find it. It's really interesting. It's it really is interesting how it's right there in front of us. They even talk about it now, plainly, open. but yet our leaders are still falling in its snares. Like,
sad. I've been listening to what he has said,
yeah.
and I'm one of those people that feel like, okay, Kagame has done well for his own country,
Mm.
but what is the price that has been paid? And I worry that I'm seeing the same pattern even in East Africa again, where you have Eritrea. I praise Eritrea all the time.
I said that too earlier. I was like, it just seems like something that's happening in
Mm.
East Africa. But go ahead.
Yeah, I praise Eritrea for having a very, very strong military.
Yeah.
But could it be that they were allowed to be that strong because they want to keep Ethiopia out of the seas? That is it. These people, these people, the things that they do to our people, and we don't even see the patterns. And because look at Rwanda again, small country, disproportionately powerful. Eritrea, tiny country, knowing fully they're disproportionately powerful and relatively doing well in and keeping that country single-handedly is keeping Ethiopia at bay from the sea. And Ethiopia is, around that region has the highest population. If you put Eritrea, Somalia, Sudan, all of them together, Eritrean population is higher than all of them.
Right.
And Ethiopian population is higher than all of them. And yet they imprison Ethiopia. Right? Very close to the sea, but use Eritrea to block Ethiopia off. So, and our people, we disarm our own, like maybe Rwanda now is not doing to Congo.
Yeah.
We huddle our own down using external powers to empower us to keep our own people down. Man, Congo's one. I think this thing needs multiple sessions actually, because this is something.
That's what I said earlier. There's no way to cover it in one discussion.
It's really deep. There's a lot to be learned here.
I mean, we could even cover your session of transparency in this, because this is a very clear example of there's a lot happening that's just not being highlighted.
It's too murky. It's too murky, and there's too much muck. And I've been listening to Payombe describe, and he even professes that he's not an expert, and yet all the stuff I've heard from him, it's very, very disturbing. And there's a lot of things. I just feel bad for African leaders sometimes because if they look at all this chaos and madness, where do they start?
But where does it end? We already know where it starts. We know where it starts. But how do we end this? Is there a way to end this? Can Africans at home and abroad learn how to see through the parlor tricks? I don't know if you saw the beginning of this video, Tunisia. I had shared a clip where they were talking about how when the Belgian went into the Congo, how they were tricking the people, making them think that they were powerful, more powerful than they were by, they had these things in their hand and they would shake the hands of the natives and it would like cause them to feel like, this thing of electricity that would cause them to be shocked. And so they thought that this power was coming from the hand of,
wow, I didn't see that.
Oh wow. My gosh. I don't know. I don't know. This
my God.
And not just that, he took a gun, he shot an African, a Congolese, and of course the Congolese died. And then knowing that there were no more bullets in the gun, he gave the gun to them and said, "Shoot me now." And they went and tried to shoot him. And of course there was no bullets. He basically act like he got hit by moving around a little bit, and then he took his shoe off and took a bullet. The bullet fell out the shoe to show that there's no way that you can kill a white man.
You know what?
So the chief seeing this, the kings and the chiefs seeing this became frightened, of course, and felt like there was no way. We have to just sign everything they tell us to sign and do what they tell us to do.
Sister Jenna, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you guys. I will take that with a pinch of salt. Be careful. Our people, I've seen with my own eyes. Our people, they know how to manipulate the supernatural. I think it was the other way around. To be honest with you, I think that was the other way around, and they just distorted the history.
What do you mean?
Be careful.
Saying exactly. What are you saying? Come on.
Well, okay, I'll give you an example. When we started our liberation war in 1961, our forefathers is there in the video? Is it on YouTube? You see the video of it. They fought the Portuguese with bare hands. Portuguese, they had the machine gun, everything.
Mm-hmm.
The Portuguese were shooting at them, but the bullet, they're just flying.
So you're saying that, okay. So you're saying you're shooting our forefathers, but our forefathers were not dying?
We're not dying. We're not dying. The Portuguese got terrified. Terrified. They didn't know what was happening.
Stuff that we say to make ourselves feel better, because why are we dying now? I mean, come on now.
Exactly.
We got to get to a point where we millions of Congolese, over 10 million died. So somebody was dying. Somebody was dying.
Yeah, no. Well, I only can tell you from my own experience. I have seen when I was in the army, there was one guy, he was like bragging about something. And he said, okay, I'll test you. I can test my supernatural power. So he was put in a parade. They launched the RGP, or what do you call, rocket grenade to where he was. Nothing happened to him. Nothing. I've seen that with my own eyes.
I don't know how nothing happened to him, but I know that we lost wars.
I'm just like, do we have the recipe today? Because it seems like it's happening to us today.
Exactly. So there could be 1,000 explanations for why that.
We Africa, we have our own
we want to make
secret society. Secret society.
You know what it's called? It's called trying to make ourselves feel better.
Yeah. Secret society that didn't help us win the wars against the invaders. Come on.
Listen, I don't know. But all I can tell you, there's a video one guy here on the YouTube. He explained, an African gentleman. He explains about all these, supernatural stuff. Have you seen people fly?
He better explain why that when the Europeans came, the supernatural people decided that they're going to take a back seat and allow our people to be enslaved and they're colonized.
Sister Juliet from in the Gambia. The Gambia, they are one of the masters on it.
No, man, powwow. We were talking.
Honestly, ask Sister Juliet. Yeah, there's a video.
You tell, when after dinner your stomach's full and you're giving each other.
Now, Sister Juliet, she showed a video. I think she said she's gonna go next year. There's like this festival of these wizards and stuff. Guys flying with no wings, nothing on them. You're just flying. I don't know if you've seen it on Black Sea.
Where are all these technology they are flying? All this kind of talk. What is all this kind of talk?
Listen.
We've been looking for all the technology. Where are all of them?
Seriously.
Both of you are a subscriber. Just go into her videos, or even ask her, contact her. She will tell you. Guys
You know,
flying, with no
it's only
wings,
Africans we
nothing.
hear people flying in their dreams and flying somewhere. Where we need them to fly in the real world and help us sort all ourselves out. All this all stuff, it's a witch flying with broom in the night and all the rest of it. They are not, they were not flying where Europeans came. Yeah, see, it's not helping. It's really not helping.
You know what Greg said? It's true. Reality is that we have no power as a race, and I think our forefathers probably couldn't face that, so they made up a lot of stories. Because, like tonight just said, we need some people to start flying now.
Exactly. Why are they not flying? When I was in Nigeria, they always say all these things all the time. I've started asking myself that question since I was in Nigeria. Like, how are you people talking about all this witchcraft and everything? People are flying at night. What were they doing when they were busy kidnapping us and all the rest?
Make this witchcraft work for us now. What do we need?
Exactly.
What do we need to do?
But you know something? Most of our artifacts were stolen. Yeah, they are all in the private collection in museums here. I remember I see a video. There's one artifact, I think in one of museum in the north of England. Every day around the same time, I think about around 6 noon, it turned I think 180 degrees every single day. And the scientists that are pouring to that to try to find out what is the energy, what's making that that statue turn every single day 180 degrees.
Maybe they built it that way so it could turn.
Who built it?
Whoever built the statue. I mean, to be honest
It's
with you,
it's African state.
These are the things that we get caught up in. If a white man see a statue turning around, you know what he gonna do?
How did it happen?
He gonna take it apart and find out how.
But why do they place much value onto our artifacts? Why? And they hide it. They hide it. Why?
I think it's because it's a sense of when you ever had a bully, the bully just takes your stuff even if you don't want it. It's
to gain power over you.
Power. It's power.
It possesses it over you.
It's not just for him, but for his future generations to see. It's about the conquer. Why do you think they like going and hunting animals so much?
Trophy.
Dangerous animals.
Yeah, because trophy hunting.
They want to. They like trophies. They like to say they were able to do this. They came. They saw. They conquered. And throughout time, their museums will show that they came, they saw, they conquered. Be it was done by manipulation, be it was done by bringing religion and saying that they were here to do another thing. They came, they saw, they conquered and prospered.
Yeah, it's what men do now. Men, get lion teeth and human skulls after wars and stuff like that. People take these in trophies after conflicts, and especially when they take our artifacts, it's not just only about trophies, it's about taking it away from us, knowing that they are holding our precious and God, sometimes our gods or some shrines that we worship, they are holding them hostage.
Exactly, because we know they believe that it makes us feel powerless, and yes. It does. For many generations, we allowed the things that they took from us to make us feel powerless, and they replaced it with other things to show. It's just like, okay, if you have an animal, the animal, will go and smell in all the corners of everywhere, and then they replace that smell with their piss. They do that to mark that space, to show, I'm taking over this.
Yeah, it's my territory.
My territory.
Yeah.
That's all.
So this Congo issue, you see, whenever the other day I was watching a program about, I think it was Tigress. She was in Cote d'Ivoire, and the lady was speaking in French, and the wife felt, I felt a bit strange about it because as she speaks in French, she speaks it in such a way that you feel like she's proud that she can speak French so well. And I wonder, we do the same thing as with our English too. Like, we are proud we speak English so well. And I don't know why it rubbed me off the wrong way. Because there is this thing where, we use other people's kind of language and ways of thinking about what is valuable to define ourselves to, Pawayombe, you were saying something about how some military officers had some disagreements because the senior officer couldn't speak French.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one was like, "Oh, you can't speak French. How can you, that kind of stuff?" And you can see how that can lead to serious problems in our communities. And I fear that because we are English speakers, it's harder for us to penetrate. I guess Gina can speak French quite well, so she wouldn't have any problem speaking to Congolese.
But you're right. There are a lot of people, like, especially, okay, let's say I'm Haitian in Haiti. There are the people that speak Creole, which is what everybody speaks, and then there are those that speak French. Usually, only the people that are able to go to school or have ability to go to school speak French, and they do act like they're superior people because they could speak the French, the other
French
people's
language.
Yeah, exactly, the white man's language. So,
Wow.
it's a sense of superiority above the savages.
Yeah. Yeah, it reflects the institution because if you're able to speak like a clear French or Portuguese or English, that's mean that you can navigate better into the colonial institution that were left. So you'll have advantage towards the others who haven't
Not to
didn't have the
mention,
same access.
you know how people you understand superiority, or the thought of the mindset of other people being superior, and you feel like
Yeah,
you're closer to a superior class of people
yeah, yeah.
based
You
to
belong to it.
communicate
Yeah,
the way they communicate, or dress the way they dress, or buy the
yeah,
same things they buy, or
yeah.
And that goes back to, it's funny because earlier I showed that that video when I was having technical difficulties. I showed the video of some people call them the dandies. Let me go back to that. I think that's it. I think I got it. The Sabbath. Now, when you see this, what do you think this is all about? As much as I love it because it's our people, and I love to see our people happy, regardless of what they're doing. But what do you think? And go ahead.
Trying to make themselves look like French dressing, and I've forgotten what they are called. I think they have a specific name for them. Yeah, they are dressing like they're dressing like Europeans, trying to pose and stuff like that. Man, some of all this, I don't even know what to make of it. Some part of me says maybe it should be fine, try to feel good and dress up and all the rest. Maybe own it. And then the other part says, which I find more problematic, is what they really associate with it in their mind. If they associate with it that, I'm really looking like those guys, that came, they are the greatest of the greatest. That's not good. And I would rather, when we do these type of things, we own it. We take it, we change it to what we see it for, because that's what they do. They take something and they turn it to their own. And I hope it doesn't, underlie a kind of trying to live up to what they consider the superior way to be, a kind of a French elite, class.
We don't have to look like there's somebody outside of us. Let's get this out the way. They're us. They're us. They're us.
Yeah.
I mean, they're calling them the dandies, but you could see this replicating all over the world with us. This is what we do. We can't wait to get the new stuff. We want that look. We want to and it goes back for me when we were talking about the language. It goes back to me. It's the whole thing. We want the whole thing. And yes, we put our energy into it and we make it fly, but we're not celebrating us. We're celebrating that which we could think that we are able to do. That some folks can't. And we're like when you watch the whole videos about the dandies or the history behind it. The history behind it starts with colonization. I don't know if everybody knows that. They used to bring old used clothes from Britain to the Congo, and they would dress them up and then send pictures back to Britain, mocking them.
Wow.
And that's the history behind it. And I had to go look up the history because, of course, when I first hear it, I hear the music, I see our people and the energy and the spirit, and I feel good. But then I wanted to know, well, how did this begin? Then, of course, it became fleeting to me that even in this thing that we are enjoying, they brought it to us. They would have them get dressed in these outfits and then send videos and mock them.
So it's just like today, how today, the younger generation embrace this word nigger, isn't it? So it starts with the European, and we reappropriate, and then give it a twist.
Make it
and
our
the same
own.
with the same with Namibia. I don't know if you said the Namibians. They are the authority. The traditional authority. They dress as German. The Nazi German. Yeah, there was like a genocide massacre. So today. They adopt that uniform and they dress up to remind them of the ancestor who were murdered by the Germans.
That is so backwards.
Yeah, you see that. Yeah, you see just how some of our people think.
Respect what they're doing. I understand, but it's just so. It's like we're holding on to certain things, and then we're saying we're honoring ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, this is us. This is how
the Congolese, because you said something earlier on too about how they are there's two major tribes or something, how they are divided. One of the things one experience I had during a discussion once was when I mentioned to Somalis and people from Djibouti, those regions, East Africans, about what Nigeria has been doing for the last 20 or so years, that we have been having this, what do we call it, rotational presidency, where we rotate the presidency around the country.
Right.
And the guy was so intrigued by it, because he was like, wow, that's a good idea, because they never thought about it. And at least from his point of view anyway, he never heard anybody mention it like that.
Right.
So he said maybe it's something that is worth trying. And I feel like maybe that is one of the ways many African countries can overcome some of all these tensions that they have between tribes, where you just rotate the presidencies.
To Niger, you just hit the nail on the head. This is what I don't understand Nigeria, intervention in the continent, because you have something that is precious that you should illuminate the continent, you know. Even in Angola, when I mentioned to my friends, we should have a constitution like a Nigeria, and they asked me, how, why, how? I said, no, they rotate, the presidency between the biggest tribes or ethnic groups. It's like, really? Yes, they do it. Wow. So I think it's something that you Nigeria, you should go around the continent and lecture, our leaders, listen, especially having the biggest market now in the continent. Now that we are integrating our economy, I think it is something that you should take advantage of. Like, okay, you're gonna have access to our market. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, this is what you have to adopt. Otherwise, no access.
My fear is that the reason why probably I'm not hearing from Nigerians coming to sell it overseas because they are doing their best to try to destroy it themselves. That's the problem with Nigerians. Every time they try to move one step forward, they are looking like, I don't care, man. My suffer head is too much. I don't care about rotational presidency. So that's the problem with Nigeria. They don't understand. Sometimes when I tell them, you don't understand what you have here, don't joke around with it. Because many Africans, when I mention this stuff to them, they're like, wow, how did you guys do it for 20 something years? That is a very, it's a path forward for Africa that many African countries can emulate because they have these tribal problems. But Nigerians, you know how they are. They never see anything like that. They always see it from their point of view that they are suffering, so woe betide, whatever. They are looking for every way to sabotage it. That I can tell you in Nigeria. Right now, the president should be going to the south. Everybody from every corner of the country declaring presidency. When they should be, they are declaring, I want to run from the north, I want to run from the west. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Even the last presidential election, somebody in the north
because they're tribal.
contested.
They're still thinking tribally. That's the problem. They everybody's still so. I mean, until we let go, and it's funny because when I say that as an outsider, people really get upset. But it's the only answer.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, you're chasing your tail trying to find a solution, and the solution is unity. It's really one answer. We got Yaya. Yaya just joined the conversation. Welcome, Yaya. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. What insights do you have on the Congo? And, this whole Kagame thing with the Congo is not okay with me. It's funny because I argued it down when I was having that discussion about Rwanda almost a year ago. And I maybe didn't even want to believe that Rwanda plays a part into what's happening in the Congo. But with all that I've learned this past week, I can't even deny it. So welcome, Yaya.
Thank you for welcoming me, Gina. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. And hi everybody on the panel. To Niger, Mayombe, and it's been a while, Gina, and I'm actually glad I was able to catch this. I'm just getting out of work, but I was like, I'm gonna do my best. I see.
Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate it. It has been a while, and I've just been so. But I'm hoping that I could be here more often, stable. But tell me what you think. Give us some info on the Congo if you know anything as well.
Of course, I have a Congolese background, so yeah, I can talk about the Congo. So I'm not quite sure where to start. I've seen pieces of what you've shown earlier, and probably heard also what the other panelists have shared. So the way I see the Congo is just I don't know. I've seen also people commenting about this, so I had already built up ideas about what I wanted to say, and I just want to tackle all those points all together. So first of all, the Congo is a country or a space, geographical space within the continent that plays a major key in the evolution of the entire Earth. So the way we live today, the way we do things today, is mostly inspired by things that have been built up in that area. for
Mm.
centuries. And a lot of people do not know that. And that's also one of the reasons people of that region are marginalized at this point. I'll just say to the point to make them lose their own memory, at a point where they do not recognize themselves, who they are, what kind of people they are, what type of power they hold, and these things still impacting the people today on the continent or on the country. So because of that, it's easier also for um, people to come in and just try to play their games or steal or do whatever they can so they can either keep us sleep while they are taking away the resources
Yeah.
or just try to keep playing us between the small conflicts that we've created ourselves. I
Yes.
will not deny a lot of things some people have said, corrupt politicians, um, tribalists, or things like that. I cannot deny these things because I've seen them. But for me, I can also take away the fact that these people have been beaten to the level to become what they are today.
Yes.
I can start with 1660. So it's called the Battle of Umbrella. This is like the first time on the continent that during, I'll say, colonization or slavery, that a Congo king, Vita Kanga, the name is Vita Kanga,
Mhm.
was fighting the Portuguese for years and beating them for years because he didn't want them to take control of the mineral resources. By that time, Portuguese have been in the Congo for about um, I'll say 200 plus years. So they are among the priests, they are among the politicians, they are higher ranked. Some of them are even head of states in some area of the Congo. And this is where I'm actually trying to clarify people about the Congo. Now you see how Paul Mayombe here is from Angola, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How Angola is like probably not called Congo, but half of Angola or probably the entire Angola was Congo, right? Now today on the actual place that they call Congo, it was also under the same jurisdiction as ancient Congo because the kingdom ancient Congo started in the east and made its way to the west. So it was first in the east, then in Zimbabwe, what is today Zimbabwe, then went back basically during migration. So they were coming from the north to south to Zimbabwe, then to the west to Angola, which is Mbanza Congo. Um, Mbanza Congo is a city that still exists today in Angola, and that's where they created Congo Yantotila, which is the Valley of Kings. So many of people being king or head chief around the territory in that area were coming from Congo school, basically. So they were learning things from these people, and they also still carry the name. So you see places far like Tanzania today was called Bongo, and Bongo has you see there is Ngo in there. There is Bushongo, that is Central Congo. There is the Anamongo area. So all these places, they were still basically what I'm trying to tell you today. America, for an example, is a country when creating itself in the 16, 1700 was inspiring themselves from what they were destroying in Central Africa.
Wow.
Yeah. So with that, you have to understand they had to destroy those people to zero, ground zero.
They had to not only destroy them, but disembowel them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And that happened. They were successful um, to the point that countries like DR Congo today, when created, because these chiefs from all the tribes, they knew where they were all coming from. DR Congo is actually one of the first country that were created back in the 1800s. It was called the Leopold Congo, then the Free Congo, various name after, until Zaire, then DR Congo today. But one of the things the chiefs did, because they were coming from that same school of chiefs and king, they didn't want. Basically, they created DR Congo. They were like, okay, you want to take this land away? Well, we don't want to be separate, and they were right. There was a reason for that because they knew deeper somewhere in their history, at some point, our people will wake up and they will understand who they are. That's why they didn't want to separate. So they created DR Congo as a unit and said, now you can take this land, but we as a people, we will stay together. So that's why we have huge countries like DR Congo. It's basically because those chiefs, they didn't want to separate. They say if you wanted the land, because the chiefs control the land. If you want to have any land on the Congo, you have to talk to the chiefs. But if you want to have anything that's political, you have to talk to that, meaning mines deals, any type of political deals that can help you, economical deals, political deals. Then you deal with the generation these people breeded in Africa to become ministers, presidents. Like you've spoke about some of these people here, like Mobutu, for an example.
Right.
All these people, right? So they were already creating these people that they knew if we have them here in play, they will play for us because we've given them our education, and now we just have to control them. But the chiefs still control the land. If you want to have the land, you have to make deals with the actual chiefs, even though most of them by today are almost all corrupted as well. But there's still that difference that make us understand actually today where we come from and what how we got here, right? And because of that, yes, conflicts like um, what's going on in Eastern Congo, a lot of people will talk about it like they do not even know what's actually going on, but these are deep issue that they've put in play to keep us at the situation they've created for centuries now to take riches of the Congo. The Congo is in the center of the Congo Basin, which is basically the entire Central Africa, South Sudan, CA, Central African Republic, Cameroon, all those places.
Is
Benin,
that
there
why? Is
is
that
there
why?
is
I
in
wanted to ask you, is that why a lot of us, when we take our DNA tests, a lot of people have Congo, but they broaden it. It's not just, oh, so it's the same people.
it's the same people. You have to know by the time
Okay.
this is happening, it's about 1 billion people on the continent, and at the end of it, it's about 200 million people when they're creating these new countries that they have today, that we call countries and we love so much. We were just about less than 500 million just centuries ago here because they really took out everybody, like really took out everybody. And there were people on the continent who have also played major roles in that as well. But yeah, the Congo, like I said, by the time what we hear, one of the chances I got is to have actually been in a school, a Belgian school that had stories of the Congo that normal school didn't have.
Hmm.
So you, for an example, that during wars, they will burn weed around villages to disturb Congolese priests before attacks. Right? I learned that they changed the language that we speak when they started creating books and stuff like that. So when you
Right.
when you speak our language today, if you've learned it from school, it's probably not what they want you to speak because they try to erase a lot of things that you see today in other languages that people call Semitic languages, right? So there is a lot of things in the Congo, a lot, and you have to understand that the Congo is a blessed place. It's the seat of our king, and we as a people we have to unite to free that place. And Franz Fanon, I believe, he's from West Indies or something. He's the one who said that Africa is like a gun, and the trigger is in the Congo.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, true.
What
Yeah.
does that's a deep statement. Yeah, okay, do
And this is even before my time. I wasn't even there. And when I come, I see all of this. For me, it's just that this generation, they have a lot to do. They have a lot to. We just have to put our hands in the dough. There is a lot. There is so much to learn about the Congo. How Congo's culture extend all the way to Japan. They have Congo Mayasha as the god of the south. You have to ask them why they call it like
you're
that.
right about that because in Haiti, the Congo, they speak about the Congo a lot. It's why is it in most places that the Congo is represented so much? Like somebody just put on here, Al just said Niger Congo is what most West Africans are. What does that mean in general?
So Niger Congo is basically the language that's basically the linguistic regroupment that where you found languages from what you call today West Africa. So since from Ghana all the way
Mhm.
to the Bantu area to South Africa,
Right.
that's the language family they call Niger Congo. So theories are actually that Bantu people spread from Nigeria.
Okay. So yeah.
But for me, I believe it's a bit the other way around from mostly Central Africa to Congo. Because when we study the language, there's like, you will see that Sudanese languages has a lot of Bantu words. And then you will see that in Western Africa languages, there is a bit less of those Sudanese words that matches their languages and have much less Bantu words.
So you think that the
So
Bantu people started in Central Africa, like Congo region?
definitely.
You know, please post that link that I send you. See what I mean? There's a genetic link between all these groups.
Okay, I'll put it in the comment
Mm,
section right now.
yeah, the link is there.
Oh wow, I want to see that too. Let me see if I can open it and share it. I just posted. Well, it's telling me failed post. Facebook. Here's what Facebook said. Well, it didn't post on Facebook, but you guys should see it right there. Let me see if I can open it. But go ahead. Well, this is interesting. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
going to
there's
welcome Tan Tan to the conversation as well. Go
there's
ahead.
definitely a
Yeah,
lot about the Congo that I can say today. I just don't want to be sounding like an heretic about the Congo, but
yeah.
there is a lot of
I wanted him to see it so that we will see
I'm
the
gonna I'm
links.
gonna share it right now.
okay.
I just opened it. So okay, let's see. Open. Hmm. All right. Did I lose you guys? Are you still there?
No, we're
Yeah,
still
yeah,
here.
yes. Yeah.
Okay, one moment. And you could go ahead, Yaya. You could continue. I'm just looking for the link.
Yeah, perfect. So my point here was really that the things happening in the Congo, for example, like you've mentioned now, Kabila had a deal with the Tutsis uh, to put him in power. But even way before that, I think you always show that video how the guy talks about Uganda and Rwanda being chess players of some other international powers on the continent. But
Right.
that started way before our time. They were planning this way ahead. Even during Mobutu time, there were people from Tutsi region that were placed in power, and
Hmm.
and you have to know that the story are these people were praised to be of basically higher genetic, um, basically more white than our the rest of us who are black. So it was a bit that, and from that exactly, a lot of people who are Tutsi think that they are actually better.
Mm.
I
Wow.
see somebody just wrote a Congo. A Congo, for an example, is how they say the name of God in some region of the Congo.
Mm-hmm.
The name Congo is actually the name of God too. Some people also in Africa call themselves Congolese Hebrews,
Nice.
and for them, Saya
Hello.
Congo is the actual
Hello.
God.
Yeah, we can hear
Um,
you, Niger. I'm sorry.
yeah. So you see what you see on the map there is the patrilineal this in genes, the flow in this in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And as you can see, the legends there clearly indicates that from 250,000, 100,000 is that pink line. You notice where it started from, just touching somewhere around Kenya, mostly inside the middle of Congo there. That
That's
region.
actually a Katanga. I'll say the
Mm.
place they call today
Is that
Katanga. You've mentioned
So,
it,
and they
something
go
about
straight to
Congo.
West Africa. And if you notice what happened after that, just around 10,000, 1,000 years ago, that E1B1A was created again. Then it went straight down again, back. That's the Bantu expansion, if I'm not mistaken. That could be what they are
That's
referring to
true.
as the Bantu expansion. So
Yeah.
that is the patterns you see, and that region. And last year I discovered that when they were talking about people from the south in Nigeria, when they were saying these people were some of the oldest people on earth, I didn't believe that until I saw this map this year.
yeah.
And look at where they settled. That's A00 settled there. And if the maternal genes too also says it tells the same story. And the point I was trying to make was that the story is correct. Exactly what they talked about. Both sides are correct. It's weird, isn't it? They said, they left. He just said that they left from Congo to West Africa, and some people say the Bantu expansion started from West Africa to South. That is what you are seeing there, but they all
Because
happen at different timelines.
also, if you really think about it, the Bantu expansion is just what the white people are actually trying to sell us today, but it's just a recent event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because these people were living somehow together, and they knew which type of group. There is a name, I think they have in West Africa, Salangunya or something. It's about being linked either in a matrilineal with a matrilineal link or a patrilineal link. So they knew even back then that we out here are somehow connected to the other people, maybe more ancient than us, coming from this type of region, and this is how we can connect to them. They knew these things, but today it's a bit hard to understand that. That's why we're so strange to each other, because what we are is actually something much deeper. It's
Wow.
just it's just a bit
And
hard to
and
yeah.
weird enough, that oldest group never left Africa. That's very, very significant.
Which one are you talking about? The
The
R1?
250,000 to 100,000 group, they never left Africa. That's us, basically. We never left Africa. We
Is that
dominated Africa.
250 to 100? Is that the R1B or is it the E1B1A?
Oh, no, that's the A1, A0, A00. Basically, one of the oldest settled genes,
Well,
patrilineal
the
genes of
A1A.
humans.
Oh, so you mean this group never left?
The pink ones, yeah, they never left.
Not even through the transatlantic slave.
Nope. If you look at the ones that left, it's on the black line. That was just around 100 to 50,000 years ago. The black line that left this thing through Egypt, somewhere around that area. So that is we remained on the continent, and see, only the slave during the slavery and these modern times that we have actually left the continent. And but the interesting thing is that on the continent itself, we dominate. We are the most widely spread group on the continent, and we make up about 80% of the population of that continent. So it's something that we have to keep in mind, that there is a reason why we survived so long there. We didn't have any need to leave, and we are still the oldest groups on earth. We've been procreating and mutating and changing all over the place on that continent. And the stories are all true. It's weird. All of them are true at the same time. And that's why when we have to be careful when we are all arguing. Some people say it's from Congo, some people say it's from West Africa. They all can be true at the same time. It's quite interesting though that the gentleman speaking earlier on, I've forgotten his name, sorry about that. He mentioned Japan. I've always found Japan odd
Hmm.
in Asia. Their words are different. They don't sound like they are related to the Chinese in any way, and yet they look alike. They use words like Noguchi, Shogun. All those things sounds familiar in Nigerian languages.
But how could that be? How could the A1, AO, A triple double O were never taken out the continent? That would say to
Don't
me
have any
that
need to leave.
that would say to me that okay, so the E1 A, E1 B1 A, R1 B. I've seen these. I've seen this hollow group within the group of people that were sold in the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, those are the ones that were taken. Yeah.
So was the A group selling those other two groups?
Oh no, sorry. I think you misunderstood. I meant we never left Africa till 400 years ago. That's what I meant. There was no evidence any of the A groups left Africa till around 400 years ago.
So what you're saying is that these three groups never left, but these other groups, they went out to different places, and that's why all the other people on
All
this
the other people yes, all the other
is
people existed.
affiliated with these groups. Like I see some Caucasians that have the R1B.
Yeah, we basically created them. If you look at it, they branched out from that A group. We basically created them, then they left the continent, and we just left and spread all over the world, and we just remained on because we don't have any need to leave.
And I need to express this. This is really for the hollow group for men, not women.
Yeah, this one is for men.
Yeah.
And it's not so dissimilar for women, to be fair. It's quite similar.
Very interesting. Okay.
It's interesting. One of the things I wanted to mention about that, I know it's a bit similar with women as well. But for an example, when I'm not quite sure how the patrilineal community, I'm not quite sure when it actually started. So I doubt to say it's actually back then 250 years. That sounds too far back for us to be already patrilineal as African. Because what I know, the migrations were conducted by mostly women.
Mm-hmm.
So that's already something that's also diversion to that. But what I wanted to mention about the part that I see around the 150,000 years is those names that you've mentioned to Niger about Asian people having name that you see in your language as well. That's definitely true. I support that because I've been in Asia and I've seen a lot of words too that come closer to languages in Africa. And sometimes even when you don't see it to be as close, you just have to translate it to find out what it means, and that's when you know exactly that it's the same word and there was some type of um maybe like change to the pronunciation and phonetic of how you say it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's still the same thing. And there is definitely proof that that's definitely proof that we all came from that central point in Central Africa. The other thing is the Shango bone, one of the bone they discovered in on the Shango area, which is also between the Congo and Tanzania,
Mm-hmm.
mostly around the Congo. So very recently in 2018, some studies have been made about that. I want you all to be aware. Back in the days, they were saying that these people, they were just so advanced that they were able to do calculations with prime numbers and stuff like that, mostly because they were fishermen.
Right.
It's the Great Lake region. But reality is they still finds things every day about that. That's why it's still today in the possessions of the Belgium's authority.
Mm-hmm.
uh, Examples that the numbers on the Shango bone matches the DNA's sequence numbers of every human being. That's already very weird. So it's really that area that we have to look into and protect. I believe that. Yeah.
Now, do you guys find this interesting that the women's hollow group does not start in in the central area.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because
I just saw that and I was like, what the heck is that? I wanna say Tantan, I'm gonna come to you, and also we have Darth on here. But tell me, what do you think of that before we go to Tan? Isn't that weird?
it's almost, if you look at it, it's not very far from where the male one started to. It started from somewhere like around Tanzania area L0, then it went south and then went north again. There is a bit of concentration in the Somali area, but really where they are concentrated most right now is in the Uba Mountain and South Sudan, and a little bit in Uganda. I even have a listing for that, because I was quite interested because we were involved in some of this discussion about these things, and I really got curious about how the Uba Mountain, the darkest people on earth,
Yeah.
they have some of the highest concentration of the oldest matrilineal genes on earth.
Which would be the LO.
Yeah, which is the LO, and
the L actually is the oldest. Yeah. But I was just wondering how is that possible that they're from different regions? It says that something is missing there.
Yeah, I think for me the L0 is a big L0. I can see that the L is in the middle where the one for the patrilineal one started, but the L0 went down. But if
So
you look at the
actually,
L,
for
the
me,
L is where
being from that
the
region,
patrilineal one started too. Pardon?
for me being from Central Africa, I see L0 right in Mozambique. I see L between Congo and Tanzania,
Exactly.
right all the way to
So you
Uganda.
don't think this is
And
positioned right on here? Is that
so
what
it's just that even this map is not even correct.
So
So
you don't think that the L started somewhere near right here? Where would this be on the map if we were?
where L is, honestly, it appears to be Central East Africa. So this is between Tanzania and the Congo, right in the center. So the Great Lake region, all the way to Uganda and South Sudan. This is the square that you see on L right there.
Okay.
Check the second email link that I sent you. See how it is tied to where they are concentrated right now, on the continent. I think it's not different from the it's not very different from that of the patrilineal one, because the L0 is bullseye. Either, it's almost in Congo if you ask me. I don't think that's not very far from Congo if you ask me. So it's almost right there, and then it goes down, and some part of it goes up to L1 and L2 in West Africa. And if you read the documentation, it tells you that they have a mixture of all of them. It's just that what you see on the map is the ones where they have the greatest where they have the greatest concentration of the L0. What surprised me was the Somali one, actually, because the patrilineal one is not that concentrated in the Somali area, but the matrilineal one goes to the Somali area quite a bit. So that's interesting.
Very interesting. I want to welcome Tanzan to the conversation. Sis, welcome. And Darth, welcome. Tan, tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. Really big conversation is about the Congo. I'm going to touch a little bit on what happened in Grand Rapids, Michigan, to the brother from the Congo. I want to also, this is really good that we're really touching on this as well, because I know a lot of us that, especially in the diaspora, don't know anything about what this all means as far as the hollow groups, but we're learning. Okay, I hope that is a little better for everybody, but I've got your snapshot in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand this one as well as I do the others, because
that is showing the distribution currently. That's like today, what they have of the A haplogroup of the male thing. And that one is the oldest sets of genes of human beings. You notice that in the south, somewhere in Namibia, they have over 60 something percent of them showing that ancient gene. And then the second place it shows up is in South Sudan, and most of it too in Uganda. So the reason why I was highlighting these things is that these are some of the oldest groups in Africa on the patrilineal genes. And personally, when I look at the South Sudanese, I always feel something about them. I don't know why. Either maybe because they're just dark, I'm just funny like that. But I always feel like there's something about them that was Asian. Anyway, just looking at them, you can tell.
Yeah.
And the guys are dark as hell, and they are the tallest groups in the world. They have the tallest people in the world. And then you go to the south in Namibia too, and they have some of the Khoi, the Khoisan and these people there. That's where, and they are just by about 2% higher in distribution of their DNA than that of the Nilotic people in the South Sudan. So it's a very interesting this. And I think that tells us how people have been moving. That A group that started from Congo area, the groups that preserved that gene most, they are the ones you are looking at right now on that map. But they are all over the map. Let's face it, most of the map is pink and funny colors, but the highest concentration is over there, those two spots.
Right. In South Africa and right here in Sudan.
In South Sudan,
yeah.
Yeah. And you also have to know that that part, South Sudan and Central African, a lot of them, the same group, are the people you find in northern DRC Congo. So the Zande people that you see in Sudan, you will find them in northern Congo too. The people you see in Central African Republic, you will find them in northern Congo as well. So that area as well, you have to look into that.
Yeah.
So Zan, you heard us. 10. What do you think? Welcome to the conversation.
Yes, and sorry for coming in late. Greetings, sister.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Yes. I just caught up like 20 minutes ago, and I was in the back. But it has been a very interesting and very eye-opening conversation. I really learned a lot from listening, and I was taking quite a few notes. The first thing I wanted to say was first contact when you're talking about the politics, and that was if they were not on the other side, you just have to give them a little bit of eye applause for that one, because that one was just genius. That was genius. Like, why couldn't we think of something like that? Why couldn't we blow some smoke in the face and levitate in the air and make them fear,
afraid?
Yeah. Like
because yeah.
They should not want to be around us at all. They should just, if they're going to think of us as savages, then let's be the best savages ever. The Vikings, one of the things that there's two things that in warfare is the psychological and is the actual military aspect of it, the arms. So it's like the head and the arms. So with the head, you have to prepare your troops, you have to morale, all of that, and then you have to sort of put down the other side and all of that stuff and get into the mood. So you go in there, but you also have to put that intimidation into your opponent. So sorry?
Yeah. No,
yes.
Somebody was in the background. Go ahead.
Yes. So we are going into it all afraid and scared. And then the first trick that we see, I don't say that we would have won if we had thought better of ourselves, because when you guys were laughing at the Angolan guy about that, we also had a similar one in East Africa. It was called the Majimaji Rebellion. And these people, the medicine person, the priest, put this blessed water and so on, and told them that they would be invincible against bullets. And I think you can all guess how that turned out. Not very well. So there are certain limits to psychological props, but they're still necessary to go into it, because they wouldn't probably have gone into it otherwise. But it's still like a rush to warfare. I don't know if anybody here watches Attack on Titan, but there was like this scene where they knew that they were going to lose, and their captain just told them, just rush, just go. This is going to be our last time, and we're going to die right here, but we're going to die fighting as men. So, anyway, I just wanted to say that. And the other thing is this, that if other people can use that manipulation against us, that psychological manipulation, because that's essentially what spiritual warfare is.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So if somebody can use that against us, we should also learn the methods and use it against our own people. Not against, but against, because sometimes our people are against us, and sometimes you have to be against people who are against you, even if you're being for them. So, and some of the times you have to let the warriors do their job, and you also have the priests do their job. And I think that the perfect conglomeration of that was Haiti, where they had both the spiritual, mental, and the physical warfare. You can't have one without the other. Unfortunately, they backtracked back to the French. I don't know what the French have over our people. Like this French superiority you guys were talking about, it is so very real. Like French West Africans are some of the most highfalutin, just they think they really walk, float on air or something. Sorry, I'll let the other person come in. And thanks for having me.
You're always welcome, sis. And yes, I agree with you. I don't know why we're not as tricky as everyone else. I don't know why we fall. I mean, we're still falling for a lot of their
yeah, she mentioned the priest and this in the military. I say we should get our gossipers out there and the liars out there too. See, if people want to throw lies at us and blackmail, let's do the same to them. When I started having that kind of mentality was when we're having discussion about this, how Nigerians are portrayed as fraudsters and all the rest.
Yeah.
And I was like, when I thought about it realistically, do we even earn the right amount to be called the top fraudsters in the world? Because if we're getting paid the right amount, we're defrauding people the right amount, maybe it will be deserved. Because if you look at it, if you're getting $100 from fraud in the world a year, Nigerians are getting about $2. So why are we getting the bad name? So maybe we should slang some other people with this thing. We say, okay, we discovered that England has been defrauding so many people. Somebody just put stuff out there, because this is what they do.
They just put stuff out there. Oh, there's too many people in Nigeria. We have to find a way to stop people from, and everybody starts believing it. Oh, I should only have one child.
That's psyops now. They use psyops to disarm you without you even knowing that you are doing their bidding. And we have to start learning that same trick. And when some people say something about accusing people of racism, and then when you do that, you are playing victim. I'm beginning to think that could be a weapon too. You use it anytime they say one word: racist, racist. Where is my reparation, racist? So, like literally, and anything that they say, oh yeah, white supremacy, yeah. So you don't give them any space, because what is happening is that there's a war going on for the minds and narratives out there. And somehow we have been sitting back.
They've managed to make their people believe in the Cyclops too. They managed to make their people believe in the smoke and mirrors, and they so we have to find a way to trick ourselves into believing that we're great. They made their people believe that they were superior.
It's like they made us think that we are inferior. We make them think that they are the devils.
They didn't just work on our consciousness. They worked on their own consciousness. Now
it's like somebody was listening to the debate between me and Dr. Kaizo last week. Anyways, to Biju Noah, hello, how you doing? You all right?
Darth, welcome to the conversation. What have you to say about the Congo, or the nature of things in reference to the Congo and how things are being done and have been done?
Yeah, no problem. Let me give some greetings. First, obviously for the host, Bijunwa. It's been a while, and I hope you're doing well and all that kind of stuff,
Much
And
better. Yes.
and Tanzan, yes, I do watch Attack on Titan and all that stuff. I gotta watch the final episodes and all that stuff. That's quite good. And Tunaja, I see you're avoiding trouble these days. I see. You didn't join
Oh,
us
thank you
in the
so much,
Rumble
and
today.
please don't spoil it because I haven't. Thank you to our fellow Titan
I
fan.
won't say much. I won't say much. Tunaja, you're avoiding trouble these days. You didn't join us on Dr. K's on the Rumble today.
Why would I join? I did say that I wasn't going to be part of it anymore. There's no point of when I feel like it, I come on. Besides, I was having conversations with other groups. So
Okay, no problem, no problem. Hey, somebody said Tunaja has left this channel and he's not joining anymore on this uncontrolled climate. So Bijunwa controls the conversation and regulates it very well.
you're talking total garbage. What are you talking about? That's not on. That's not controlled. When somebody's being just
Dark will
outright
not get on here
rude.
and talk about things that we're talking about. He just comes to pick with you, with
You
G-Day, with
are you
everybody
trying
else.
to come here to argue for Dr. Kezo? You can't just come
No,
here
no,
and
no,
say
no,
somebody
no,
that is
no.
hitting
Shout
below the
out to
belt. You should
Dr.
argue for them.
Kezo. Shout out to you, Dr. Kezo. Okay, so
Don't
Dark,
do
I want to
that.
hear something about the Congo from you, sir. Off
What?
topic. Thank you, Greg. Completely off topic. Always.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about the Congo. I don't know much about haplogroups and all that stuff. I get bored when I start listening to that kind of stuff and all that stuff. But what's interesting that they say there's this ghost gene in West Africa, and that could potentially change the whole narrative about where humanity, the cradle of humanity, started as well. So we're expecting to hear more from that. And the Congo situation is quite tragic, quite sad. What happened and all that stuff, and what's still happening as well. I know they joined the East African Federation, and obviously they are seeing the kind of more stability coming from East Africa, and they want to be a part of that. As to how much they are able to fling off the other leeches on them, how they're able to fling off the leeches on them, I don't know how they will do that if the East African bloc well them. But if East Africans can benefit from that, that's good for them too. At least there's an African people to win as well. They've been
What
through
about East Africa though, Darth? Uganda, Rwanda. They've been taking
yeah,
advantage of the Congo.
yeah. I know. But
So
there's
these
some
people that they're coming together with, I'm
Sorry,
confused.
they've been what with the Congo? I missed that.
There's been some conflict in reference to Uganda and Rwanda and the Congo.
Yes, Uganda has been messing about in the Congo for some time now.
Yeah.
They just sent troops there a few months ago.
And so how are these people coming together to make it a better, I don't know, how is this going to be a better situation for the Congo?
Well, someone was talking about countries being boxed in, and Uganda is one of those, but they are they're being boxed in by countries bigger than them. Eritrea with Ethiopia and Eritrea, Ethiopia is a big country boxed in by a small one. Ethiopia is a small country boxed in by bigger ones. So the hold on Uganda is very, very strong because they have really no outside help, and
Like,
they're really under the tight
has the
sanctions.
US. We know that Rwanda has the US. So you're saying Uganda has nothing.
Uganda is, firstly, they have been under the leadership of Museveni for something like 27 years, more than that it could be. And they really, if you want the best analysis, I would say is a journalist called Mayanja Fazir. He goes into in-depth, the politics of Uganda, but they really have a tight hold over their people, and they are still underdeveloped compared to other countries, even Tanzania, because they're still very politically dependent on the whims of one person. So Uganda is used to go into countries sometimes from time to time, or is invaded severally by other countries. So right now they're being used to go and into Congo and invade. They actually sent soldiers, but they said it was for humanitarian purposes. So they have also, so they have, I'm sorry?
always for humanitarian purposes, of course.
Of course, you know, you need a gun for humanitarian purposes. So, so Uganda has also, you know, it's sort of like Djibouti. It's like a puppet for the government. They just sent out and they're controlled inside. So when it comes to Congo, we sort of knew about Mobutu and the history and so on. And the interesting thing with Kabila is his name literally means in Kiswahili tribe. Kabila is tribe. So we will always, you know, fought against tribalism in Kenya, which is, this is the first time that I heard of, you know, tribal rotation in any country. I have never heard that people have rotation. You know, I didn't know that about Nigeria. But I would say this, I think a far better model would to detribalize leadership, because even when you rotate it, it still says to one tribe, like, this is our chance to, you know, make the best of it and take as much as we can, and so on. So I don't know if that fosters unity within the country, other than, you know, emphasizing tribalism. I think for me, the best model is still Tanzania, where they chose to say, your tribe doesn't matter. Whoever is there is going to be there. We're going to have, you know, equality for everybody. And I think it has worked in stabilizing and bringing peace to Tanzania. So, you know, somebody could enlighten me more about how that's working for Nigeria.
Yeah, my sister, but we have to recognize that we are all tribal from the get-go. There is no other way around it. What we should be doing is adapt our institution around, you know, this fact, because you know, even in the Western countries, you know, when we believe that there is no tribalism, there are. You go to any Western country, you will see there's always one group that dominate the other. The other will always keep the power. They call it different name, but in fact it's tribalism. I think we have to come to terms to it. You know, we could not keep on masquerading or everything to be blamed on tribalism, because it's not.
So you think there's a possibility for Africa to actually make it with the tribalism that goes on? You think that?
Yes, Nigeria is doing it. Nigeria, you know, they're rotating. Why not? You know, because the problem is, if you don't erase.
I just don't think that's. I don't. You see, this is the thing with rotating. You know, people get in power and then they don't want to leave that, and they don't believe that the other group of people is going to have their
best interest at heart.
Interest,
yep.
Yes.
Yeah, but in Nigeria, they want to release the power as soon as possible. Is that the truth, Tunaja?
Yeah. Yeah, and when you get into power, sooner or later, you know the other side is going to get out of power anyway. So you wait for your turn, then you get into power.
That's the part. People are not getting anything done. You're just sitting there waiting for your turn.
No, it's not like that.
No, I mean, just seriously. If I'm sitting here and I know that my team's not in office, I'm like, I ain't doing nothing. I'm gonna make sure things look pretty bad for this group of people. And then, you know, it's like we're not working together because we already know that we're working against each other.
But that's what politics does.
No, but that's the kind of politics that Africa has had that don't work.
Yes, I'm saying it doesn't work.
So hold on. Democrats try to frustrate Republicans.
It doesn't work still. It still doesn't work.
Better than tribalism where they are fighting each other.
I'm talking about
we don't necessarily have to fight each other over tribes. They're not saying that you have to stop being your tribe. It's just saying that the leaders don't have to have tribe become a factor in their leadership.
That's what I'm saying.
Good luck with that one. Point is,
we have seen models of it work. We have one model.
Which one?
Tanzania. I keep saying Tanzania.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, they use a kind of socialist method to try to bring the country together. They succeeded. That is true. But most parts of Africa, if you look at it, when you start heading towards the southern part of Africa, the diversity reduces. It's towards the west and central is highly, highly diverse. And you're going to have a lot of problems trying to have people fall in line like that. I say we tailor it according to our circumstances. And we don't have to be pigeonholed by Western way of looking. As a matter of fact, Western countries, they have different systems. I keep highlighting it. Currently, the Switzerland has 7 presidents at one time. So they make it work for them. They know how to, we have to come up with methods that allows representation so that no group feels marginalized. Because that is what breeds tribalism.
All right, Tunaja, what about representation basically at the regional level? The regional blocks will have overall say in how the tribes are represented or treated, if they're treated fairly in the region. How about representation on that level? While you might have a president from another tribe that's probably not a tribal system, but really the regional body has ultimate say about which tribe if it's been treated fairly or not. You know what I mean? Like a European Council kind of system.
I think every country, you will always have some, even when you put this system in place, there will be people grumbling all the time. Whether it's objective or not, it doesn't matter. The point is that it should be within reason so that everybody, to an extent, is clearly, objectively, not marginalized.
How many tribes in Nigeria? Let's talk about that. How many different ethnic groups?
I think it's at least 200 and something.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine all these people wanting?
There are 160 tribes in Tanzania, just for comparison.
Gina, my white friend told me, Gina, right? He told me that how are you going to unite Africa with all the tribes? Do you think the tribalism is going to be sorted out and all that stuff? That's what they say. And he was saying it very sneakily as well. So when are you guys going to sort the tribalism out? Come on.
That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous for us to think that, okay, rotating for how many different ethnic groups here?
No, that's not how it works. It rotates within regions.
That's
still exactly. Not tribe, it's a region. There's always one tribe that dominate a region. So usually they're the one.
That could be problematic too.
Because why?
Because tribes could become, that could be a problem.
But why?
Because people are still going to be divided by regions, even if you say it's by region. Region 1 is still going to have the same problem as the tribe. They're still going to be looking out for their own and waiting for their chance.
Well, see, if that was the case, sorry, let me just add this. If that was the case, Nigerians would have, because if you look at Nigeria right now, they've elected people from different regions. And remember, these people also have to be, to an extent, be popular. They don't just select somebody that is just useless. The person has to be popular. The person has to have some recognition, governor or something. So I don't think it necessarily means that people are going to sabotage the state just because the other guy is in office. Yeah, they will do some element of that. But in the end, the alternative is far worse from what we have seen through the last 60 years.
But Tunaja,
but why are the Fulani still feel underrepresented and they still feel there's a lot of instability in the north versus the south? If everybody was going to be fully represented, why isn't the situation the same in every part of the country?
Exactly.
See, Fulani, they don't feel under. If anything is the opposite, they feel people accuse the Fulani of controlling everything, and the moment they get out of office, the next person is going to be accused again. This is how Nigerians roll.
And that's why the tribalism doesn't. That's why, because people are always going to find a reason to disagree with another region.
It doesn't distract from what they say in Tunaja, though. It doesn't foster any form of unity in a way. In fact, because it fosters that disunity because each tribe is waiting for their turn. In a way, I know that's what it says. So
nobody's doing any work. Everybody's just sitting there waiting for their turn.
They are not. It's not, to be fair, from what I can see anyway, that's not how they are practicing it, because they are still functioning as a group. It's not like they're just doing nothing. The state is still carrying on, and at least they know they have a stake.
They're
They
destabilizing
belong to
each
the
other.
club.
What they're doing is they're working on ways to destabilize each other so they could push on to the next turn. That's all that's happening. That's why it's so much, like you were talking about last week, lack of transparency. That's why there's so much discrepancy, because people are working against each other.
No, but this has to be this has to do with this has to do with how the institution were designed. I'll just ask you a question, guys. How many tribes do you think are in China, in Russia, in Iran, even in England, or how many tribes do you think there are?
But they put country first, tribes.
No, they have institutions. They build institutions that are not alien to their culture. That's the difference with Africa. My sister from Kenya. We in Angola, we don't have a problem with tribalism. We have had so far 3 presidents, and each of president has been for different region. I think we share this with Tanzania. But you know what we have also have in common with Tanzania? Because it's the same ruling party who has been ruling since the independence. So you see, if you keep only one party in power, it's easier for them to agree that, to rotate the power within people from different tribes. The problem comes when you start like having a multi-party and a different party competing for power and interchanging power. That's the problem. I think that's where we should be smart enough to design our own.
If you're all about institutions, Power Yombe, which I have a question for you later on. If you're all about questions about institutions, Power Yombe, I think really and truly, right? I think the best form of institutions to emerge from this, because these countries are divided into smaller states and smaller regions as well. So the majority tribe in a small country will feel like they own the country almost everywhere. Almost every country they'll feel like if they own the country, and the president will feel like a king. So there has to be an empowering of the regional bodies to have some kind of, like, let's say the West African Court of Justice, like a high court, West African High Court.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to have West African High Court. You have to have a West African Council, which goes around looking at if they see any tribe is being marginalized, if any tribe has any grievances, it brings it to the West Africa. You encourage more regional integration on a military level, on a justice level, on a trade level, and all that kind of stuff. When you encourage that, that's when people and different tribes will start to feel there's a place for them to go, even though they feel stuck in this country. There's a place for them to report to about their situation. This is the way forward and all that stuff. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the European institutions. We can tweak them to our own circumstances. And that's just an example for West Africa. But I think it could work for all other regions, because there's nowhere else for them to have an outlet from a country they're trapped with a majority tribe.
I agree. The only thing I disagree is like when we focus all our problem into tribes. Oh, we have to get rid of tribes.
Yeah.
No, the tribes are not the problem.
Yeah.
At the institution, you just gave a good example. No, I will just add, we could have the Senate as well, to have this balance of power. That's our problem. It's not to do with tribes.
Sometimes I even asked a question in today's debate with Dr. Keizo. I said, is the case of tribalism in Africa, is it overstated sometimes or something? Is it overstated?
No, it's not overstated. Come on.
It is. It is overstated.
Okay, let me follow up.
It's not even stated enough.
I'm so sorry. I'm not even there, and I can.
It is not overstated. Let me say something also about this tribe thing. If tribe is so important, we also have to realize, which we were saying earlier, that the tribes transcend the national borders. So if we're going to go tribal, either we have the divisions by tribe, so every tribe gets his own land, its own autonomy, sovereignty, all of that, or we are forced to live in one nation where the tribes don't shouldn't matter, where the leadership should be the one that is for the country. Everybody in the country shouldn't be for your tribe or for this. Every person, regardless of tribe, should be automatically represented. If there's a part that people are not, then we should look at them as these people, our fellow citizens, are not being represented, not because they are certain tribe, but because they're in a certain reason, and the people, they're fellow citizens. So if we're going to go tribe, oh, well, let's represent by tribe, then tribes, that's how we have, people messing into each other's affairs, because you have your tribesmen across the border, and you feel you can go into somebody's country and talk, and do something about it, because why your people, they are your people. So either we are going to respect national borders, or we are going to create new tribal ones.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I say something? Can I say something? I think that point is based on not taking into account what you have on the ground today. And I find that a lot of people do this, where they ideologically move to a position and they don't think how you can translate from this point to that point. What you have on the ground today are people that are already tribal. And if you tell them that we should just all get along and work together as a nation, they'll say yes. But guess how that is going to translate? The majority group will keep winning the election over and over again, and you're going to have an implosion again. And if you do that in Nigeria, as an example today, the Hausas alone make up 70 million people, while the Yorubas are 30 million and the Igbos are 30 million. They will never win an election.
Are there any examples in Africa
and over and over again?
Are there any examples in Africa of places that have gotten rid of tribalism as far as in politics?
Man, you asked the same question I asked today, Gina.
Yeah.
You asked the same question.
I said Tanzania. Tanzania is an excellent model for that.
Angola and Botswana, Namibia.
Well, I still put Tanzania on top, but yeah.
No, I put Angola on top. I put Angola on top.
When we look at these places now, what is it, like a negative thing that happened once they decided, okay, tribalism wasn't going to play a part in politics, or are they better for it?
They're better.
Yes.
No,
absolutely, yes.
No, the only thing as regards to Angola, the downside is like we are getting rid of our native culture and assimilate into European culture. By that, I think that in 20, 50 years, we will cease to be Africans. We will be like second grade Portuguese. Yeah, that's the problem.
But Pawayombe, do you think that a Pan-African or African Union or regional integration is possible with the tribalism we have in Africa? Do you think it's possible?
I think it's possible because Pan-Africanism is the solution for tribalism. That's the solution for tribalism. No? Because the first thing we want the Pan-Africans claim is to get rid of these borders, these artificial borders. So if you rearrange the borders, I believe that they will fall into tribes probably.
So you want to rearrange the borders into tribes, or do you?
Yes, and above that, you build into a political institution that reflects and balance the power between the strong and the weakest tribes.
But wouldn't
now
that cause
who's being an ideologue? Now who's being an ideologue?
But that's what happened in Europe. If you look at European history, what is it about? The Second World War, the First World War. It's about tribalism and what they did.
But the process of
the building institution that reflects that.
I don't agree with that statement. I don't think, we were talking about the Second World War and the Third World War, but clearly a lot of us are running to these places, Europe, USA, and all of those, and they're not tribal no more. Now they have their politics. Politics is politics, but
no, they are tribal. They are tribal.
Can I finish? It's not the same as people getting into power and sitting there only working for their own and having the other people that's not in power at that time working against them with coup d'etats and all kind of destructionists and nothing is being done. It's not the same type of thing. These people that we're talking about when we look at the US and, the fact that there are different cultures here, people, different European cultures or whatever, but they're still working together. Even the Democrats and the Republicans, trust me, they're working together. I don't see that in Africa, and I don't think that that's possible with the tribal. When you put that into the ingredient that's already, we already have people coming through from other places causing all kind of conflict. They used the tribalism that we hold on to divide us even more. So this thing that has been such a great tool for others to come in and disrupt our societies, we're not willing to let go of because of what? This is the one tool that they have used when we talk about the Fulani, when we talk about Yoruba, when we talk about all the different, it's always been this one tool that they use against us, the fact that we have this thing where we see each other as other.
Let me say something, sister. I'm sorry to interrupt, brother. And I know when people say you let go of tribalism, and it feels as if someone is telling you to let go of who you are. And I would like to say this too. It doesn't, when people say don't being against tribalism, it's not saying you shouldn't be proud of your tribe. In fact, it is when Nyerere and his subsequent leaders came into Tanzania, they didn't say stop being who you are. In fact, they call it ujamaa. They promoted Kiswahili. They didn't. Tanzanians don't even speak English that well because Kiswahili is the language spoken amongst all the tribes. They can understand each other. They speak similar, and they don't differentiate between, oh, this person is this and that, and so on. So being being proud of your country does not mean that you let go of your tribe or you're ashamed of your tribe or who you are. You can be both. You can be both your tribe and be proud of it, but also know that you're also, your country, and you're proud of other people from different tribes. So, it doesn't necessarily lead to division. It actually enhances everybody, because now everybody can be at peace and everybody can practice the different tribal practices in peace. Because nobody is trying to dominate another tribe. Nobody is trying to say, we're better than you, and so on. And this is how people lived for eons before foreigners came. We lived with each other. The tribes are not a problem. It's tribalism which is the problem. And tribalism is a form of also the same thing with, the Western superiority and so on. We're just taking Western superiority and applying the tribes to it. Now my tribe is superior. My tribe has to have all the resources. My tribe has to be this and that. That's not what being about your tribe is supposed to be. Being about your tribe was about living in peace within your tribe and with other tribes. And we managed to do that for a long time. We did fight. I mean, everybody does, but we didn't go about, seeking to destroy each other and kill each other and all this. So I think that the focus right now, either we accept the reality that the nations and the borders are there to stay for a while, and we try to stabilize within the borders, and then we try to reach across, with the tribes across the country. But I think that tribalism in leadership should be de-emphasized, but tribal culture, heritage, all of that should be emphasized, so people can have pride in their culture and tribe, but also be willing to share that leadership with others.
Like racism and many isms as well, they were dealt with by building of systems and institutions to curtail them and put them in check. And I agree with Power Yombe there when he talks about systems, because you can talk about them being a problem, but a problem needs a solution. It needs a system. It needs an institution to enforce it. All these African countries that have curtailed tribalism to a certain extent, they have put in place systems and institutions that will replace and supersede them or contain them in a way. So we have to come up with that. And, and I say the way I see it progressing is, of course, we're going to have these borders a while and all that, but we have to make the borders more irrelevant. We have to make them more irrelevant by actually giving power to the regional institutions and enforcing them. This is what's going to supersede the bodies. So now the countries will just become like states and nations and all that stuff. They can be happy with that, but we can have something bigger. Federation, for instance, can have federations and all. That's the way. If you have like a federal high court of the regions, this will be a way to represent. And then you can have an African Union the high court that's probably going to replace the United Nations. When you have an African Union that can replace the United Nations, that is even better. That's at a continental level. And then you can have the regional bodies, high court. This is the way forward. And I think this is the way to progress, to strengthen the regional institutions and actually make them work for the people. You understand me? That's all. That's all.
I agree.
Yeah. Can I just say something very important, Sister Gina, please? Yeah, there was an article I read about a few years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, about tribalism in European politics. When European Union was agreeing the trade deal with Canada, at last minute, because as the European Union European Union agreement, it stated that for a trade union to be agreed with an external country, all the constitutions of the European Union, all parts like town and cities or government, they have to be in agreement. So there was one town, I think in Belgium or Switzerland, that they vetoed the trade because they thought the other town or canton or something was having an unfair advantage towards them. So when they analyze it, they saw like, no, there was no disadvantage. And then that town cited, a historical grievance, that wasn't even relevant. And that was a clear case of tribalism. And they vetoed the trade. So they have to go back to renegotiate. It took about 3 years for them to get the agreement of that town or canton. Just look onto it. Look at it on Google. European Union tribalism. So you are saying that Europe has no tribalism. They have tribalism in a bigger scale, but they know how to masquerade it. They call it different names. But we just escalate. We as soon as Western press printed on tribalism in Kenya, we all fall into it.
I don't think that's the same thing as people.
It is the same thing, my sister. It's still the same thing. Example.
Let me speak on the tribalism of the whites, as you say. They are tribalistic, but America. The reason why America is better than all the other countries is they can be tribal, but over here, when you come, you're just American. Where you're German, you're Italian, you can call yourself whatever you want, but you're an American.
And that's why America ranks the top. Thank you.
Yes. And they have assimilated all different countries. It takes them a while, but even Italians now are just as American as the Germans who came here before. So that's one of the ways.
America is a new country. It's not relevant. This example, America is a new country. It's not relevant.
Well, African countries are even newer than that. African countries are 60 years old.
They are ancient.
You gotta let other people speak. You can't just disagree and just start screaming.
Sorry.
Okay, I apologize.
Let everybody speak. Now, you said something about America being a young country, but that even tells you more so that the fact that it's a young country and its stride to be the top because of the way it does things untribal, and it does do a lot of things untribal, tells you that works. And let's not even go across the oceans. Let's stop using these white people as ways to Tanzania is doing it, right?
Angola is doing it.
Even Rwanda, even though we don't agree with a lot of things and how things are being done, I think tribalism had to be put to the side for people to be able to progress.
Yes.
We got to look at, compare yourself to yourself. Since you said we're different people. We do things differently. Well, we should compare ourselves to ourselves. Let's not even go try to compare ourselves to them, because to be honest with you, they had their tribal issues and they put a lot of it, and those that were able to really succeed put it completely to the side. There's layers to it, just like there's layers to it in Africa. Those that were not able, just like for Ukraine and Russia right now, tribalism.
Is it tribalism?
Because they're not willing to let go of tribalism. They're still fighting. But the Europeans that were able to let go of tribalism are living all in America together, different races, different. They're not sitting here going the Polish against the Irish and the Irish against the Italian and the Italian against the French. If you're here, you're an American. And that's what that was the point. It has nothing to do if they're a young country, old country. None of that matters. What matters is being able to get the job done. And can we get the job done being divided? As
my sister,
what tribalism, so being tribal sometimes causes a lot of division, because it's not just about, it's about culture, it's about caste. Because in some of these tribes, you do feel like you're better than other people. And how are you going to be fair to other people if you think you're better than them?
I think that the way it will work is that there needs to be a transition. It's not like people are saying, anyone is saying that we should just remain apart. There has to be a transition from where we are right now to the next destination. And the ultimate destination is for, the whole tribe groups come together and nobody sees tribe as the decision-making factor for who runs the state and stuff like that. But from where we are right now, one has to negotiate it, because any other alternative that people tend to have is this radicalism, whereby you have to get people to toe the line. And we've seen what happens when that happens. A lot of people have to die for that to happen, because they will resist. There's a chunk of the population will resist that strongly. So I feel like when I look at the African context, and given that we have all kinds of, people, hyenas circling us, we don't have the luxury of tearing ourselves to pieces at this moment. And Nigerians realized it. And probably it's the reason why they went into that kind of arrangement. Like in Switzerland now, where they have 7 head of states, the people, when they elect them, and among the 7 of them, they select one head of state every year. Now they don't. All of them have head of states, but all of them are head of states, but they select one person to represent the country every year among the 7 of them. And the first 3 parties that have the majority of the vote select 2 people among the council. Then the 4th party with the largest set of votes select the last leader among the 7. So, and because it has to come from different regions too, so now they all come in and make decisions. The decision they make is based on what the people have already decided. So because of that, Switzerland has a lot of referendums. So when the people decide, all they do is execute. And I feel like part of it too, part of the transition is taking power away from the center. Let the power be in the hands of the people. I think Africa can potentially have the most advanced democratic system in the world if we use our knowledge of what we have currently in the world and enhance it. Because if people are able to take part in decision making and take part making sure that everything is also transparent, you find that the lure of power of office will go away. This is why Switzerland can do what they are doing, because they know that the politicians are not very powerful. It's the people that make all the decisions. So that takes all this tension out of the system, because now when the people vote, their voice is heard and everybody hears it and everybody moves on. So I always say, I hear the need to bring the continent together and bring people together, but you have to know how to move from here to there, because there's no point trying to move from here to there when you are going to land inside a ditch before you get there.
You know, the sad thing is, we don't have the time to move from here to there. It's either we understand that we got to get there. The funny thing is this, I really feel like we want to just take our time and just try to unravel. I don't know. Sometimes I think about what they did to us and I think how abrupt it was. And I feel like maybe that's our problem. The fact that we want to unravel slowly. Maybe there should be something abrupt that happens to make us realize that that's basically the best option for us. As a people, I'm sorry?
It will cost millions of lives.
Well, you know what the sad thing is? It's costing millions of lives for us to be divided. We don't see it, but it's already costing us trillions of lives. not just on the continent, but also abroad. Okay, on the eve of what I just said, I want to share something. I'm going to share this because I said I was going to bring this up, and we're going to talk about this because you see, a lot of people, the fact that we're still leaving the continent to go to other places because they have something that we don't have. And when people come, let's say from wherever they're coming from, on the continent or in the Caribbeans, going to places like America, they're going there because of what? I want a couple of answers from everybody. Why are people going to America and UK and stuff?
Opportunities.
Opportunities and gain experience from the West.
And also transparency and not having to deal with all the red tape, right? That comes with
functioning system.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna share the video about what happened to the young man in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I want us to think about the fact that until we get to a place where we can understand what we need to do as a people, we're gonna have. This is funny because last year it was a young African American. Well, it's been back-to-back young African American that this is mostly happening to. But now we're starting to see things happening to our brothers and sisters, like, from the continent. And maybe this is happening because now we can have the big talk about what we need to do to clean our house so we can stop running to other people's houses and what sacrifices we may need to make. All right.
Many questions, and now Patrick Lyoya's family is coming forward and demanding answers. Welcome to 7 Action News at 6. I'm Glenda Lewis.
And I'm Brian Abel. Just over 24 hours ago, Grand Rapids police released video showing a white police officer shoot Lyoya, a black man, in the head. His parents tearfully coming forward today alongside well-known civil rights attorney Ben Crump.
Yeah, now 7 Action News reporter Simon Shaquette is live in Grand Rapids, where protesters are calling for accountability. Simon.
Glenda, Brian, growing calls for justice and accountability here in downtown Grand Rapids. A crowd of about 100 people gathering here, also wanting to wrap their arms around Patrick's family, similar to the mother of Breonna Taylor.
I hear that I see my heart being broken, really. Say that was my beloved son, and you know how you love your firstborn son.
Breaking down in tears, parents of Patrick Lyoya, heartbroken as they grieve their son's death.
I don't know what to do. I cannot stop myself for crying. And as a parent, I was thinking maybe it was my son who was going to bury me. He will assist at my funeral. But what is so astonishing, I am the one burying my son.
Hapa naona kabisa ni maisha yangu, sina maisha.
Right now I'm seeing that I have no life. My life has come to their hand.
Maisha yangu ilikuwa tayari ni Patrick, mtoto wangu.
My life was Patrick, my son.
Nilikuwa nawazia Patrick ndo sasa amenigomboa.
I was thinking that Patrick will take my place.
Lyoya was shot and killed by an unnamed Grand Rapids police officer after a traffic stop the morning of April 4th.
Mr. Crump, what would you say needs to happen on a national scale to put a stop to these tragedies?
We need police reform on the federal level. How many more of our children have to die before we change the laws and change the policy here in the United States of America?
I know what it feels like to lose your 26-year-old child. By the people who are supposed to protect and serve us. We can't keep letting these people kill our children.
Joined by the mother of Breonna Taylor, attorney Ben Crump saying Patrick, an immigrant from the Republic of Congo, was confused in the stop for a non-moving violation.
1915, got one running.
Also, Patrick never has taken a violent act against an officer, and the officer escalated the situation, failing to follow basic training, ultimately shooting Patrick in the back of the head.
What was so wrong about him calling for backup? It wasn't like Patrick had murdered someone.
Hey,
Hey, stay in the car! Crump saying the officer had no right to use lethal force and must be terminated and charged for this crime after killing a father of young children. Just like these protesters, the family attorney also questioning how that officer's body camera happened to shut off just seconds before that gunshot was fired. Brian, back to you.
Wow.
You are muted.
I said we have to send love, light, and peace to his family. I shared this because alongside of what we're talking about, the Congo, we're talking about the Congo, and we're looking at a young Congolese man that lost his life not too long ago. And we need to understand that, we're talking about tribalism. We're talking about things that, certain people feel like we need to let go of. Others feel like, no, there's no letting go of it. When I think about America, this America that I'm sitting in now, and I think about some of the sacrifices that needed to be made so they can be able to be the America that they are now. Let's talk about that. Anybody understand the history of what America had to do to be able to be the kind of space that it is now?
I cannot say I understand the question fully.
I'll say it again. America is a melting pot. It has so many different people. And if you would have come here maybe in the early, maybe the late 1800s or the early 1900s, you would have seen a lot of tribalism. You would have, and if you look at the history of America, there was a lot of tribalism. But for America to become great, they had to unify in a way where, be it that you were Italian or Jewish or Austrian or German or Irish, all those things had to dissipate for them to become America the Great. And you got to give them that, because they're America the Great. Everybody wants to come to America. If you find out you got a visa to come to America anywhere outside of America, you are on cloud 9. Because you're going to a place that's going to give you something that you cannot get where you are. And you have opportunities that you'll never have where you are. And the reason for that is because even though it's imperfect and we know that there are still biases, and we definitely reap the benefits of a lot of those. I mean, for other people though, it's really a place without tribalism. Now, there is casteism. There is this thing where, even that can be broken. You could, as long as you could break through, you could probably go into the other level of things. There's something that comes with tribalism for us as a people. It's funny because the more I look into it, and I have no more knowledge than most people that are from the diaspora, learning as much as they can about Africa. But when I go back into the history of a lot of the division, a lot of the things in the inclusion and all those things that happened on the continent was because of tribalism. And people are telling me that this is a great thing, and I can't see it. I can't see it because I understand that the culture is important. Tribalism, you're able to recognize family, and that's awesome. But then it also divides you from your greater family, the whole. And that's where protection is. And that's where security is. And that's where strength is. And those are the most important factors for people. Coverage. Coverage comes from not having a separate identity, but understanding your oneness in the moment of need. But because we are holding on to things that tell us that we are so different, I don't know. I mean, do you think Africa is willing to sacrifice, make great sacrifices to be great? Are we so, do we find those things that divide us so deep and important that we're not willing to let them go, even if it is something that we feel like is a part of our culture? Shouldn't we let it go if it's keeping us behind? We're living, some of our people are living as if they were living in the 1500s. And it will continue to be that way until we can come to a space or a understanding that we are one people. Because you see, with tribalism comes the caste system. And you know, in places that we're not, Africa's not the only one that's dealing with it like that. Look at India, such a great place, right? But because of its tribalism and casteism, it's the filthiest place on earth. Because there's a need to be superior. There's a need to say you're different. There's a need to say you're greater. And I don't understand why we want to hold on to that. I want to welcome someone somewhere to the conversation. I know you haven't had an opportunity to speak, but please tell me what you think about what we're talking about.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Welcome, my brother.
Thank you. In regards to this topic, I mean, yeah, I think it's not necessarily because tribalism, a tribe can be defined in a myriad of different ways. I mean, yeah, it's ethnicity, but to me, it's really people. You have to be not be short sighted. Like you can keep as far as tribes, but it's like you have to know for the greater good of your area. You have to be able to succeed that for uh unity, I would say. But I mean tribalism takes form everywhere. You're always gonna have division within any political system. Really, it's just the mindset of the people to know um what situation they're in directly at the moment. At the moment, tribes are really a necessity, I would say. We're in a position right now where I don't think we are afforded the necessity to put tribe before, I could say, quote unquote nation. But the problem is, like the brother Power Yombe was saying, I agree with, is that these tribes, I mean, these nations were not formed organically, like, and I think that's one of the major problems. I think that until the quote unquote nations and confederations are formed by the ethnicities that want to be aligned with each other, you're always gonna have a problem, I think.
Yeah, see, I think we are making the mistake of thinking that anybody is advocating for tribalism. Nobody
Yeah.
is. Nobody's. What we are saying is what you have on the ground now. If you want to run this thing over it, we are going to end up in a bad state because we know that we have enemies out there that will take advantage of us trying to fight each other. They will take sides with one side and use it to destroy the other side. And for what I gather is that my thinking is that if you want to survive it, the Chinese did it. Okay, they did it. They had their crazy time when they killed millions of people, but they stopped and then they grew from there without firing a shot anymore. If we want to do it, we have to do it slightly different from the Chinese because we don't have that luxury. We have too many enemies. The Chinese are out there, the West, so many people want to take advantage of us. They have military bases already on the continent. If we want to start shedding blood, they will make sure they give us enough guns to do that.
But don't you see that it's always going to be a cycle of them using tribes against each other to just and using that to get in and do all that they're bidding to do? They're bidding. They use that thing that we have that we are afraid to pull, pull the scab off of. They use that against us. Tribalism is used against us. How do we, okay, I'm not saying I know everything. I'm not. But how do we combat that?
I think how we combat that is to an extent giving people good governance helps. Giving people, and when you to give people good governance, you have to give people a voice in the government. So they need to start having a voice. And one of the first ways to do that, even if the rotational government is not improving things, it gives them an idea. And whenever they want to, overreact, they'll say, you know what, let me just calm down. This is everybody has their turn, because Africa, they have a knack for doing that. So when they calm down, that buys you time of stability, which means the people that are building the country will keep building and building. Because the only reason why tribalism grows a lot is because things are bad.
I like what Zan, did you guys see this message? He says, we need new type of colonizers who can make every African speak one mother tongue.
Wow. That reminds me. Can I say something? That's a perfect comment for me to say about the interview that they gave. You know what? This has been irking me forever. The Chinese, when they give interviews, they give in their language, the Chinese leaders, and you have to translate to them. They can speak. There was this scene in VIP where the Chinese ambassador was talking to the English, and he could understand every single word in English, but he had to have them translated for them just so he could show his language. So the family of Patrick Lyoya, and my colonel says respects to them, they went in there and they spoke Kiswahili. I could understand every word, and I'm trying to keep up with the translator, like, oh, hey, you didn't say this enough, and so on. So that was not hilarious, but that was such a powerful moment. And then for the two sisters to speak together, oh wow, that was such a powerful image. So it was like Kiswahili. And let me say this too, I am so surprised that the Congolese are speaking such good Kiswahili, because we used to clown them a lot that they would speak like Kiswahili mixed in with a lot of Lingala, and now they're actually speaking Kiswahili better than Kenyans. Wow. So
sorry, where are you from? Are you from Kenya?
Yes.
Let's not, Europeans didn't speak one language. Come on, let's not overdo this.
No, they did not, but eventually a lot of them spoke similar languages, like the Germans, the Dutch, they speak that in, I think Belgium has like half, but most of them speak like 7 or 8 different languages. In Italy, everybody speaks Italian. In Spain, everybody speaks Spanish. They still have one national language that everybody speaks.
Not true. In Spain, not everyone speaks Spanish.
Okay, well, most people do. And in America,
most people
speak continent. He's saying that Africa should speak the whole one language. Europeans as a continent don't speak one language.
What I'm getting from what he said is, it is interesting because I don't think you guys get it. What I got, and he may not even mean this, but when I read that, I was thinking he was like, the only way that we're going to be able to turn things around is if maybe the colonizers come in and tell us what to do.
Or maybe we should colonize ourselves. We should have a new group of African colonizers.
We're going to colonize you, and you're going to unite.
Yeah, like Zulu did. You think all those tribes wanted to be Zulus?
We're gonna be like, yep, boss. Got it.
Yeah. Who would you rather answer to? I feel like
every time to unfold. Niger was like, we gotta let this thing unfold. No, they need to come in with a couple of guns and just make us do right.
Who?
If I was standing in the sidelines and I see that happening. But if I was a white man, I would laugh my ass off. It's like unbelievable. I will take so much advantage of it. It's good. You guys, your head will spin. You'll be 500 years fighting that war. Fighting that war.
Let me come in here and colonize you again. And you guys unite. How about that? I can do this.
Me, my mind is always on security. If I was a white man and I saw that, I would be like, whoa, that is a gift. Like, heaven just brought this one down, because literally I will use it and rip people to pieces.
Well, I've been on a couple of white channels, and I've heard them say the only way that Africa's gonna get together is if we colonize them again.
Yeah,
and put them together, because we put them the way we put them apart, and only we can put them together again. And from
let them be arrogant now. Let them be arrogant. Hubris is very good.
It's not arrogant if it's true now.
That's not true.
Good. It's not good. I think.
But what can we do if they're going to do that, what can we do? Because you can only meet power with power. So if we're not willing to unite and be as a people, then somebody else is going to come in and unite us. And right now, we're still being, nationalistic, tribalistic, and all that. They've managed to get over their tribal differences when it comes to us. We're not able to get over it when it comes to them.
That is the leap that we need to become aware of. It's not about giving up your tribe. It's about saying, when the time comes to play for the greater team or the greater tribe, you join forces. That is what Africans need to understand. This is what Europeans understood. It's not because they don't have tribes. They do. I am in the UK, I see it. But when it comes time to come together, they come together like as if they are a machine.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Yeah, exactly. We even if there's a wolf at the door, and here we are still fighting each other. There's a time to fight each other, and there's a time to go fight the wolf.
Exactly. Deal with the wolf first, then you can come back and carry on with your.
The argument is that we're the wolf. We're the wolf.
Sorry? We are the wolf.
We are the wolf. Yes, we're the
ones.
No, we are not the wolf.
The reason that they're still able to do what they do to us is because of us. Period.
True.
Because of our wanting to hold on to things that divide us. We want to hold on to things that make us better than the other. We want that. Let's not. I mean, it's funny because if I let this go on, we'll go back to blaming them again. And you know what? It's not true. We want to hold on to things that make us better than others that look like us, and they give us the tools to do so. Just like this man said in this video, and I'm gonna share it again because I don't think people understand. The reason that they're able to do this is because we want to be better than the person across the street.
Why is Rwanda and why are Uganda important to the U.S. military? Precisely because we can have them do things in Africa that we don't wish to do for ourselves. We can have their soldiers die if need be. We can have them deploy places if need be. And so having proxies, having allies, having clients who are willing to do your bidding becomes very important.
We can have them. The part that stands out for me is the them part. We can have them.
Do our bidding.
We can have them. So the key word for me, and I don't know if you guys hear it like I do, the key word for me is them. Them. They are gonna them.
It's a movie actually.
And honestly, hello. For me, that's why I've been quiet for a moment, because just hearing you guys talking, honestly, I'm hurt, guys. Like honestly, seeing that it's the youth here, it's the young generation now, and the thing that we're still holding on to is pretty sad. I really want to apologize for our kids or the younger generations, because we are doing a pretty bad job. And it's pretty sad because just like Gina's saying, maybe you guys are not really realizing it, but you're still using the tool they put on your hands to have you act like a slave. And when we discuss about taking position in power or tribalism, that's just greed, the greed that they put in your heart to fight against your brother or your sister. And this is the things we've been doing for years and years and years. And when a piece of land or an area have been developed just a little bit and they can talk about themselves higher than the other, and everybody has to follow them because, well, they've done that. What have you really done for your people if you walk on the lands and the inside of the area in Africa? I was born there. We'll see nothing. There's nothing in Nigeria. There's nothing in Tanzania. Yes, there's probably Zanzibar developing, and also the capital. I see a lot of Indians investing there, and also in Uganda. And you've talked about Nyerere too, and how basically uniting with other people can help move forward. But you have to consider there is a lot of things underground that you cannot just not understand and say this is how we have to do, and then use tribalism as the issue. This is why we are not going forward. I think that's cowardice, and we are not really the people who have to be here talking for Africa at the moment. Because for me, I elevated myself to the point to understand tribalism isn't the problem, but greed is the problem. If a
Right.
certain group is ready to fight another group so they could be controlling resources, it's nothing about tribalism.
I'm sorry, I didn't get what is the problem?
You said greed.
Greed. Okay.
I agree. I agree. Can I
That's
just
fact.
push back? Can I just push
And,
back my sister, please, from Kenya?
and
Yeah,
let me just finish.
she.
Let me just finish up, Brandon. Um, and for me, I'll tell you really, like, I don't see that. I'll give you a quick example. There is a group or a tribe, like you guys like to call it, called the Chokwe people. You will find them in Angola, you'll find them in Congo, you'll find them in Zambia, you'll find them in Mozambique. Why? Because when you actually study who are those people, you will see that they were forming a belt around Central Africa. So they were living from one side of the coast to the other one. So you find these people all over the continent, and there was a reason for that. If we don't study what we are, what we've been pushed to become, we are missing a big point. We should not just say, okay, let's just start rotating power. Let's just doing this. Let's just those things. We don't see anything in Africa. Africa is the poorest continent on the moment at the moment, and we are over 1 billion now, and we are the poorest. That's tragic. If we want to really resolve the problem of Africa, we have to start acting smarter than what we've been made to be. We have to go beyond that. We cannot be just trying to. It's been what, 60 years from independence now, and really look at all these countries. Where are we? There's nothing. No country in Africa can claim development. You cannot talk to me about Botswana. You cannot. The diamond that they mine in Botswana, you don't see it on Botswana's people. All right. So, like, all these things that we see today, let's stop being played by the media. We understand that this is a situation where we have to be the leaders, and we cannot be acting like this is a game, because what we are going to teach to the young generations, are they going to fight this war? If we say, Tunisia just said it, he's ready to be like this for the next 500 years. Are you all okay about that?
What did you hear me say? I think you misunderstood that actually. I actually meant that
No, I
if
mean, like, if you mean if we are like this, it could still happening. Well, if we know that, why are we still acting the same way? That's just my issue, because I think we are aware that we there's this uncanny thing about us that we know this is what's happening, but we just want to keep playing the game.
from what I said, I was trying to avoid playing the game. I'm trying to forestall all kinds of mistakes. And for what I studied is when you see what the Russians did to unite the nation and do what they did, they didn't have the West bearing down on them. The West was just as weak after the Second World War. The Chinese, the same thing. Now, these people are like 60 years ahead of us in terms of nuclear technology or more even.
They made some sacrifices, though. Those sacrifices that you're saying, they made some sacrifices. People have to shift.
But they've already done it, and we didn't leap out of their control at that time.
What about our sacrifices tonight?
Exactly.
I guess you're not getting me.
What are we doing?
What are
we had to sacrifice our tribe for our people. That means that all Black people across the world, would we do that? Because I'm not saying that we should or we are. All I'm saying is that some people, it took for them to be stripped of their culture and their language and their history for them to know who they are and to try to get back to where they came from.
Yeah, I don't.
You spoke about
He's
Hello,
talking strategically.
can I finish what I'm saying? Can I just finish what I'm saying? You cannot understand what I'm saying until I get to the end of the point. Sometimes that's what it takes. What I was saying was that if we behave the way we are thinking of just acting, we are acting in more ideological way. To just go ahead, I'm not saying, like Rokoya said in the chat, she said, African leaders are already uniting the continent in other ways. This thing happens in stages. You have to go it in stages, because if you approach it the way every other person approaches it, you're not going to make it there. They are in a different position right now. The world has changed. You have to react according to what you have right now. If Africa comes together with the Continental Free Trade Agreement, you have the common passport happening, common airspace, even common aerospace, organization that they have. So they are they are coming together with so many institutions, to continental institutions for that matter. So they are trying to do all the things. I think that mentioned that to kind of get rid of the borders, and at the same time within the countries themselves, you have to have enough time for stability so that children are born to get to know each other without tribalism. When they start growing and having prosperity, then you start finding that it will be easier for people to get along. Look at in Europe, somebody traveled from London to Budapest for £5. The benefits these people are enjoying because they are working together is just remarkable. That to be a dream for the Africans to encounter that. When we start working together, when all these benefits starts happening, it will be easier to tell people now that okay, let's start and as a matter of fact, it will be over by that time, because you will have a continental. Most of the stuff will be continental and regional at that time.
You know what's funny to me too, Niger? Earlier we sat and we took a look at that hollow group map that you were sharing with me.
Yeah.
Right? And it tells a story about us really coming from one people. Right?
Yes.
And then we sit there and we try to rationalize tribalism.
Exactly.
And I'm confused. And I'm not really I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to understand, how do we come from one logic and understanding, and then we digress back to what they left for us. How do we go from understanding that we practically come from one source, and then we justify our casteism or differences or biases by trying to hold on to something that was given to us through people that wanted division, be it was our own or others.
I think that is happening for the same reason our children can have different opinions as us, and the children can have different opinions amongst themselves. The moment you have two eyes on your head and you are seeing the world,
that's not a good answer. I'm not getting an
My
answer.
brother, I was just about to say that's not even African culture.
I'm not
even
Can I respond to it? Can I respond? Can I respond to it? Can I respond to it, please?
You can definitely attempt to, sure.
Right. Okay. Now, my sister from Kenya, accused me of being a dialogue. I'll say a dialogue. I'll tell you one thing. I think I'm the realist here. We have to understand. Yeah, we have to understand. We human beings are highly social animals, and we are tribalists from the get-go. There's no other way around it. Let's be honest. But now, what we make of African tribalism, I agree with the other brother who said, is overstated. Because even if you look at our leaders who claim to be tribalists, if you trace their parents, most of them are of the mixed heritage, and they know about it, and they just use power to manipulate, and most of the time it comes from foreign power playing the puppet mastery. We know about it. We in our songs, our traditional songs, we praise our origin, how we diverted from other tribes. There's no problem about it. For the only problem we have is like we inherited, European institution, and so far we are not able to come up to our own design our own institution to reflect our reality. That's the problem. And when we try to address it, we are being accused of ideologues. That's the problem.
Well,
I
that's
agree
good.
with
The
that.
thing is, everything when Tunaja is mentioning the progress that's happening right now in Africa, honestly, I've been observing Africa for so long. I know these things will not work for us unless we actually do what you just said, reforming it based on our own ways, because that's things have been happening like this for years. And the fact that they killed Lumumba was actually because he oversaw this. There was in no possible way that these Europeans would not have foreseen the continent demographic boom will allow Africans to unite again. There must have been ways for them to prepare this so they could still have hand on us. You have to understand these things.
I
So
agree, my
all
brother.
these
I
things
agree.
you say, uh, when you don't prepare the people on the ground to be ready for free trade, who's gonna be the beneficiary of that for the next 50 years? And how is that going to impact us? You have to consider these things.
I think that from what you are saying, you are assuming that people are not aware of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are
Exactly.
very much aware of it, and Rokoya can testify that a lot of people are aware of it on the continent. And I'm not talking about the masses, obviously, they don't care about that. To be frank, the only encounter most Europeans have with the European Union is when they want to travel. They don't care about the European institutions, what they are doing. And maybe that is how it's meant to be. Um, I think
I,
that we
I
have
can tell you this though. Sorry to cut you off. I can tell you this. These deals, they look like the deals that happens before during the independence time. Now it's a new time. Africa is a different land. It's bigger. People are different. People are trying to actually already trade between them. Things have already happening between the borders of these countries for years because borders overlaps. There are fun in the Gabon, there are fun in Ivory Coast. There are people that speak Swahili in the Congo, people that speak Swahili in Tanzania that think that Swahili is not Swahili. Well, it's crazy, but all of that is just to make you understand that we are not ready. You see, we are not ready. You have to start actually, you just said it, it's not ready for the masses. And if that's not the case, this is how cargo ships leave the Congo with diamonds, with coltons, without us knowing. This is just
see.
why the UN in Central Africa, the Portuguese of the UN that works there, have tunnels to export diamonds out of the continent, straight from Central Africa. And they've just been discovered. So all these things, when you just trying to say, yeah, these institutions that are still controlled by these people out there, you want us to trust these things? I think
See,
we should start
I think
training it.
you run the risk of having problem for every solution and not taking yes for an answer. Nobody is saying that we don't have problems. What we are saying is that the ones that are working well, we build on those things. And if you everything in this world is up for grabs, it's all about transactions. And you can build your own house, somebody else comes and inherit it if you don't do your due diligence. We can create an African Union and some other person takes over it. It doesn't still mean you shouldn't create or build your own house or create the African Union. You have to operate in the way that do the right things at least. It gives you the chance. Because if you are pessimistic about everything, you are going to freeze.
Yeah, true.
What's the use of
True.
building your own house if you're building a house that somebody else is already buying furniture for?
Better to build it than
No,
not.
no. You gotta be wise, man. I don't even know what you just said right now. Better to build it and know that. No,
Because you can fight for
no.
to own your house then.
What I'm saying is that we're building on something that other people know they could just move away from us because they know that they could just go in there. I mean, how many examples do we need of?
True.
They just come in and go to one side and cause all kinds of anything that we have worked towards gets broken down and we're back to zero again. There's a reason why in all these years we keep declining and declining. It's because every time we start to build, they just pull the rug from underneath us. And the rug itself, and the reason that the rug is not, why is the rug even there? The rug is there because we're holding on to certain things that we need to let go of for the greater good. And I'm not I'm not talking just about tribalism. There's a lot of things that we're holding on to that's getting in the way of the greater good.
Yeah. I can tell you this, the Milky Way, when you look above in the sky, you see there's this thing they call the Milky Way, this line or thingy of stars, really bright.
Yeah.
And it was like, I will tell you something. I've been to 4 continents. There is no continent where the Milky Way is so bright as when you are in Central Africa. If you do not want to control what you have, people will do whatever they want and misguide you. You have to be able to stand for yourself and be able to say that if this is what I have, this is how I'm going to beneficiate from it. This is my point. I'm not trying to say that we don't have to. These solutions, they've been controlling us and guiding us for years, all these institutions. Today, the power in the Congo is the Luba tribe. We want to talk about tribe. But the Luba tribe, if you in Zambia, the people they call the Luvwa are the same people. So when you're just talking about tribe and trying to build a story to the ignorant mass of the country in Congo that this is what this tribe is doing to you, you're just misguiding people. I think we have to start focusing on how we can strengthen our people so we can make the right choice for everybody. Not just
know that they're one people by letting them know that they are one, regardless.
Yes.
And that's the part that people feel like is offensive and, you want to do away. No, I don't want to do away with anything that makes us feel good. If it does us good too, because there's a lot of things that make you feel good, but just because it makes you feel good doesn't mean it's good for you.
That is true. If you ask me, most of the things the gentleman said just now, I guess I've been ranting about that one in terms of our security posture. I think that is at the heart of many of the concerns, Gina, you have been raising. You said, what if we do this and they just come and take it? The reason why that is happening because our security posture is very low, and we have to change it.
Low? Because we're not working uniformly.
True, but I believe that individually, if the nations do their due diligence, they will keep their nations more secure.
That's not true. That's what people have been trying.
That is not true at all. And when we're talking about the steps that our governments are doing, to create this unity between countries, that to me is the very opposite of tribalism, because it's looking intercontinental wise and saying we're building borders between countries. I think the problem also is the fact that, and somebody said in the comment, that the nations were not created organically versus the tribes, which are, traditional and a part of, who we are. So I think there's also that conflict between something who you are and something that was created for you. And we are still following institutions, not just, the borders, but our political systems, maybe our economic systems to some effect, and our educational system is to a great extent still colonial. The content might have changed, but the way even our legislatures, we're still following the opposite mindset. So even if we're trying to say, we're trying to be who we are, but in practice, our institutions are not of us. So we still have to grapple with the reality of nations. If we're going to be fully tribal and say this is who we are, then we have to have a regional, restructuring of the borders where all these tribes from all these nations can have their own countries. And so we can start talking about that, but that is not the conversation that is being had on the continent. What is happening now on the ground is that every country is seeking diplomatic ties with everybody else for the sake of their people, so their people can trade from one country to another. So in effect, it is for the people. And these tribal wars too, this is also on the ground. It is the people who fight tribal people fighting tribal people and killing tribal people. So on the ground, this is not some fairy tale ideological thing like, oh, just put your differences aside. That actually people killing each other over tribes and long and things like that. So on the tribe, and then somebody said, oh, we have to be slowly with, this unity thing. Well, people are very quick with the war thing. How is war very quick to happen? But we talk about unity, we have to be slow with the people. No, there is no time. We're fighting each other, and then we talk about they. We can talk about they, but who are we? If we are going to be divided within all these smaller tribes and all of that nations, but we still talk about they, then there is no they. We have to fight each other first and then figure out who they are, because if we are our own enemies, then all other invaders are also our enemies. But when people talk about tribes, we either have to understand that the tribes, we can have that loyalty to it, but the reality on the ground is that we are national people and intercontinental and global.
That's
See,
true. That's true.
I think
100%. I agree with everything you just said.
If you like agree 1,000,000%, it's not going to make
any difference.
It's not going to make any difference to my response. I think when people are responding to me, I think when people are responding, when I say something, I really would like them to address the point I was making. I don't see any reason why any nation should not make their military strong, because it makes your country vulnerable if you are not strong.
Well, the countries have to be working together, because guess what? Okay, this is the part. You're like individually. No, we have to be uniformly strong. There has to be, and until we get to that place where certain things are just done uniformly across the board, even though they might have individual sectors or ciphers, they have to be uniformic, and that's where strength is at.
Yeah,
we just got a whole bunch of confusion on the table.
Can you let me finish? See, if you want to be strong, you have to, units within that bigger group has to also be strong. You can't just say be strong as a group when every individual group, a member of that group is tiny and they can't hold themselves up. This is why Trump, when he went to Europe, he was forcing them to spend more money. That is, Europe is spending more than 10 times what Africa is spending on defense. But he went to Europe and tried to force them to spend more money on their individual nations. This is what I'm saying. It doesn't mean I'm saying that you should be individualistic. I'm saying to form a stronger group. That is my point. If you strengthen the individual states, when they speak with one voice, everybody listens. But right now, when we speak, they're like, nah, it doesn't matter much, because they can't do anything. Look at how weak they are. I can just go in there and wreck their country and then use this country against the other one like they are. So it's a lot easier. I think individually, all units that we have should be strong, from the family to the tribes to the state. They should all be strong, because the stronger you are, the less likely that they are going to be able to knock you down. I don't see anything wrong with that.
I agree. And I'll give an example of my own country. Why we are so weak today? Why? Because we are confused. We think we are Europeans. The Portuguese, made us believe that, we are, if we want to stay as African, we will be backwards. So the only way is for us to erase everything that connects us to Africa. Look, the kids of today have a Portuguese name and can only speak Portuguese. So what do you think in the future? What's going to happen to that country? We bail out Portugal economy, jeopardize our own economy. We were like 7 years in recession, 7 years, unprecedented 7-year recession. And meanwhile, our oil sector was booming. All money was went to bail out Portugal. Why? Because we have this cultural connection. We think as Portuguese. So that's what I'm telling you, my sister. When you from Kenya, when you are trying to say to tell that, oh no, tribalism, you see the negative side of tribalism. I'm seeing the positive of tribalism, because if you were still,
you just said
Let
a lot, and I think
let me respond after he's done, please.
you can.
yeah,
I'm just trying to
if
tell
we
him
had
that,
if we have kept, if we have kept to our tradition,
Mhm,
kept our names, our language, it would have been
mhm.
far more difficult for the Portuguese to come and confuse our mind. So they studied us. They said, okay, the only way to
if we didn't want
to damage.
if we didn't want to have wear their clothes, want their religion, sleep with their women, it would have been.
Let me also add this, sister. Are we are proud of our, you said that we are proud of our Europeanness. Are we as proud of our Europeanness as our tribal identities?
In Angola, yes.
See, and that both of those are just equally destructive. Both of those. You know what point we're missing? The black aspect of it, that part of unifying people despite everything. We are willing to accept Europeans over other tribes, other people who look like us. So this tells you that this tribal thing is also inhabiting us from looking at ourselves as black people. We're still, if you can be your tribe and still look at other black people as still part of your bigger tribe, then wonderful. But what the tribalism thing is making our brain small, that we can only see our tribes, but we can look at another people who are completely different from us and still accept them. So our tribalism is not making us more open to other people who look like us. It is making us open to other people who don't.
My sister,
But it's
it
the
is
mindset though.
my sister. It is my tribalism that make me listen to you. I see you as part of me, not Portugal. It is my tribalism to recognize that I am Bakongo. That's why I see similarity between me and all of you guys. But if I fall into the mindset that has been inculcated into a regular and ordinary Angolan today, I will see you as a stranger. And as many Africans complain about the Angolan, they don't see them as African.
I don't even understand.
That part, I agree with you. What I'm saying is this: it's not that we're not seeing each other as brothers and sisters. What I'm saying is that our tribalism, despite that, is still not enough for us to see other people as, to emulate other people and to want to be with them. You said we have African names and we have European names. So we are trying to put those two together and become what is this amalgamation of an Afro-European? This is what we're trying to be, but we're not trying to be with other people, other Africans from other parts of the country.
Of strangers than we are.
So this is why you see, you can have a beautiful Nigerian wedding with all their traditions, and the groom is a European, because for us it's natural. But maybe this tribe cannot marry this tribe because this person is from another tribe. But they're okay with
You just said Nigerians are marrying mostly Europeans.
I didn't say that. I said you can find. I didn't say that. I didn't even say any numbers. I didn't say any connotation.
Yeah,
I just said
you describe what Nigerian wedding and say it's a European group. What did you?
Our tribalism makes us appreciate others before we appreciate
But
our
that's
brothers.
not tribalism that's doing that though.
From a different tribe. That's
But
what
the thing is,
that's not
tribes
tribalism that's doing that.
are
Though.
the things that unite us. When
no,
you
because
know,
in tribalism there is casteism.
Yeah.
There is, so that's an aspect.
But that's gonna take form. But that's what I'm saying.
That's an
We're
aspect
getting
of
to
tribalism that we cannot, because even within your own tribe, you have sub tribes.
But we're getting too caught up in the tribal thing.
Well, that's the ugly of it. We can't.
No, but I'm saying
it because
that's not the problem though.
Excuse me. That's the part that causes division. That's the part that messes up our politics. That's the part that makes us not care how these little kids are going to school because we feel like they're not in our tribe.
But
that's
it's
the
not
part that's messing up. That's having us not fix infrastructure in certain parts of certain countries because they're not in certain sections that have a certain caste in it. Yes, tribalism touches every aspect of our lives.
But that's what I'm saying. We're attaching the mindset to tribalism. Okay, so if you don't fix the mindset, whatever form it's gonna take, you're gonna still have people that's gonna have those
The
same type
mindset
of
is
sentiments.
connected to the action. And the action of the mindset itself, to change the mindset, that's what we're trying to do here. We're talking about the fact that this mindset of looking at this person and saying this person is not a part of me, especially when we just talked about the fact that these hollow groups all stem from one group of people. It's really ridiculous for us to go and learn that and then unlearn that in the next paragraph when we're justifying how we're different.
You know, I think what I find is that I think that it is not the reason why I won't necessarily worry too much about that is because human beings can change very quickly. You'll be surprised how quickly human minds change.
Well, you're
When you have with the right leadership.
Take time, and now you're saying they
no. I mean in terms of on the ground, politically, all those things. If you want to have them institutions work together, that's how it works. But I think in the minds themselves, if you want to change the mind of people and say, you know what, you need to. This were your enemies. You don't see Europeans as your friends. You'll be surprised how quickly it changes. An example that I experienced recently is just last December or so, Russia and Ukraine were basically, hot next door neighbors. They're not very friendly, but funny. And then America, Russia had banks in America and all the rest of it everywhere. Now, today, right now, they were reporting that the situation in Russia right now is so tense, and the way they hate the West right now, that they are using terms like Satanism to describe them. The Russians believe they are trying to save the world from these people. So you see how they can switch from one to the other so quickly. It tells you how quickly human mind changes. Now the reason why they are priming themselves like that, these people will be capable of using nuclear weapons tomorrow. That's why they are priming themselves like that. This is what they did in Rwanda when they were calling the fellow citizens Tutsis cockroaches and all the rest, so that it allows them to do the unspeakable.
But you see what happened with Rwanda? They removed tribalism, and
no, that's not true. That's not true. It's still there. It's still there.
It's it's not there like it. I'm not even gonna pay attention to you, Paolo Yumbe. Of course, it's still there. People still know that they come from tribes, but guess what? They're not living their lives, doing their business, and doing all kinds of things in accordance to it.
They are doing it, Marcisa. They are doing it.
But to me,
yeah, please help me out, yeah.
Yo, Yambe, you can't take the whole thing. Let someone somewhere say something.
To me, the social stratifications are going to happen regardless. Whether you want to call it whether you want to call it based on tribe, whether you want to call it based on religion, whether you want to call it based on economic standing. The thing is, if you don't, the root of the problem is the mindset of the people. If you're coming from Paolo Yumbe is saying the essence is correct. There's two aspects to tribalism. You can have a negative aspect to it or a positive. The thing is, until you change the root mindset of it, regardless of if everybody on the continent drop tribalism tomorrow, if you don't change the mindset of the people, it's gonna the social stratification is gonna take a different form. The tribalism is not the problem, to be honest.
And this is where I say we don't know what we are.
How did they get rid of tribalism here in America?
They never got rid of it. It just took different forms.
Well, that's the thing. How did it take a back burner?
They started looking at resources, and capitalism became the tribe.
In America, I like
the result. You have the Jew community, you have the black people, you have the Spanish, you have all these groups, and
everyone had an equal opportunity to get what they could, regardless of race, citizen, class, all of those things. That's the model, not reality, but that was the model. And everybody has an equal chance of getting there. If tribalism is saying my tribe has a better chance and better opportunities for getting somewhere. So they said whether you're Italian American, let's just go with them. Let's not bring race into it, just them. They said whether you're Italian, Greek, Jew, whatever, as long as you're in here and you're American and you play, you have all the opportunities of the other people.
They are the
That's not the
they are the
reality.
landscape because they become a superpower.
Why do people always say this when they know that the West can change like that? Look at now, if any nation, any radio station or TV station is on this mainstream that are proper reading news from Russia, they are banned. This is not between the West. The war is not directly between America and Russia, but just because America supports Ukraine, they ban every station that is from Russia at all, that links to Russia
What
in
does that
any
have to
way.
do with a way? Don't you
My
understand
point
that?
is that their rules change based on stimuli, but based on their situation. The
No,
moment
it
it
has
change,
nothing to do with the tribalism in America.
my point is that if they have the same hardships, the same problems Africa had today, you will see tribalism
Facts.
pop his head out
Facts.
quickly.
Facts.
They will become ruthless
The
with
reason
each
they
other.
do not have the same hardships that Africa have is because they understand that they're going to have the same hardships if they stay divided. And they were divided. Now, let me finish in one statement without being interrupted. They were divided for a very long time. You know, I guess my question of what did they do to stop the divisions was completely ignored and went to something completely different, into Russia, into how they're responding. They picked a side. That has nothing to do with that. America is still batting for America in that case. My thing is, what did they do to stop the divisions that were within America?
Power.
What did Tanzania do? What did
power?
These, I mean, you know, I'm
power.
just, you know, we could go on for days.
Division
about
within
this.
America was
Hold on to your
taken
baskets
care
of
of.
differences. Hold on to your baskets of tribalism. Let's see how that. What's
Because
going to happen is the cycle will continue.
But
they were getting prosperity from Africa, and the economy was growing, and hence they don't have any reason to turn on each other. These people they resorted to cannibalism when they landed in America, in one of the colonies where they landed, because things were tough. When things get hard, people get hard. What they did, you see, any country that is prospering,
Things are not hard in Africa yet.
See, let me make this point because I think it's an important point actually.
Okay.
When there is prosperity, people see their lives going up and getting better. They don't tend to turn on each other. That is what I see. China has had prosperity for such a long time. Guess what? The people in China don't want to prosper. It's not because they didn't have poor people 20 years ago. They didn't have poor people 30 years ago. They stopped because they started seeing progress. If you keep giving them progress reports every year, things are improving and they are seeing their lives improve, they will never turn. Watch the people of China. When the government does anything and their lives get worse, then you see attitude change fast.
Yeah, prosperity and security, which is power, changed every equation.
I disagree. I think you meant. I think you meant.
You're just a troublemaker.
Let me just get that out the way, too, Nadia. I think you men are the problem.
I agree with you. No, we don't have a disagreement on that one.
I'm just gonna get this out the way right now.
What was the question? How did they get themselves out of it? Tunaja, you made a very good point, and I will continue with it. You started by saying that when they first came here, they had nothing. They had to eat, from the ground and so on. So when we look at it, they really started from what? From poverty. But how did they get over their poverty and all that? It was because they got over their tribalism. They had left Europe specifically because they were fighting their religious wars and so on and so forth. So the first thing they did in America is say, we're going to separate church from state. You can do whatever you want over there, but when it comes to running the politics and power, this is a different class. So they separated the powers. Sorry,
they were tearing each other up in America.
Let me finish. I'm just trying to answer the question. So they had a group, and they decided on the whole term of equality. This is what I go to: equal opportunities. Everybody, regardless of their position. They first started, it wasn't a full circle. They first started with all the landowners, regardless of how big or how small, all the white landowners. And then they said, all the white people, regardless of who you are, whether you are from Greek or Spain or whatever. And then they started saying all the citizens. So in other words, they're expanding the circle of equal opportunity so that every person feels that they can achieve a certain standard of living, whether it can be achieved or not. But this term of tribalism can work whether you're in poverty or in prosperity. They change their poverty into prosperity by tribalism, by removing that tribalistic aspect that they came with from Europe and becoming Americanized. So once you come here, these are the rules, this is who you are. So these fights that they used to have in Europe, they didn't come over there with here in America. They did have some fights, but when you go to the history of Europe, they were fighting each other way, way more. America said, this is our land, and that was the rules. So by removing this, tribalistic loyalty, you can still be Polish and Italian and German, but you know that your overarching is your Americanness. So I think that's how they did it, by giving everybody access to equal opportunity, even if it's a dream. But that's the dream.
Even if it's a lie.
Even if it's a lie, I agree.
You all know that it don't happen
But they
overnight.
sold
You know
it.
it did
That
not
was
happen
the sale
overnight.
that they sold to their people, and they sold to other people. This is the dream that they gave to their people. It's all mental, psychological.
But within that system you're talking about, it's
Let me
still
just
the
address the point she raised
social
directly. Sorry about that.
stratification.
I'll let you go.
Oh, you good, my good.
Yeah. So see, you can, when you say things, you can believe it all you want. When they came in, the Russians, the Spanish, the French, they were fighting each other. Let me finish my point. Then
You can finish the point, but don't sit there and say she can believe it all she wants. It's the facts. It's facts.
Yeah, of course.
Oh God! It seemed like what she's saying wasn't true. Now you can be honest.
Okay.
Be honest.
I want to
with
disconstruct.
declaration. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, fair point. So this in the Spanish, the French, they were fighting each other. Even in the English, I'm in England. Yeah, I knew how the Irish left this in England. They were being decimated by the English, and then they started running to America, and they were discriminated against. There was a time they were even using them as slaves in America. So you see, it tells you that you don't know the deeper story of what this nation was like.
There was tribalism.
I do know the deeper story. I know about the potato famine. I know how the Irish came, how they were discriminated against. What I was saying, that eventually they too became a part of the circle of the Americanness. There is no difference now between the Irish and the Germans.
Isn't that what I'm calling for? There was a transition. It didn't happen overnight.
We said that before to Niger, that they too were tribalist and changed. That was the first thing that was said.
No, but he's saying it took time. That's what
it took time. It took time. Generations.
No, the thing is this. It's not going to get anywhere when y'all sitting here still in 2022 when we're the drum is beating for us. We're running out of space to dance. And everybody's still trying to hold on to something. Speak it into life that this thing has not worked for us for over 5,000 years.
But I don't. But if you're looking at it from
and then okay, let me get another question in, because we're just semantics. That's all we're doing. Who gains the most from tribalism? Who gains?
Of course, the West gains the most.
Oh, come on, no. Who gains the most from tribalism? Why do black men uphold it so much?
What?
I asked a question. Why do black men uphold it so much?
I don't uphold it.
Who's upholding tribalism?
I don't even understand why I can't just get one person to answer me without looking like they're shocked. Why do you think? Because we are living in a patriarchal society in Africa, right?
Yes.
And so tribalism is being upheld by black men, right?
You can't say that.
Yes.
You know what? Someone somewhere, please. I am not asking an off question. Why do black men uphold tribalism so much on the continent? I'm asking a straight question because black men are the head in the continent, right? The head of households, the head of communities, the head of chiefdom, kingdoms, right?
It's a very good question,
You guys are personalizing this whole thing. I'm asking real straight.
It's a good question.
Now, how do black men benefit from tribalism? Let's talk about that.
I'd like to start with that one. Because in my country, that has been in play a lot, like the Tutsi and the Hutu overlapping in the Congo, and creating the type of things saying that, oh, there is a new tribe in the Congo, say the Batuti of Congo and this type of things. So I think every time we're trying to characterize something or a certain group, it's for a certain gain. And has always been the plan.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. It's for a gain.
Yeah.
And the gain is usually by a bunch of people that's trying to control people's lands, women, and food, or gold, or whatever resources they can sell to other people from other places.
Of course. I'll give you a simple example. My sister from Tanzania here, she knows how busy the Tanzanian ports are, probably because of all the mines that leave the Congo, Eastern Congo, probably leaves out from Tanzania. So what happens? States that are closer to, because they kept on dividing the states, for an example, how do they call this thing? I forgot the term that they use, but like back in the days, we had about 11 to 12 states. They took those states and divided them to little more states where they have governors that can control the area much more at their mercy. So it's just helping them to have more play on the ground while you think that, oh, this is the guy who's in control.
Yeah.
But this has been happening for a moment, and you see at the moment in the Congo we have somebody from Lubadison in power, and his people, who are mostly located in central Congo, they trying to migrate toward eastern Congo because of the activities, the economical activities in those area, which is totally normal, right? But the people on the ground will have this politic and say that, oh, these people are coming from our lands, they're coming and they're doing things that we don't allow on this side. And why? It's because they say that what they already have in control here now has to be shared with a new group of people, because maybe the president is part of their tribe, are now thinking they can move everywhere. So it's always an idea, some type of bad seed that they will throw in your mind that will get you say, oh, why you here for this, why you here for that, and leave here and to start fighting and insulting each other, and quickly in the media.
And I hate when I bring up the word tribal and I start talking about people get all in up in there, and is, oh, why must we end? I see you, Require. Why must we end tribal identity on the continent? Nobody's saying that. I'm just saying let's look at it. If we could talk about things, I'm just saying let's look at it. Who what is the end for all of it? And
I
why?
think I want to answer to that question. I think people do not understand what tribal is.
Like that. And when you ask these kind of questions and people get upset, it makes me feel like, what are you getting out of it?
It's not, but this we're missing the point though. Like so tribalism is the ism that we're using right now. So let me make an analogy. If spirituality divides people. If you have a people that's mindset, they have a poverty and a lack mindset, and you have greedy people, they are going to use that entity, such as religion, to try to yield power over people.
That's how a lot of these things are done, by greedy people.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. It's not the entity of tribe. It's the people that's trying to yield the entity of tribe.
The West is the greediest people in the world.
I'm trying to get to the fact, or to the bottom line of it, which is who profits from it.
Of course, greedy people that's trying to yield power.
I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying take a look at who profits from it.
The politics, the people working.
Can I add to this? I think that question. That question is a little bit puzzling for me at first, because I had to take time to really wonder, because who actually gains from this? For one, the people that gain from it, are the people that stakeholders, as they call themselves in the society.
Stakeholders, what is that?
Yeah, I think it's basically politicians, business people, and all the rest. They use that to advantage themselves in.
That's what I mean. Now we're getting somewhere.
But there is another core aspect of it.
From it too. Other nations profit from it too.
Yeah. There's another core aspect of it though. which has to do with culture, tradition,
Yeah.
that they want to protect
Yeah.
from change. So that those two mixed together, that's what creates that resistance against this thing change.
But the most powerful objection is the politics that uses it to do what it will. And that's the part we don't get, because to be honest with you, if it was just the cultural aspect of it, it wouldn't be so terrible, because the cultural aspect of it is beautiful. The aspect that's ugly is the fact that it's being used to divide and conquer. And that's what I'm trying to get to. And you see, people could get all up in their little feelings, but I really don't care. I'm going to have a discussion about something, and we're going to talk about it logically without people getting all emotional. Shoot, I come from a tribe too. I come from many tribes. Just because I'm not from the continent don't mean I don't belong to these tribes. They're mine too, and I'm going to talk about them.
Yeah, but Sister Jada, I think the criticism is the politics of Africa.
And that's the part. I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people have a problem when diasporans talk about tribes. I got more tribes in me than any of y'all. Well, was my tribes taken from me because I left the continent? You see, that's the funny thing. We don't understand that, these discussions, more of them are, if people are being honest with you, if I'm going to sit here and be honest with you, these are the kind of discussions that you want to have with diasporans, because you know why? That means they're doing their homework. That means because they're trying to connect. If you don't want to have these conversations, honestly, then you're not trying to really get to know us, and we don't want to get to know you. And these are the kind of conversation you need to be having in your living rooms, because this is important. Who benefits from it? It's a good question. It's not negative. It's a positive question, because you have to ask yourself. I mean, I'm sure that's what the people that ended tribalism in certain places, or put tribalism on the back burner, or put tribalism in a place of culture in certain places to be able to make, their spaces that, better for everyone.
Miss Gina.
That's all I'm saying.
Miss Gina, but if you still have those people within your,
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you while I'm talking, but
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give you an opportunity. Just take a look and see how are greedy people using tribalism against our people, our own people, the greedy people amongst us, the selfish, cruel, caste type bougie people that want to stay in power and leave others behind. How are they using it against us?
Because of the cultural ties and traditions that are in place. That they latch onto that as a way of saying, you have to advantage me, I'm one of you, stuff like that. That is what goes on. And we have to, I agree with you, obviously, that, the idea is that it's time to operate as a higher group, we have to operate, be on code on that one. But when it comes to tribalism, we have to take off the negative aspect, because the positive aspect is the variations that we have.
No, what do you mean by take off the negative aspect?
The negative aspect is there are some negative aspects, like maybe if one tribe says, they better not marry the other tribe, or sometimes it's like, so those they all fight the other tribe.
If you're born into this tribe, you're born a slave.
Negative aspects.
Negative aspects we need to remove.
And it's funny because I'm gonna reply. Requia says, I'm not emotional. I just think that we are discussing the issue of tribalism on the continent without fully understanding what the tribes signify to us. It's not all about division and war. Don't think I don't do my homework. I think you should know me better than that. And I think it's time to expect diasporans to do their homework. And guess what? The only way we're gonna get to it is by talking.
Yeah, but I think it goes back to, if you take it, if you get rid of the tribalism.
Nobody's saying to get rid of it.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying the tribalism. I'm not saying
I want you to start using the word putting it in its place, because I don't want people to get all up in their, feelings.
No, yeah, I'm not saying that you are per se. I was just saying it within the context of a nation. If a nation, let me say, if a said nation gets rid of quote unquote tribes,
right,
and you still have those same greedy people whatever entity you form, that same greed is going to take shape in whatever entity that is going to be. It's
Well,
going to be
once
expressed.
I like what you just said, but there's something that happens. Once you get rid of that, then you put measures in place to ensure that certain people cannot use certain measures. But you see, the thing about tribalism and culturalism, and because it overpowers laws, if you don't put that aside first, people tend to connect that to something higher than anything outside of their ciphers.
Miss Gina, can I?
That does
That's why I
sometimes.
say you should take the power away from the rules. You take the power away from the people. From
I
the
definitely see what you're saying.
What
I agree with you.
What it does sometimes is it causes people to always choose their tribe before the whole. And that can be, and that has been, not just can be. I mean, somebody brought up Dominican Republic and Haiti a minute ago. Clear case of tribalism. Same people. DNAs match a lot, especially for the Afro-Latinas on the island of Dominican Republic. But some of them are the most racist towards the darker people in Haiti. So it's another case of tribalism, and for me, I understand it very well because I understand caste systems very well. Because believe it or not, we carry it with us even in the diaspora. So we understand it. Those of us that take the time to really examine it, and yes, it is a dividing tool. I'm not saying that's all it is, but it is a dividing tool for others. They know that they can use that tool to rip us apart. And by doing that, when two brothers fight, and so for me, that's how do you correct that? How do you get rid of that aspect of somebody else having the power to come in and shake you?
I really think
You got to get rid of the greedy people within your community.
I think we should start.
You got to get rid of not just greedy people, but the different aspects that can cause division.
But that's what I'm saying. Anybody that has okay, so
you have greedy people always. You're never gonna get rid of greedy people. You just got to give them less ammunition. Ammunition is, you see, this is the thing. I disagree with you. Somewhere. I know there's always gonna be greedy people. You just got to give them less room to work with. And what I'm talking about, and what I don't think people understand, is giving, when I asked that question, who benefits from it? That was the key right there. When we understand, or we take a look at things like that, culturalism, tribalism, and all of that, even in Haiti where they have culturalism, real big, that's our form of tribalism. Culturalism is our form of tribalism, and you got to take a look and see who benefits from it. And okay, how are these people that benefit from it also being puppeteered? How are they controlled, and who's controlling them?
And this is why when other people were pushing for institutions, I wasn't really seeing anything on that, because I see whatever going on the continent right now, reforming alliances. May God help us. But the thing is, if we do not help or equip the people on the ground, the millions of people on the ground, we will still have these people coming here and saying that, we're moving forwards, but we are not really going anywhere. And this is what we have to avoid, unless we are actually making actual changes on the ground to help our people to understand that they have the choices, because they play them like ships. Like, they just come there and say, take this money, you have to elect this type of tribe only around
Exactly.
this area. It's ugly, and we have to understand that these type of things are made by people that just want to
And
control.
they know all these
If
people,
they
all
are,
you have to do is play on their tribalism and they'll do whatever we say.
yeah,
It's fucked up.
and
I mean, I understand. I understand. I love it. I mean, to be honest with you,
and the thing is,
I
for
love
me,
our
that's not even.
people.
I know tribe doesn't
I
mean.
love the differences, but I don't. I think we've had a lot of time to celebrate the differences and see ourselves as different. And I would really like to see us to start seeing ourselves. It's funny because when Tunai just shared that Hollow group thing with us, and I'll share it again because I thought that was amazing. I thought that was absolutely amazing that he showed that. And when I saw that, the first thing that came to my mind was, that is awesome. And why does it not connect that because of that, we are one? And well, we come from one source. And because of that, we should be willing to maybe put it on the back burner that we've come up with these different groups. It's like, okay, so let me give an example. My mother's mother, well, I come from the L3 line. Anybody that understands hollow groups, you know what I'm talking about. So in my line, that first woman, that L3 woman, she might have had 5 daughters. These daughters went to different countries. They now married men that spoke different languages. Their children's children end up being different people. But they're still family. And but what happens is that we have over time made it like these things that make us different is the most important thing. No, the thing that makes us one is, like, when I looked at this and Tunaja explained that, I was just like, I was in awe. So it's all right there. The RB line. Is that where it started, Tunaja?
Yeah, it starts from the center there.
That RB1, that R1B rather.
And I think it's referred to as the A and this thing. E1B1 is a newer gene because it's in brown
It's the
color.
newer gene, but the one that the R1B, is that the first one?
No, it's A. I think A is I think it's called A this thing haplogroup. That's how it's described. So that pink line
So
is
the A1, they were A1A, A10. I mean,
yeah, different A's. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So this is it. These are the 3 groups. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Somebody said earlier. So these are the 3 groups. And so wouldn't it be great if we could go back to understanding that we come from these 3 lines?
You know what came to me right now? When we were watching the story of the young man Pierre Lyoya, we all felt that, oh, you know, he's one of us and so on. And then in our tragedies, we come together when things are bad. And yet in the things that we are happy, you know, our cultural ties and our tribes and all of that stuff, the things that are good and great, this is where we start to separate ourselves. And the things that are bad is where we start to unify. That's it.
Yeah, I feel exactly the way you feel, sis. And it's funny because I don't have a problem with us coming together and feeling completely great about having certain family that we are culturally ciphered to or whatever. But if we're gonna do it, let's do it right. Let's go all the way back. Why stop at a certain century? I mean, if we're gonna do it, if we really do it and we go by lineage, then we're gonna find ourselves really in just like one tribe. But I guess I'm wrong for thinking that. I guess I'm wrong because I'm saying that, because these are the facts. If we're gonna go back, if we're gonna choose to be in tribes and choose to go by lineage, then how far back are we willing to go? You brought this to the table tonight, Jim. Is this not real?
Yeah, it is real, and
but it's not
what is also real is that when we have disagreements with our friends, parents, children, human beings change very quickly, and that's the thing. And eventually, I believe when we get our act together in terms of, because stability, we need stability to get to a certain threshold, then we can start making proper. Because right now, our leaders are not calling, they're not telling people the truth.
I mean, my thing is this, Tunaja, how could you learn this, right? How could you look at this map, learn this, and then go back to thinking that we all so different? We are not different.
Human beings are easy to divide. It's scary easy.
Of course we are. We choose to be because we want to be able to have reasons to benefit from. And it's really about, for me, it's like it goes back to me about follow the train of it. Who benefits from it? And what kind of control or power does it give them? But that's just my opinion. And, I'm just a voice here on the panel. You heard Powwow Yumbe. He has a different opinion. Tunaja agrees with Powwow Yumbe. They believe that it's, and we got Njokoya in this comment section. And, we have different opinions when it comes to this. But the only thing that's sad about this whole thing is that while we're sitting here having opinions about it, our people are truly being affected by it. All over the world, yo. And I don't know. Some people say that it's the best thing that we could be doing. And some people say it's not. I have measured it. I have weighed it, measured it, looked at it, and it just goes back to a whole bunch of some people want to be better than others. And that's just disgusting to me always. It's never good for me. When I go to the things, I don't just look at the surface or the drum beating or the dancing. I go and I look deep down into what it means for others. And when I learned about the Usu tribe, is it the Usu tribe in Nigeria considered
Usu?
Usu,
yeah.
Considered the slave tribe.
I think they are more like shunned tribe, not necessarily slave tribe.
That's even shunned.
Yeah,
because they are.
The term is, I'm not sure I'm getting the term right. It's more
I don't know
like
if that's supposed to make it better, but for me,
no,
it's not.
it's not.
Not just in Nigeria. There's many cases of this across the continent where certain tribes are better than other tribes, and other tribes are not allowed to even walk on this side or go eat on this place or wear these colors. It's ridiculous. And I'm sorry, that's just my opinion.com. I'm gonna have my opinion.com. I have tribes too. I'm affiliated with these tribes too. And it's funny because somebody told me once, they came in my comment sections, you're not on the continent, don't speak about things that fuck you. Excuse my language. Whoever feels that way, F you. I'm gonna talk about tribes because I got many of them in my lineage. But unlike some people, I like that map that Tunai just shared. It goes way back. Instead of me looking at 250 tribes in just Nigeria, I realized that all those tribes go back to 3 different brothers and 1 sister. Ain't that something? And so if we're really gonna, if we're gonna culturally do this thing, how far back are we willing to go? Because if we go way back, it's gonna bring us to oneness. But we don't want to do that. We want to stop at a point where we were already divided, manipulated, and just being, tools for chiefs or kings or whoever else came along, colonizers. My facts, not yours, not anybody else's, just my facts. We're closing out, y'all. Tell me what you think about this discussion. I know I'm gonna probably get a whole bunch of nasty people in my comment section. Stop wasting your time on me because you're not gonna change my opinion, my views, or the way I speak. So don't do that. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna speak to my brothers and sisters as honestly as I can every week. This was an honest conversation. It fucked me up to watch that young man get shot behind the head. It messes me up to see all the division that's going on in the Congo. And yes, a lot of it has to do with tribalism. Let's be honest. And And it hurts me because if it's not one of the greatest, one of the most tools that is used against us, then why is it working in so many ways? I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. You could go on YouTube and you could look at situations back to back to back to back to back to back to show that this group of people was against this group of people because they feel like this group of people is different. You may not agree. You may say, well, we got to find a way to still maintain this divisive division and still whatever. You may think that that's possible. I'm just saying my position, and this is my closeout, is that it's not. I don't think it's fair that the Congo is going through and have been going through all that they've gone through. I don't think it's right that, you know, children are being looked at as witches and stuff because they were born into certain families that automatically, because they were born into certain tribes, that they're automatically witches. History. I don't know who's to say that the reason that my people were not were sold was because they were looked at like they were coming from a slave tribe.
I think everybody was sold, including kings and princes.
I mean, we're not talking about, I said me. I said my people. Can I speak for me? And you're right. Certain people were sold. Greedy brothers and greedy people would sell certain people of wealth as well, just so they could take their land. So it's just, for me, it just goes back to that. Like, you know, the story of Osu tribe, the Osu tribe. Most of them had land. Most of them had businesses and they were doing well, but people wanted what they had. So they created this thing and decided that these people were the cursed people. And therefore, tradition, culture labeled them, and they became these people under the tribe of Osu, and they were allowed to be sold. That's a great example of how it didn't work. And there's many examples of that. And then there's some beautiful examples of how people look out for each other. But guess what? I always balance things out on how much good is it doing, how much bad is it doing, and who benefits from it. That's all I'm saying. Our people don't really pay attention to who's benefiting from things. And it's not just, you could sit all day long and you could sit here and it's easy to say the white man this, the white man that, the white man this. We could remix that song all day. But the minute that we start taking a look at what we're doing to allow certain things to keep happening, and how do you think this man get away with the statement that he said in that video that I kept sharing? Why do you think he is able to get one group of people to fight another group of people?
Why is Rwanda and why are Uganda important to the U.S. military? Precisely because we can have them do things in Africa that we don't wish to do for ourselves. We can have their soldiers die if need be. We can have them deploy places if need be. And so having proxies, having allies, having clients who are willing to do your bidding becomes very important.
Why are some of us willing to do other people's bidding? Because we look at the people that we're doing the bidding to as different people. And that's the part for me. So that's my closeout. Go ahead, Power Young Babe. Disagree with me and close out. Is he asleep? All right. Power Young Babe, thank you for coming through. And like I said, Power Young Babe disagrees with me 100% in this thing with the tribalism, but I'm okay with that. I don't want it to go away. I just want it to take its place. I think that we need to organize things in a way where everything has its place. And we should not be able to overturn the table just because of this thing that has been used as a tool. And we need to understand what tools are being used against us. Good evening, Mr. Yambe. Tunaja, my brother.
Yeah, for me, the Congolese topic, we just scratched the surface. I think that.
Oh man, not even.
That is a massive country to look into. I definitely would like to know more about it and the Central African region. about this tribalism, this is whether we should, get rid of it. The argument is more like whether we should get rid of it immediately or get rid of it in stages. And I argue that we should get rid of it in stages because we have people that would take, if you need to do it quickly, it will require a lot of bloodshed, and there is no guarantee the outcome will achieve it anyway. We might set ourselves back, decades, if not longer. And I think when we want to do what we want to do, we have to start from the point of view of not wanting to take life first. If there is a solution to do it without taking life that is just as viable, why opt for the other one? That's the way I look at it. Because right now the leaders on the ground are making some moves, and the people themselves, they are trying some things. The experiment in Nigeria has lasted 20-something years, which is not nothing. So we have to be creative about this, and I think Nigeria's one is just a rudimentary innovation. You can see the innovation in the banking sector. Nigeria is the second country in the world to take up digital currency. It's because we have to start thinking about things our own way. We don't have to wait for people. We have to figure out our own ways out, because that is the part that the others have not tread, and you are more likely to have opportunities there. I believe that if we do it in stages, it will give us stability. It will give the next generation a chance to grow up in stability, which means they don't have as much trauma and they can be able to relate to each other better. And then we can build on that. Obviously, first things first is always security. If we upgrade our securities and come together later on, that will make us even stronger. We don't even have to wait to come together. We've already done it. Africa has a defense pact already, so we have to make our individual nations strong, because when you do that, in other words, if you don't do that, all the stuff we are talking about here is just wind, really. It's not going to matter. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And thank you to Najim. Love the contrast. I may not agree with everything you say, but I respect you. And I appreciate you for taking the time to come through.
Thank you too. I appreciate your questions and your insights. The things you challenge that I didn't think about. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, my brother. Thank you for being I don't know, a sounding board today. Because I don't know. It seems like, to be honest with you, this whole thing, and it's funny because when I brought up the fact that how do men benefit from it? I know I offended some people. I apologize. But clearly it's the truth. It's the truth. How do men benefit from tribalism is something that when I said it, I heard Yaya laugh in the background. But tell me what you think, my brother.
Yeah, that's the thing. I believe a lot of us have lost our hearts.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that we need to fight to get back, because some people are talking about Kemet or the people we used to be.
Yeah.
If we were ever the greatest people or the greatest nation, it was because of our heart.
Yeah.
If people were able to gain knowledge, it was because of our heart. It's not because of the hate that we have today that we quickly are ready to display. And it's just shaming us, really.
Yeah.
The things that have been happening in the Congo for me. Again, the first book I read about slavery, I was just 13. I
Wow.
really know history of what's been going on around there. The war about, there was a video that talked about 4 million people. By that time, they just couldn't say the 10 million people they killed between 1996 and 2003. You cannot tell about how many people they've killed since then until now.
Yeah.
And it's just like so sad, because when people are ignorant and some other people are uninformed, it's so easy to manipulate. big play or big moves around the world. You have to know that the copper of the Congo has made America the country that it is. If America is so connected, they needed copper from the Congo. We
Yes.
should not be shy to say that we are able to do things for ourselves. And even though people have done things that are so great today, we should not be shy to say we could be great too by ourselves. And tribalism really, people don't understand it. They just don't understand it. It's something, it's the family. I will just refer people to study the Chokwe culture. You will see how they spread throughout Africa and how they created those villages and those family, and that became today a tribe that you can find out throughout Africa today under different names as Louvois, Lusala, and Chokwe people, or the Luba. So
but you said it's the family. I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
That's what you just said is something that nobody else said tonight. Tribalism is the family. And what I'm trying to understand, and maybe this is the part I can't understand, and maybe it's because I'm a diasporan and because I do feel like there's a sense of tribalism when it comes to us, the diasporan, when it comes to certain continentals. Not even the ones that I'm not even saying the negative ones. I think in all of them feel like we are different. And I understand that there's been hundreds of years that separate us. But what I do also, I have a problem is that, okay, when we talk about it's the family, we forget, we disconnect ourselves from the overall family, and we only allow this cipher or group of people that we constitute as the family. But clearly, as the map shows of hollow groups, we're all family. And so for me, it's a little confusing when you said tribalism is the family. Well, tribalism is anti-family because it kind of breaks the family up for me. And maybe this is another conversation. This conversation isn't over because I know that I'm going to come back to it again, but in a way, I don't want to be disrespectful to Africa or Africans or the tribes or the belief in tribes, but I'm just being as honest as I can. And there's no way that I can do that without putting some of the things I do on the table. Like when you said tribalism is a family.
If I may ask permission to say something.
That's I just wanna
let
give
me
point,
this close out and then
you can close out as well.
Sorry,
Honestly, when I say that, it's just because of the knowledge I was able to acquire.
Right.
I think I've emailed you a video as well of a group of people that were living today in Cameroon. But these people were coming, they call themselves the Sawa people or the people from Douala. They live in central Cameroon today. But the video I sent you is the story of their migration. How this old man is explaining to the young people how they come from this place called Congo Matai, which is actually today Democratic Republic of Congo.
Right.
And it's just crazy to me that the people in that area are called the Yombe, like Power Yombe.
Yeah.
But now those who were living there and migrated due to colonizations and slavery are today the Douala and Sawa people, and they've attached themselves to the tribe they found there, which is also another Bantu tribe, the Bassa people. It's just to tell you that if we knew and if we were really searching to help ourselves, we could. If we are just letting the people that have set up the play for us dictate what we see and how we think about these things, then that's where it's wrong. They're using tribalism to play with us. That's a fact. But it's deeper than that. Like I said, tribes are made from families. So there is no way to detach yourself from any other group that you see around yourself.
Because they're all family.
Yeah.
And so that's
and we have to bring our people to that knowledge, that conscious level that these people are my people. Yes, they call them a certain name, and that's why the characterization, when they call this group a certain name, that's where it starts.
Yeah.
But most of the time, from what I've learned, these names are sometimes the type of work these people used to do back in the days. Like they called a certain people of Gabon the Teke people.
Yeah.
But Teka is to sell in my language. So these people were actually merchant.
Yeah.
So between them, you will not see one DNA group. But because they've came together and created this culture and this family,
Yeah.
and they all live in a certain way, they've characterized them as the Teke tribe.
So even though they may be different people.
Exactly.
Mhm.
The Akan people of
So
Ghana.
it's basically like
When you go to Ivory Coast, you will see the Baole people. It's the same people.
and that's the
You call
part.
them Baole
That's
over
the
there,
part
you call
I
them Akan over there.
understand. And that's the part I understand, Yaya, that confuses me and makes me upset because you're like, okay, not you, but in particular, these people that you're calling different people are very much your people.
Your people.
And that's the part. Fucks me up every time.
So we really are ignorant, and when we hurt other groups because of a certain status your group gained, and you just want to maintain it, that's where you become a tribal.
That's why I
now
say
a bad
who
tribal.
benefits from tribalism, because I am learning that certain groups benefit by having other groups be less than.
Yeah.
And that's the part.
And that's true. I see Tanzan did mention here about Attack on Titan. My brother here, Darth Raven, also has this. I think they call it. I'm not quite sure about the Uchiha eyes. All of these they've mentioned earlier comes from the Japanese culture. I always I want to just point this out. Sometimes you also have to realize why you're so fond of a certain culture. I've tried to do that because I've been watching One Piece since 1999, and I wanted to know why Japanese sounded so good to me. And that's when, in a study we've conducted with some friends, we found out how the way the words are formed in Japanese, it's just the same how it's formed in Lingala or in Kikongo or other languages of Africa as well. And today, when we call about a lot of work people today, they want to attach themselves to these things because the teaching you see in these cartoons or manga are inspired of Japanese culture, and Japanese culture has some type of Japanese religion attached to it, which back in the day came from Africa. The way they have the temples with five levels and all these things, and they do show because they want to control the narrative in the country. They do show these things in the manga because they know that people watch these things. They buy these things. It's one of the first selling thing in Japan. So when you watch this thing, you can learn about how these through those stories, you can learn about a lot of their culture. And a lot of African people today have been attaching themselves to that without knowing that they're just reattaching themselves to an ancient culture of theirs already. So we have to be really aware of what we are. Again, really aware of what we are. We have to search and we have to stand for ourselves. We could be the best of the best. We can do that.
And I think we can do that if we look at that map that Tunai just showed us and understand that we're one source, man. We're one people. We're one source. We're one people. And I know that sounds a little dreamy, and of course, with all that we are now, I know it's.
I wanted to point out one more thing when you ask about how America have done it. My answer would have been by being blood murderers.
But another aspect of it is that they did sacrifice. They made a sacrifice to to put some differences behind them. And we have to acknowledge that, yes, they did it by being bloody murderers. I agree. But they also made some inward sacrifice. We're not talking about the outward stuff, but they made some inward sacrifices. And I guess what I'm speaking to today is, what kind of inward sacrifices are we willing to make? Tribalism was a part of what we were saying, but there's more to it than that.
I think America came together. They decided to unite and put their resources together, the power together,
their ingenuity together,
exactly,
their abilities together, and that's what makes them great.
Yes, and I think that's something that can happen on the continent as well. Honestly, when you look into the artifact, when you go to museums in Belgium or France, and you see what we had as visual culture representation was the same all over the continent. So there was one basis form of knowledge that was spread all over the continent that every African used to make or to follow, just like laws. We have various laws that happens throughout different tribes. That's because everyone followed the same model back in the past. Now that's what we can see today on those museums, but we don't have possessions of those, and we cannot compare and say, oh, this tribe has the same representation as this tribe. Why is that for? And when we cannot do that, we're still blind. So we have to fight for everything that we can, so we could be explaining to others what we actually are and what we can do. America really, it's a great country, honestly. They've done the things that they could and pushed the world in a certain way. But I think it's time for probably African to take the flag now and keep running with the things for the world, if we want a better world for everybody. Because one of the things I've noticed, mostly with quantum technology, how it's finally just looking like, oh, these people are now thinking like the old people of our villages. It's really weird. We have to look into that as well. So we cannot take nothing for granted or leave anything for granted. We still have the capacity to come together and use tools that can make us great and great again. And that's something we have in hand. I think for every African, the best way to start this is to start uniting yourself, not as a country or as a political region, but as a people, just as people that want to thrive together. And this is how we will do it.
I think that's exactly what I'm trying to say. I think as a people, I love it. Thank you, Yaya. Oh boy, 10-10. 10 sis. We've been, yeah.
Oh man, sis.
It's and like I said, it's just, it's funny because while I was listening, and I was listening to you, and I was listening to, I think Yaya was the only one that was trying to understand where we were coming from. But I was listening and I was thinking, damn, who really benefits? And it came to me, men. Okay, that's why their position, though, they don't see it, because they truly do benefit from it in a lot of ways. And
yes,
but I don't mean that in a negative way, just in a honest way of logically looking at it. Tell me what you think, sis. This is your closeout. I just wanted to share.
Okay. Let me close out by defining, because we might be speaking about different things and we're arguing about a different thing altogether. For me, the way I define tribalism is the feeling of superiority. One tribe feels superior over a different tribe. So the aspect of it is the superiority part. It's not to say tribes are bad. It's not to say being loyal to your country or your people, your traditions and all that is bad. So it's just the feeling that me as my tribe, my country is better than another because I was born into this tribe. I'm better than somebody who is from a different tribe, who looks like me, who is just an African and a Black person like me. I put both Black and African together for those who want to contest either one. So just so we know who we are, because we speak they. Who's they? Let's speak about us first. Who is us? If somebody from Congo, they're us, yes. Somebody from Nigeria, they're us, yes. Somebody from Haiti, they're us. Somebody from Black America, that's us. That's us. That's all of us. So once we know who's us, that's us.
That's who we are. That's us. Yes.
Yeah. Somebody. Let's just go with who we are. I'm not even going into DNA, all of that. You see somebody, you're like, yeah, that's us. Let's just be simple with it. No, I'm not even going to get complicated. The difference also between tribalism is also, I think this is also the thorn in the flesh of those people who are being very defensive, is traditionalism. Now,
Yes.
Africans are very traditionalist. They hold on to very things that have gone on for a very long time, before we have a very deep conscious memory. And this even goes to the Black Americans and the Haitians. We have deep historical things that we don't even know where they come from, and we still have these hostilities and friendships we both recognize and are angry at each other at the same time. We both love and hate each other on sight. On sight. Like, look at that, you're like, oh, another Black person. And then you're like, another Black person.
First you feel good, then you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute. So it's both natural, and we're both natural and antagonistic to each other. That's part of who we are. But being traditionalist doesn't mean that, you're ashamed of who you are. You can still be traditionalist, and you can still be, that's being proud of who you are. And even when it comes to the diasporans, this is something also that we have to have a conversation with. We do look at diasporans as different from us. And there is a valid reason for that, both in defense for them and as a, not like an ignorance for Africans, because they, in respect for their different experiences, for the different, ways that they became who they are, they did forge an identity out of their history and their culture. They did take what they brought from Africa, and they also made what their own. They made it their own. So we have to respect that with this our family. You cannot just have a long lost family and forget about them and say, oh, well, they were lost, and because now we know. Now we can't pretend that, we didn't know where they ended up to. We saw them, going off in a ship and all that stuff, and we could forget about it for 400 years. But guess what? They're here now, and we have to deal with it, And what saddens me is that somebody from outside of Africa has to come to Africans and tell us that we are one people. What the hell? We should be telling them that we are one people. Come home. We are one. This should not be coming from outside of us. This should be coming from inside of us. We should be saying we are one people. How are we going to welcome other people if we can't even be one?
Yeah.
So being traditionalist doesn't mean that you're not going to embrace people who traditionally were cut off from you. They built their traditions and we built ours, and now it is time for us to come together and say, time has passed. What have you been up to? And we respect what both of us have been up to.
This is why you know, and let me teach you what I know.
Yeah, and this is why I respect you, my sister, because you don't have to care about what happens in Congo. You have your own country. You could just be like, hey, I don't care. This doesn't affect me. But you went into it and searched for it. And why shouldn't Africans do the same? We should also embrace our people. What happened to those people who are gone? What happened? They lost what we have. And let me also say something for those defending the tribes. Tribalism is not for tribes. Tribalism is not for the upkeep of those cultural and traditions that we hold so dear for us. Those people use those cultures and destroy the same culture. How are you going to be a culture defending your culture and you're at war with another culture that is just as African as you are? What kind of cultural ties are you trying to uphold if you're trying to destroy another one that is just as African as you? So this whole we are holding on to cultural ties while we're trying to destroy each other. This is pure nonsense. There's no justification for saying, oh, my tribe should be up there. Why? Because what? You're more African, you're more born on the continent, you're more blacker than that. And if so, then the blackest should have the most.
Ooh,
so
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, but and then I don't do the men versus the women thing, but if white people from different tribes can work together, why can't black men from different tribes also work together? That's all I'll say about that. And the last thing I would say is this. We gave two examples. If say people saying, oh, being not for tribalism does not work for the rich. We showed America is a rich country and they're not tribalistic. Then they said, oh, it doesn't work for the poor. We showed Tanzania is poor and it works for them. They're still poor, but it works for them. It keeps them stable. It keeps them from fighting with each other. All 160 plus tribes of them. So what excuse do other people have? It's not for having less. It's not for having more. There's no excuse for why we should still be fighting each other after everything that we've seen. We are not backwards falling for, some parlor tricks. We should be better than this. So I'm sorry to be all this, but we can't still have excuses for why we're failing. We can't still hold on to things that are taking us back. If those traditions did not work for us, then we should examine them, take what works and leave what doesn't. Those traditions are not sacred. Those traditions keep needing to be re-examined for every single person at every single time. So if they worked, if being loyal to your family worked for you, that's great. But if it's not working for the people, it's not. And tribalism doesn't even work for that tribe. You'll have a few people from that tribe benefiting and the rest of everybody that's cheering on with broke, poverty-stricken hands, and you're still cheering on. And how are you going to benefit one tribe and then the rest of the country is poor? Are you going to isolate them in some bubble somewhere where this tribe...
And that's what we've been doing, isolating certain people, putting certain people on pedestals, and then certain people they're just invisible.
Yeah, and then in the rest, everybody, comes down. Even the people who are up, even the people who will sell slaves will end up becoming sold themselves. So we are all guilty of the same thing, and we have to stop blaming other people. If we say, oh, the West manipulated this tribe against this tribe, well, then this tribe allowed themselves to be manipulated. So which side are we going to take? Who's more African, the person who was manipulated or the person who was victimized?
Can we change the West or can we change ourselves? That's the
question. So we start with ourselves, and people, if you're talking about the mindset, then let's leave the mindset that is destructive to us. I'm not saying to throw off the culture, the beauty and all that. Take all of that, but leave that you're being against your neighbor and thinking that you're better than them. That it starts with you. Don't think that you're better than somebody else just because of your tribe and your country and where you're from and all that. Be proud of it, but being proud of something doesn't make you superior to somebody else. And thank you, and have a good day.
I love you, Tarzan. Thank you so much for having my back. I was out here. Oh, God. And it's funny because I was just like, I'm going to be honest with my brothers and sisters. I want y'all to know that on the continent, I'm loving y'all to pieces. And love looks like this. Love looks like me being honest about my feelings about certain things. I did my research on the Congo, and this is what I came up with. And I'm sorry. It's just, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming through. I'm going to go to Darth now. Darth, are you still with us or did you fall asleep? Darth fell asleep. So you see, they can't even say. Darth, are you sleeping? All right. So good night, Darth. We love you. Thank you, Zen. Awesome. I'm going to, I'm going to have to really go back and listen to all of what you've said, all of really what everybody said, but you covered it for me. And I'm happy that my sister on the continent, from the continent, feels the same way, because it's like that for me. I don't understand how we could also, we were just talking about how the metro line goes all the way back to South Africa, and then, or one part, and then the mail line go all the way back to the Congo in that area, and then we know that we're all connected, but we're still making a big deal about all these differences. That made no sense to me, and so it's like you can't learn that we're all one, and then the next minute say, yeah, we're different people. That's crazy. Someone somewhere, tell me what you think about. Well, give me your clothes. I already know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I think with it's the semantics of it. Like people aren't really understanding the definition of tribalism. Anybody that's for tribalism needs to be disbanded and ostracized, because it's the ism part of
disbanded.
it. No, they need to be disbanded and ostracized, because I mean, if you're for like, that's like, the ism is the bad thing, but I'm saying that ism is a result of someone whose mindset is greedy. So whatever form that's going to take, they're going to find a way to try to yield that to yield power. The thing is, when you inform our people about how we are connected, then the tribalism is just going to go from there. The thing is, you have to create an environment for where people that's going to try to yield any system that they come into to do it for negative and get power over people. You have to do away with that. And if it is you always gonna have people like that, but you have to call it out and you have to hold those people accountable. I don't want to make it seem like I'm for tribalism. The thing I'm for is I respect everyone and their ability, like you do, from what you were saying and what you've always expressed on the channel, to have their differences. But when those differences supersede the greater good, then that's when it becomes a problem, and that's tribalism. But I mean,
that's where I'm at with that too, my
yeah.
brother. I don't have a problem. I love I love us having our differences and whatever. But if this is stopping us from being able to get to point B, then can we talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, we really don't have the necessity, because the tribalism really is a necessity, and we don't have that necessity at all. We don't have the necessity to be divisive in any way, to be honest. But that's just gonna be human nature within any type of social hierarchy. I mean, social society. You're gonna have stratification. It's just gonna happen naturally, whether it be based on trade or based on knowledge or values. It's just what it is. But like you said, you have to have a benevolent system and a benevolent entity that's at the top of that society that's gonna be the checks and balances for everybody that's quote unquote below. And if you have a society like that that's keeping each other in check, then you're not gonna have the tribalism or the greed. And if you do, then it's gonna be dealt with.
And that's the part. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. And it's funny because I want to say that it's so easy for us to get there because like Tan said earlier, everybody's saying it takes time. It don't take time for us to do the evil things to each other.
Yeah, but I think I think they're saying it takes time because you have the majority of people that's been stuck in the ways, and it's been a trend. So in order for people to rapidly change like that, because like you said, there's a lot of people benefiting from the system, and if they're benefiting from a system of tribalism, and they see you trying to change that, who's to say that they're not going to align with a European nation that wants to cause disdain?
And that's what they're always doing.
Facts.
So that's what they're always doing. What you just said. Soon as they see that you're trying to bring some form like Sankara.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always there. That is the tool that is used more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard really because it seems as if they're using tribe, but a lot of times they're going off of trying to give one singular person resource, and the tribe is not benefiting from it.
No, but what they're doing is they're using the one person to bring their tribe with it, to have enough people to liaison with it, to do it.
Yeah, of course, and that's when it comes.
Like, who's benefiting from it?
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what it is. Like from ethnicity to ethnicity, that's where you got to hold the people accountable to where you got to create that society that I'm talking about to where it's unacceptable. And when you educate people on the little bit of differences that we have, then it's easy to see. But I think it's human nature for people to try to be different, whether it's right or wrong. I really think it's stupid, to be honest, in a lot of cases. But people have that want and need to feel unique and not feel separate from the whole. But I mean, it'll definitely get better if people just educate. And what Naj just said earlier, as far as like the exchange of resources, like if one thing I've noticed in life, if everybody's getting money, all that other stuff don't matter. So if everybody got resources, then they'll be fine. I think the tribalism that's poverty's an aspect of that too, the negative side.
Sequoia mentioned that once you get rid of that, the fact that people lack, but that's I don't know.
I think once you get past the part that people lack, the negative aspect of ethnicities won't be as much as.
Now, poverty and lack of resources is not an excuse.
That's
No,
what I.
I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I'm saying it's more of a like it's easier for the negative aspects of having a ethnicity really take shape. Because if everybody had the same resources, I don't think that there would be even a need for people to go out and be
Get
killing
there.
people over tribes. That would be dumb because everybody has sufficient resources.
How are we going to get there if we stay in a place of seeing ourselves as different people? We're not.
And that's where the education has to come in.
That's the part. We're
Yeah,
not going to get there unless we can get from there.
yeah. I mean, but I think that for the most part, I think when resources are involved, I think people can put that stuff aside because when it comes to if I'm gonna finna eat tomorrow and whether this person's in my tribe, they're gonna eat regardless. If somebody's starving and somebody from another tribe got food that they don't necessarily like, they're gonna take that food from the person that's the tribe that they don't like. So
some people would rather throw that food away than give it to
well, then they deserve to starve then if they doing that.
That's the part. That's the part that you don't get. They'll throw it to the dogs before they give it to the other people. And
no, but I'm saying for a person that's willing to do it.
Oh no, yes,
yeah, you are right though.
I get you, but it's not the person that's hungry that's empowered. It's the person that has the
That's true.
So that
is true.
So that's the part.
Yeah, but yeah, we basically all saying the same thing as far as like, no, I don't think anybody's for tribalism. I mean, if you're for tribalism, something wrong with you.
Some people real passionate about it, and it's not. My thing is, it's not that I don't.
Oh, Gina, you're not gonna like me.
No, I know. I already know. I saw your message, make your comment, and I already know.
No, but I think people aren't getting. They're not understanding the definitions. That's what I'm saying. I think people are getting lost in translation.
Yeah.
No, with people. Everybody on the panel is for a tribe. It's the tribalism that's not good.
The tribalism.
It's like saying I don't have a problem with race, but racism. It's the ism that's the problem. It's not the tribe or the race. That's what it is. The ism.
Is the ism that keeps others out, the ism that thinks others are less than, the ism that treats that feeds one group and don't feed the other, the ism.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna yield the mic. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciate everybody on his knowledge and
I apologize. I was so passionate earlier.
I know you Miss Busy. I didn't know.
I know you was trying to get this out, and I wouldn't. I was just like, you just another man on this panel.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you so much. Somewhere.
I apologize too. I do get soft sometimes, but yeah.
I apologize to all the men that was on this panel. Okay, so sorry. Go ahead, go for me. I already know you're for it. Let's talk about it.
There's a reason why I'm for it because these things happen.
Bring your ammunition. Come on,
Listen, the reason why I'm for it is because my tribe and who I am was completely taken away from me for over 500 years. We didn't know who we were, what we were, where we come from, and so they could take us off our land. They could tell us that we don't belong here. They could tell us that the land that we own, we have no claim to it. I tell Khoisan children, don't deny who you are, because when you deny your tribe, you are telling them that you come from no people. You come from no land. You don't know where you belong, what you believe in, who your ancestors were, what they did, how they came to be, and how they are in the predicament they are right now. Everybody has tribes. Even the Europeans have tribes. What they did was, though, they broke it up and made it Germany, Ireland, Scotland, Ukraine, Russia. They all have tribes, and even within those tribes, there are minor sub-tribes within those tribes. They all practice the same thing,
but what do
just
they
like
prioritize?
us.
We prioritize individual tribes. What do they prioritize?
They do that too. But like the brother said, they realize that at the end of the day, they are one. This tribalism, or which tribe you come from, only identifies this is your land. And this is very important, because when you can stake a claim, nobody can say to you, you don't belong here because you've staked your claim. I realize that is yours. You realize that is yours. Everybody realizes that this is her claim. Now, when they took that away from us, that tribe away from us, we lost everything. We lost our land. We lost our
You sound like
crops.
you sound like one of us, the diaspora.
This is what
I
happened.
was just thinking the same thing. Like everything
The
she's saying applies to you. They took our culture. They took our land. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry.
But the thing is, because we did not know who we were, when Gina said to me she had Khoisan, I immediately know where she belonged. I immediately know where she must go. I could even then look at her face and say, I think you are closer to that tribe than maybe to the other tribe because of your facial features and how you express yourself. These are things that we identify. It's like your name and your surname. It is your identification. Why would you allow somebody to take away your identification? They take away your passport anywhere in the world. We go up in arms. How can you take away my passport? This is my identity. This tells you where I belong and what I have and who I am.
It's kind of difficult to argue that point with a Khoisan because you guys go back to the first people. So it's like,
But we didn't know that.
Really,
who knew that?
Because to be honest with you, my thing is all the stuff that happens after that. Okay, so do you identify as just a Khoisan or do you identify as an African? Because
no, I'm African.
I'm African.
This is the thing. We are African first, but 50 years ago, I wasn't considered an African even.
Right.
They looked at me and said, you're not even an African. Gina, this is what they did to us. We must be. They took away tribalism and brought in religion. We took religion and threw away our tribes. What madness is this? Everything that they did to us, we take, we accept, we say, this is the right way, it must be. They said to us our tribes were wrong. They said to us there was something wrong with our tribes. They divided our tribes. They split us up and then gave us religion. And we're still holding on to that religion and letting go of our tribes. It was until I discovered, well, in the back of our minds, we always know something is off with us. This is not what they are telling me, is not how I feel. I don't identify with these people. Even when we come into groups, when I travel and I go to, because at one point they told me that I was Indonesian because Indonesians came here. At another point, they told me I was Cambodian because I was so dark-skinned and my hair was a coarser texture. So you must be from Cambodia. But I am in South Africa. My family lived in Constantia. I can trace my roots everywhere in South Africa. Yet I cannot claim because I don't know who I am because you took away my tribe. So now I can't say, but that is my land and these are my people. And we have been here for so many years. I don't even know who I am. 50 years ago, I wasn't even considered an African. We must be careful. They gave us a religion for a reason and took away our tribes for a reason. Like I said, it's only when Gina said she was Khoisan that you can see she's African. You can even see the cheeks, the eyes, the shape of her face. You can see she's Khoi, but one is not 100, but she can put a stamp on it now. I can put a stamp on it now and say, oh no, you can't take me away anymore. This is where I belong because this is my tribe. This is how Africans identified themselves.
Because I have the same story as you, sorry, but for me, I connect myself with everyone now because I feel like I feel like they're all me, everyone. And I know I have people that talk to me all the time, like those people, they're telling you they don't see you as one. They don't see you as like you. And it's true. I know that there are people on the continent that looks at diasporans and say they're different people. They're not our people. They're not the same. There's the admixture. They got the admixture. They don't, they think that they could connect themselves to one tribe and that's it. And so that makes them a little different. And I looked at that, and the more I researched, I mean, it's funny because Tanzan just said it's kind of weird how we have somebody coming from the diaspora saying that we're one people. We should be saying that. And I feel so sorry for my brothers and sisters on the continent because a lot of people, not everybody, lost that. The understanding that they came from one man, one woman. That understanding is far from them. That is far from them. And for that purpose and for that reason, we're one people. And so what do we do with that? Are we going to hold on to the things that made us different, or are we going to go all the way back? If we're going to go back, if it's about lineage, then we're one people.
We are definitely one people. Africans around the globe, whether you are diaspora or on the continent, we must all remember that, first of all, we are one. We are African.
That tribe. How do we ignore the big tribe that we're all in and just choose the umbrella tribes underneath it, and then that becomes more important than the whole? Because
but do you see how it takes away our right to where we belong?
We belong all over the continent. We belong.
I understand, but for example, Gina, when I discovered, or when I realized just how coy I am, I was very sick at the time. I was struggling with hypertension. I was struggling with diabetes. I was struggling with being overweight. I was extremely overweight because of the food that I was eating. And then when I researched my tribe and I spoke to the elders, they told me what to eat. They said to me, these foods don't agree with us. We only started eating wheat about 200 years ago. And so now when we eat meat, it changes it spikes our insulin levels more than, say, for example, people where grains were eaten for thousands of years. And so I stopped eating grains and wheat. My weight came down, my blood pressure stabilized, my diabetes stabilized, all because I realized where I was from and what my people was eating to make me healthier. All I'm saying is, once you know where you come from, there are certain moves you can make to better yourself. There are certain things that people cannot tell you about yourself because you can say for sure, but this is not what I am. Like I said, they told me I was Indonesian. They told me I was Cambodian. They told me I was just about anything except South African. Why? Why am I not African? Why do you not want me to be African? Because if I'm African, where do I belong? And if I can stake a claim, I can say, but you all don't belong here. And it's not for Africans. Bantus, our children came back about 3,000 years ago, lived peacefully in South Africa for about 3,000 years before the white people showed up, and then decided to divide us. There were no fights. There's no paintings on any rocks or caves about infighting between Bantus and Khoisan. As a matter of fact, the Bantus lived more in KwaZulu-Natal, Johannesburg, that side. The Khoisan were in the Western Cape. But we all lived together. We traded with one another. We interbred with one another. All these things. Oh, they understood they were Bantu and I'm Khoisan. This is, they came from Cameroon and Nigeria. Even that part, the way the infighting is happening in South Africa between the foreign, what they perceive the foreigners, those are from Nigeria, Cameroon. Do they not realize these are your brothers and sisters you are fighting? Because they don't know where they come from, their origins.
And that's exactly, we're saying the same thing, because we're sitting here fighting each other and saying we're different, but we're not.
No, we're all the same.
Can I ask Story a question?
Sure.
Yes.
Story, do you consider?
Yes, sister.
Yes. Greetings. Good to make
greetings and love.
Yes, and very good to hear you. You're very proud. Are you Khoi or San or Khoisan?
We've decided to become one tribe. When the Khoi and the San were, it was just geography that really made us different tribes. But we were all Southern African.
Okay, yeah.
So the Khoisan was more to Cape Town. The Khoi was more to Cape Town, the San was more to Botswana side. But when all of this happened and we were so divided and we were murdered off, we decided to become one because we were too little. Don't divide us, make us Khoi San now.
Okay. Yeah, because when we were learning in school, we learned them as two different groups, the Khoi and the San. Thanks for clarification. Do you consider Sister Bijounois to be your people?
You are all my people. No doubt. Every single last one.
Because a lot of Africans, as she said, they regard the diaspora Africans, not the ones that left recently, but the ones who were taken away a long time ago. They regard them as not African because They're not from the land. They don't know where they're from, and their culture was taken from them. What is your thoughts on that?
I was watching a documentary a couple of weeks ago about, I think it's in Colombia, where there's a group of Africans. They still identify themselves as African. They can still identify where in Africa they even come from. But nobody acknowledges that group. They are being discriminated against. They can't find work. It's horrendous what we are doing to the diaspora. It is. There's something wrong with us because we are doing this to our people. The diaspora were forcefully taken off the continent. Gina tested positive for Khoisan. That means Gina's family was taken from our continent and taken to Haiti. In my ignorance, and I'm quite ashamed that I didn't know much about Haiti until I started speaking to you all and I started researching Haiti, and especially when Gina said, do you know how many? Well, when Ancestry.com, there's a series, I can't remember the man's name, quite an intelligent man. He tests celebrities' DNA as well and then says to them where they come from.
Mm-hmm.
In his programs, he says there's no South Africans in the diaspora, no slaves in America, at least, as far as they have tested. So I'm under the impression maybe there were no slaves taken over from Southern Africa. Maybe Shaka Zulu or Dingaan or one of them said, if you all get on the ships, kill yourselves. I don't know. But somehow nobody ended up in America. Then I met Gina. And I said to Gina, you must be the first Khoisan that I know, that I've heard of, that didn't leave recently, like in the last 50, 60 years. You are telling me that you have been in Haiti all this time. How did you get there? Now, colonialism started in South Africa 400 years ago. That's when we were the first country to be colonized on the continent. And I think they took the Khoisan, they took the Khoisan over to Haiti to start breeding us there. And to create this workforce in Haiti. I think that is what their plan was, to create a workforce in Haiti, a black workforce.
And then there's another aspect of his story. Remember, the Indians were there. And the Indians came from Africa. They were there prior to the slave trade. They were prior to. And so,
yes,
in my blood,
they are indigenous people in Haiti.
Of Indian. And so that may be where the South African.
And also the Dutch. The Dutch also had colonies in a lot of actually New York used to be New Amsterdam.
Oh, yeah. St. Croix.
So,
the Dutch had St. Croix as well, and I definitely have roots in St. Croix.
Yeah, so maybe South Africa and the Dutch have a connection somewhere.
Yeah.
And when I looked up, I then went on YouTube and saw other people doing the DNA. Haitians are the only ones that I've seen that has the Southern African Khoisan DNA in them. How did you all get there? And then I realized you all were taken there 400 years, because these indigenous people in Haiti, that means you were brought there from somewhere.
So when they were in different places like Namibia or South Africa, and they were colonizing these spaces, don't think that these people did not benefit from the slave trade as well. Don't think that they didn't use some of their power to execute or to make profit off of some of these people as well. That's why I say, man, you just don't know. A lot of people.
But why, Gina? Why would you make profit? If you're in Africa, let's think
about too many Kenyans, but you'll find quite a few that do have Kenyan DNA. A lot of people don't know that. If you just Google, use Google.
Yes, use Google.
And look up people finding out their results. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. People people were moving all over the world prior to all of this had happened. And our people on the continent had already been moving all over the continent. So it's not too hard to understand how, you know, certain tribes ended up getting caught up in the slave trade. It's not like just because you were South African that you never went anywhere else. And just because you were Kenyan that you never went anywhere else. You went other places. And it's funny because more information is coming out on DNA. Just this week, they now are able to let you know what different what you gain from different people, different, like from your mother, what tribes you got from your mom, or which ones you got from your dad. I'll share that briefly, and then we're going to be closing out because I thought this was amazing. It was just updated, and they have a new section now: ethnicity, inheritance.
Yes.
What that means
That's the thing. They steal our inheritance when they steal our identity.
Meaning that they can now tell you, you know, parent one, parent two, what different people, what different, you know, who, well, I'm gonna share that on another clip. This thing isn't coming up, but they could tell you what DNA you got from which parent, like what countries from one parent or what countries from another. And all you have to utilize is the tool for relatives that match to find out if it's your dad's side or your mom's side. Like I was able to figure out very easily based on cousins and people that I have that have taken a test and they're linked to me. Like I was able to find out that, you know, my Mali is on my mother's side. My you know, South Africa is on my father's side. My, you know, different things. And it's funny because when you think about it, these things are happening at a speed. It's going to get to a place where we can actually connect ourselves to well, that's already happening. I've already connected to a cousin in the Gambia. They took a DNA test, I took a DNA test, and it linked us as 6 cousins. And that's
first sister.
And that's happening across the board. Lots of people I know are connecting themselves to people on the continent. So these things that we're saying, you know, that's funny because you could now connect with somebody that's not been on the continent for more than 500 years or 400 years, but you can't connect with somebody that's right across the country from you, that right around the next village, because you figure they're a different tribe. But DNA is proving that that's wrong. DNA is showing you where that's not valid. So that's the part that we have to reckon with. In the world, they've already known. They've known for years who we were and how we connected and who we connected with.
Oh, they studied us.
We're now getting the opportunity to take a look into our situation. And I'm saying Africa needs to jump on this and take advantage of it so it can put its house back in order.
Yes.
And that's a part that I'm trying to.
I just think if we get rid of our tribes altogether and say we are not tribes, it is not a. I also used to think that it's these tribes because I didn't understand what the tribe meant until I belonged to a tribe. It is the most liberating feeling in the world, especially for us. I feel like
we're dealing with 2 tribes, right, in South Africa, Khoisan.
Yes.
But think about Nigeria with 150. And think about the conflict and the politics of it. You see, going back to you, Sori, if we were all just 3 tribes on the continent, then that'd be great. And I think that's how it started. But when you got millions of tribes and everybody wants to be king, everybody wants to be chief, and so you have millions of chiefs, and everybody's trying to play people against each other, then you have nothing working.
Unfortunately, we still want to follow the Caucasian ideology about leadership and society and how it is structured.
Yeah.
When the Europeans came here, they came here with their laws that had we didn't understand the laws. The laws had no benefit for us. We had our own laws. For example, they say when Bartolomé Diaz was arrived there, the first skirmish broke out. This was in 16 something. And it was because they had gotten the livestock and the water that they needed, haven't gone back to the ship, then turned back around, came back and took extra livestock and water. And the white Europeans said, oh, they didn't know how to trade with the Bushmen. They didn't know if they just took. Who doesn't know that? Who doesn't know that if you just, somebody's given you something from their house, they've locked their doors, you come back, open the door, take more, and then leave. How do you not know that he's stealing? We had rules. Rules, like someone, I think the brother's name is something. Like he said, we had rules. We had laws. It might not be like theirs. And we mustn't want to emulate. We shouldn't want to emulate what they are doing by having kings and queens and this and that and sovereignty, hierarchy, all this nonsense. That's nonsense. The elders are the elders in the tribe. The men, they are the, can I say, muscle, and the women were always the brains. This is how, if you look across Africa, this is how it worked. The elders gave education. They educated you on who you were, what you could eat, where you come from, all of that. The men protected us. They were our muscle, so to speak. Also intelligence. And the females were there to make most of the decisions. And then the Europeans came, turned it right upside down. Our old folk they're not even seen anymore. Nobody asks the old folk anything anymore. They are not interested in what they have to say. Our women are raped, abused, discriminated, made fun of for our features. And our men are used as slave horses in the society. That's all we are. And we accept that and we say, let's emulate it. It makes no sense to me. But if you understand your tribe, that is why I like to come back to. I'm not saying follow tribalism in a sense of I'm better than you, I'm here longer than you, I belong here more than you. No. First of all, we are African. We are all one people. As a matter of fact, we call ourselves the people. It doesn't matter what language you go to. You will find that if you break it down, the meaning means either the people of the sheep, the people of the ocean, the people of the mountains.
But you know what, though? Sorry, going back to that, and then I'm going to be needing to close out.
Yeah,
I don't think the original Khoisan people saw themselves as tribes. I think they just saw themselves as people.
Yes.
And they saw others as people.
Yes.
And I think that, you know, although I agree that it feels good to be a part of a family and there's a structure in that family, I don't think that that's what tribes, I don't think that that is tribes. I think that the Khoisan did not see themselves as a tribe. I think they were labeled tribe. I think they were a people that maybe have, that took care of each other.
Agree.
And so for me, that's how I see the Khoisan. And I resonate with that because I understand that, you know, based on the history and what I've learned about them, they never labeled themselves as anything but a family.
Yes.
It was other people that came and said, oh, they're the tribe of this and this or that. They were a family. They were a people that were taking care of each other.
Yes.
And they moved around and had other people that took care of each other.
And the diasporans are just the ones who moved further from us, you know, by force.
That's
it.
And for me.
And sister, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to say
I
this.
agree with that.
Let me just say this one thought before you close out. For me, being a diasporan African is like waking up as an African without your memory. Let's say you just wake up with amnesia somewhere. You don't know where you are. You're in a different country. People look like you, but you don't know who they are. You don't speak their language, and just that's who you are. And who do you think you are at that moment? Are you still African or are you somewhere else? So, and also, like you said with the ancestral test, that for me is one tool. The other tool for me is, unfortunately, you know, your culture, your history, your memory was taken from you But for me, the one thing that Black Americans, and when I say Black Americans, I include all the diasporans,
I mean,
because
the diaspora, yes.
yes. So the one thing that Black Americans have that Africans don't really have is the freedom to be Black. And let me explain this.
Wow.
Even without the ancestry test, you could still go back to Africa and you had a choice of who you wanted to be, who your spirit was. For me, as a Kenyan, I am proud to be Kenyan. And this is another thing. Just because I am proud of my people as a global people does not mean I am ashamed of my tribe as a local tribe. And I respect every tribe in every place with their tradition and culture. So
yeah.
As a Kenyan, I am still tied to my traditions, my people, my country, and all of that. I never even felt the need to go somewhere else, because what do they have that I don't? You know, the need to explore was not really there because I already have it. So in that way, it also limited us. The borders are really like prison cells. They limit us because we did travel as a people. The Maasai were nomads and they used to travel all the way from, Tanzania, Kenya, going all the way and so on. There was no restriction. We had our own rules together. But unfortunately, the reality is now we are stuck in these cells. We have to open small windows outside. So well, the one thing that the Blacks have, they have the freedom to explore Africa and to choose which African identity they want to have. They can come to East Africa, they can come to West, Central Africa, they can explore all kinds. They can have an outside of Africa perspective that we in Africa sometimes are limited in. The East, we only see the East, we don't really see the West as much and so on. But as a Black American, someone coming from outside, they don't have any, prejudices or biases. They're not going to listen to, not so much, but they're not going to take one side against the other, take, East versus West or this tribe versus that. To them, we're all the same. And this is something else we have to see. We're all the same to people coming from outside, especially the Black people. So, and they're also our people. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you sisters and the brothers as well.
You said that beautiful. Thank you, Tanzan. Thank you.
Tanzan, much love.
Go ahead, sorry, and then I'll go.
I'll just end it off with, when we look at Caucasians, and I know we always come back to them, they, like I said, they have nations, Germany, Scotland, Ireland. Within those nations, there are tribes. But at the end of the day, they identify as European or white. This is how we must also think of ourselves. I may be Khoi, somebody else might be Zulu, Xhosa, Isis, whatever they are. This just tells you where I am from on the continent. But at the end of the day, I am African. Like they are European, I am African.
That's their identifier, and you're saying African should be our identifier.
That's number one. Because when they look at me, they don't see my tribe. They just see I'm Black.
Right.
So I'm African first. I'm Black first. I always say I'm Black first, then I'm a female, and then I'm a Khoi. Because you can see I'm Black. You can see I'm feeling female. Those are my two identifying markers immediately on sight. And when you speak to me, you realize, oh, I'm a Khoi girl. But even so, I am African. We have different tribes to identify where we are and what we own. And so somebody else can't come and say, but this is our land. You can say, no, I'm Igbo, or I'm Yoruba, or I am Zulu, whatever you are. You can identify. Nobody can say, they did this so that they can steal from us. And we are just going along with it, not knowing. A lot of the land, there's a thing in South Africa where you can claim the land back that was taken. No Khoisan land has been taken back. Can you believe that, Gina? After 29 years, Zulus have gotten land back, Xhosa have gotten land back, Isipedi has gotten land back, everybody's gotten land back, except for the Khoisan. We've not gotten a square meter of nothing back because we don't know who we are. We don't know that this is where we belong, so we can't claim. I've heard people say, I asked them, where was your great-grandmother from? And then they'll say Claremont and Rondebosch. And I think to myself, oh my God, do you know that is where the first skirmishes happened? There's a reason why you are still there in that area. Why do you think that your grandfather is Dutch? Why do you think that that you don't belong anywhere, that you must now go to Europe or some other country to find where you are? They're not going to accept you because they know you're black. It's time that we realize that how different this is the thing. I come to Africa, right? I say I am Khoisan, for example. That means I can go to a place, see the people, identify with the people, but at the end of the day, I'm African. It still makes us African. Our tribes make us African. That is what is important. Our tribes make us African. And if they take away your tribe, they can take away your identity. They can take away your land. They can take away everything. I always have this, I love all my people, but particularly the diaspora in America. I find that they have so much in common with me, the what they call the colored people in Cape Town. We have lost everything. We are like, my father always used to say, we are like the floating foam on the ocean. Africa is the ocean and we are the foam floating on top of it. It broke my heart when he said it. Because that means I cannot bind with anything. I'm floating all over the place. It is inhumane. It is not helping us to let go of our tribes. It is only when they use our tribes against us to say, oh, that is Zulu. Do you know what the Zulus did to the Khoisan? Because they can only talk about 18 or 16 or 15 something. What happened before that? What happened before you came here? How did the tribes live? Also, this thing about us being sold off by our own people. Why would I need to sell my brother off if I have everything? I'm living in paradise. What do I need? What is so desperate that I'm selling my brother off to you? Where is it?
You know, we have to take responsibility for that too, sorry, because yes, we bought into their shenanigans.
I find that this is what the white people did. You hear of the white king killing his brother. You hear of the white king.
Because we didn't realize we had everything. We thought some of the things that they were bringing in to show us was everything. People don't appreciate what they have. And that's what we did. We didn't appreciate what we have. We're still disappreciating what we have. We're coming out of the continent as fast as we can.
I was trying to get off, but you just had to open a pot.
I'm like, but that's a bigger conversation.
No, you are right about this because this keeps happening. And look, sisters, when I attack my people, it is not because I don't love them. It is because I want us to be better, and I keep seeing the same thing happening. The slavery thing we're running about 2017, look at videos, there's still Africans being sold everywhere in the world. Africans from the continent, forget, they were sold a long time ago. Right now in this world, right now, things are happening. Have you seen any uprising? Have you seen a big uproar? No, we are quiet, we are silent, like these things happened in the 1800s. No, it didn't happen, it's happening now. And this is because we see other people like...
Yeah, we're still doing it.
Yeah. So
I'm not saying it's not happening now. It's most definitely happening now. I'm talking about what they told us about our history, the division. Oh no, the Zulus sold the Khoisan tribe off. You know, when we speak about the history in South Africa, because we were so far apart, South Africa is quite big, so the Bantus and the Khoisan were quite divided by space. And so for 200 years, we had contact with the Caucasians. And then when they defeated us, then they went to the Zulus. Do you know they told us that the Zulu tribes or the Bantu tribes didn't want to come and defend the Khoisan? They didn't even know we were being attacked. So now we look at them and say, when we were attacked for 200 years, we were trying to protect you for 200 years. They didn't see you. They couldn't come through us for 200 years. You didn't come to fight for us. You let them take us.
And it's this
These are
historical beef that we still have each other, and that's why we still keep fighting. Because right now, and that's why we say that the problem is tribalism, is this fact that loyalty and pride in your tribe, that is beautiful and wonderful, and we celebrate it. What we're trying to say is this, that we're still looking at each other as us versus them in a tribal fashion, instead of us as a people united globally as a great people against all these people who are against us and who are daily trying to destroy us. So you might have beef with another African. Do you think every single tribe in Africa has a beef with every single other African tribe? And with good reasons. We all have done things to each other, and we all have had things done to us.
Exactly.
We have to understand this. And we can't be victims all the time. The things that happen to us, either we are just naturally weak and we're there to be divided, or we are strong and we forget our strength. So if we forgot our strength, and even us as Africans on the continent, we have to say that we have given up part of our cultural heritage as well. Even if it comes to tradition, to practice, to dress, to all of that, we have also voluntarily, and this is even more shameful than people who had it taken from them, because we have voluntarily, in some aspects, especially the second and third generation, we embrace. Because that's why I said this tribal loyalty is not working for us, because as proud as we are of our tribes and all of that, it is not helping us to be against the people who are destroying us every single day. You will have people who are so proud to be African and so proud to open and share with everybody except other Africans. You will have South Africans letting these other Europeans who oppress them to be part of the people, and yet they are against Nigerians or other Zimbabweans who look just like them. So this is a problem. If you're more identifying with your country or your tribe or your people than people who look like you, then that is a problem.
And we have to talk about it. And if we don't talk about it, then we're holding it inside and we're telling our children, they're not your people. This is what they did to us. But then we're walking around acting like we can't talk about it until we get to a place where we can talk about it and really express what it is. And maybe, you know, because sometimes you hold things in. When you hold things in, not sometimes, anytime you hold things in, it's doing its job inside of you. And you pass it on generation upon generation upon generation. We can't deny the fact that we played a major part in the slave trade. A lot of us took the opportunity to enrich ourselves.
But we were already rich. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand the motive of selling
ourselves with whatever crap that they were bringing. And that's the truth. We enriched ourselves.
Did we not know that was crap with everything that we had?
Let us forget the past. With the ancestors, maybe they didn't know. I'll give them that. What about us? Now we know. Now we know. We still have people, greedy people, taking advantage of their people right now to this moment. We still have that. So let's even put the past for them. Let's say now we know. It's still happening. And we know, and we're not talking about it. So we know now. We can't pretend we don't know. We can't pretend we don't know the problem. So we have no excuses in terms of that. Our ancestors, yes, they told us this and that. We didn't know this and that. But now we know. And
what's the excuse? What's the excuse now? What's the excuse for Mauritius? What's the excuse for what's happening in some places where children are still being taken over there and being sold? Sudan. You know, the thing about it is we have this thing where we just want to heal from it. We just want to okay, that was the past. We don't want to deal with it. We're done with it. But then it's still happening.
We have to look into the past. The past is the answer to what is happening to us now. The world is cylindrical. It always goes in a circle. Everything is cylindrical. That is what the Khoisan believes. And so if you can look at any point in the cylinder or in the circle, you can see what happened and what to do. There's already answers for us everywhere because everything is a repeat. This is what the Khoisan believe. I'm just saying, we should not let who we are, because I've lost my identity. I understand the power of my identity. It is when I knew who I was and what I was and where I come from, that I could then say, oh, the Khoisan are healers. That is why I became a healer, Western medicine and yes.
My thing is this, when are we going to get to the place where we understand that, okay, it's a part of the healing. I know what you're doing. You're in the part of the healing where you identify, like, well, the first time I saw when I got my African ancestry DNA and it gave me my mother's line, and I saw that, it meant, and it shook me, but then something happened. It clicked to me that it does not stop there. And I'm happy I did not stop there, because if I had stopped there, you see, as a Khoisan, and I'm gonna say this to you, as a Khoisan, you're responsible for all the tribes in Africa.
Yes.
So you're all the tribes. There's no way to claim just Khoisan. You're Africa.
Definitely.
And that's the part, because, and you know what? I don't want to get into too much of that. That's going to be a big conversation. You see, because when you think about it, you can't just claim one tribe. You can't just claim the two that came together, because your tribe was the cause for all the tribes. So what do you do with that? And how do you tribalize? And how do you bring that family together? And that's the part I'm working on.
That's the thing. You ended off so well, Gina. You said we are family because we come from one.
And I don't know if I'm doing it wrong. I might be. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. But I know that I'm just moving with my heart. My heart tells me that, okay, how do we bring it together? I don't even know if that's possible in this lifetime. But
this is how I see it. You can say the diaspora come here, because my thinking is always we need to get back home. Everybody needs to get back home, right? But there's some people, because they ask me, Suri, where do I go? Suri, I say just go anywhere. You'll be accepted anywhere. But I understand the foam floating on the ocean, because I was foam, so I understand the diaspora. And so if you can, yes.
Some people may never make it back home physically, but I need them to understand that mentally they need to understand what home is. And then that's the big thing for me. I'm not going to push for everybody to go back home, because it may not happen in their generation. Maybe their children's children may be the ones that, but as far as I'm concerned, if people go back in their homes here, if it can happen here first, like I'm going to share something with y'all. And it's happening all over Haiti. And I was just so proud to see this. I was like, and I think I shared it last week, but for the last 30 days, every day, there's been this thing that's happening in Haiti, as far as them really connecting with their culture. Let me show you. And they're incorporating other African countries. Let's just share. Notice the flags. They're bringing in other Black countries into it. Pay attention, because what they're doing is that they're calling in the oneness. And this was just yesterday, y'all. This what just happened.
Belle bonne, un pile couleur, un pile fierté. Et nous avons remarqué son loin. Nous devant là, il a couru. Si moun yo belle. Wow, t'as une fierté. Encore. Somewhere. Fait 1, fait 2, l'on fait 2, le fait 3. Et l'on fait 3, le fait 4. Challenge Paneros.
You guys understand what's happening here?
Yeah.
They're wearing their African prints. They're trying, I don't know if people understand what they're looking at because the language is different, of course. And you see all these people, all these colors. What they're saying is that we're all here. We're all here. And we're African. And for me, that was amazing, and I'm very proud that the awakening is happening in such a big way. And I think that for me, the only way that Haiti was able to do what it did as far as the Haitian Revolution was the realization that we are one. All those tribes became one people. All those people became one people. I don't know if you guys understand what's happening. They're calling to the gods, to the universe, to the powers to bring oneness to our people again. Not just in Africa. That's why they have the American flag. It's a representation of Black Americans. They have certain flags from the continent, representation of Africa. Certain flags from the other Caribbean places, Spanish, Afro, Latina places. It's a calling of oneness for our people. And believe me, a lot of Europeans are speaking on this. They don't know what's happening. They're like, these people are coming out dancing, drumming, singing every day. It's like they think the whole country is gone mad. And we have. Yes, T-Shields, the reason they had the flag was to represent Africans globally. Different places, Jamaica, Trinidad, places on the Congo was represented, certain places in Africa, different. I'm sure we didn't get all the footage, but they tried to represent as much as they could. You see this? I just think about how the Haitian Revolution went. It started like this, y'all. It was beating of the drums and dancing and singing and just putting yourself in that energy of oneness. So that's a short part of it. It goes on and on, so we're not gonna stay here that long. But I just wanted to share that with y'all, and that was just yesterday. So
wow, what was the festival?
They're doing this. It's been 30 days, back to back to back to back to back.
Wow.
It's been 30-day, and I don't know when it's gonna end. It's been 30
Wow.
days
Never.
of people just getting up and dancing and singing and screaming. We're coming together. We're
Oh, that's
powerful.
beautiful.
So
That's
I just want
beautiful.
you guys to know that it's happening. You know, this oneness, this thing that needs to happen for our people, it's happening.
I'll say oneness and outsideness. And let me explain real quick. Healing is going to come from outside. And I'll stress again about the tribalism. It's not that you're against who you are, it's just embracing who your people are. So sometimes when we try to, be the best that we are and appreciate who we are, nothing wrong with that. But to appreciate who we are as a bigger people, that gives you a bigger perspective about it. Because even I'll give a historical one real quick. But when Egypt was under invasion by the foreigners, they couldn't get themselves out of it. It took Nubia, the king, I think Amosi to go up there and kick the foreigners out. It took him going up there. So sometimes it has to take a brother, going to another brother and helping them out when they're in distress. That's what we do. And sometimes it also takes another brother or sister showing love to another brother or sister to show them who they are, because we all suffer from some sort of, not valuing each other enough. So amongst ourselves, just personally, we don't value each other as much as we should. But when somebody comes and tells you, hey, you look good, that one means more to you than you telling yourself 1,000 times, I look good,
Exactly.
That can work. But just one compliment or one thing from somebody else. So it takes some time.
Especially from someone that you consider family.
Of course, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Of course,
Yes.
of course, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so it just brightens your day. So sometimes even if, let's just say, you don't love yourself at the moment. If you can't love yourself, you can always try to love somebody else. If there's something in your culture that you don't like, there are other cultures that will, appeal more to you. My culture that appeals to me, even though I'm Kenyan, is Tanzania, because it's the combination of Tanzania, Tanganyika and Zanzibar, a unity of two countries, showing us how we can do that, and also a unity internally within Tanganyika itself and Zanzibar, being able to unify all these tribes. That's inspirational. That's beautiful to me. If I would choose where to be born again, it would be in Tanzania. But, that's what we have to do. And another thing also, when somebody appreciates your culture, for me, when I was, back home in Kenya, speaking Swahili was no big deal. But when I came out here and Black Americans were actually trying to learn and saying, oh, wow, that's nice and cool and beautiful, like, it gives me an appreciation of my culture, something I had just taken for granted. So even us appreciating Black American culture is not to say that our cultures and tribes are not good and all of that. It's just saying
each other. Just
in us.
each other. Yes.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. So it's not, we get used to so much negativity that sometimes when somebody even gives you a compliment, you automatically say, oh, no, so if I say I love Black Americans, oh, you're pandering or you're this and that. No, I know that there are some aspects, but I choose the aspects that I want to cling on to. I choose what is positive and what is great and what is unifying. So yeah, I love my people from everywhere.
We are an amazing people, and imagine if we all got up in the different spaces wherever we were throughout the world and did what Haiti is doing right now.
Recently, sorry to interject, ladies. Recently, I discovered.
It would
sorry, Gina.
It would scare them to death. But go ahead, sorry, and then I'm getting out of here for real. It's been 6 hours.
What Haiti did was something else. What Haiti did, what the Haitians did. We, the Africans around the world, should be having, I don't know, festivals to celebrate Haiti and what they did. Because they
really shouldn't. I'm not just saying this because I'm from the people. I just feel like we're not celebrating the right things. We're not.
We are not.
Right.
I never even knew how far Haiti went and how they fought for their independence when there was nothing else. It was just them.
Not just their independence. You need to understand, and it took me a long time to understand this. What they did in Haiti catapulted everything that needed to happen for Black people throughout the world. Because that happened, it ricocheted, and they understood. And that march began. And it was a calling card that all Black, it ricocheted from island to island to island to the United States, to Africa. It ricocheted. There was no denying Black people throughout the world anywhere. It was the march that was needed. And it's funny because as a Haitian, what really stands out for me is it wasn't Haitians that did it. I said this once on the channel. It was Africans that did it. Those are Africans on the continent. And you saw that in that video that they just did yesterday. Those are Africans that did that. So Africans should be claiming it. Africans should be embracing it, and Africans should be making space for it.
That was our first revolution. If we tell Black history, that is what we should tell.
That
the
is
first
not
revolution.
a Haitian revolution. That is an African revolution.
That's an African revolution.
Oh,
and Napoleon
that paved the way for us throughout the world. So, yeah.
The other thing is, well, I just want to maybe bring clarity to how I think of things. We are African first and foremost. If every tribe was taken away, we are African still.
I mean, they could take all that away. They gave us those. Yeah. Take all that.
Yes.
You know,
take the religions. They can take the
But what's us is that we're the children of Akubalon. We whatever that it was before that. We're that.
We are that. Yes.
That's us.
That is us. That is us.
It. And we're one. And if we could do that, if we could actually say, that's us and we're one people. Yeah, we're different. We look different. Yeah, we went to different places and, different places affected us different. But yeah, we're one people. If we can do that, then we stand to be the most powerful people on this earth. But until we can do that, we're where we are. And that's what keeps us humbled. The fact that we're unable to understand our strength is unity. And even if that you know what that means to me, it doesn't mean that everybody have to jump and run to the continent, even though you should. It just means that wherever you are, just like you saw those Haitians beating the drum of their Africanness, where they are in Haiti. So
do most Haitians agree, Gina, question that they are African?
Of course.
The battle is won then. No, then the battle is won.
Of course. There's no...
Really? Wow. Okay. I didn't know.
So
I didn't know that either.
And that's why Haitians are the way that they are. I mean, of course, there's some coons in every year. You got some people that embrace the French and try to replicate that as much as they can. They've got that, but for the most part, no. We embrace it because a lot of blood was shed for it. So it's not something that, and we're reminded by it all the time. So yeah.
You know what? I take it back. I say that we knew, but I don't think we know enough because there's still so much. Even I'm still finding out about our people. Like, no, there's still a lot. I know we're starting to learn, but
we're not there.
No, wow, really?
Yeah.
You guys are your Africans. Whoa.
We have a place in Haiti. We have a place in Haiti called Igbo land. We have Congo.
Wow.
No way.
They have the Lyoya. They have the Lyoya community.
I thought you were just trying to flatter us now. We have to see this stuff you're baking up.
You have to. No, they know, and plus me, they know.
Okay.
It's funny because I was telling somebody not too long ago, we don't know anything about each other. We just think we do. Yeah. Please take time. Your children was taken to all these different places, not just America, although they stand out. You know what I mean? Because our brothers and sisters in America, they stand out. They fly. But
they are. We have to admit it. They are.
They are fly. You know, you can't ignore it. We got brothers and sisters in the Caribbeans. Find out about each other, man. Be that type of family. I mean, every week, pull up. You know, I do that all the time. I'm pulling up things about different places on a continent to learn, or pulling up facts about Barbados, facts about Belize, facts about these places, and you'll be amazed. The food, the culture. And you'll see Africa all over it. I mean, you can't tell me you didn't see Africa all over what you just saw.
Oh, no, that was African. Everywhere.
That was all African.
Oh, man. And if you put these people anywhere on the continent, you ain't gonna be able to tell them who they are if they don't talk to you. Especially if you put them in a place where they speak French. Forget it, you lost them because they speak French too. So that being said, this was an amazing
we'll be here, you know, for 20 hours if we.
Wait a minute, and people get mad. And then somebody said earlier that I need to make the videos shorter so more people could subscribe. They say people don't like videos because they're long. But I come on here rarely, and when I do, I just want to spend time with family. And I'm hoping that channels like this become appreciated.
None of us had any intention of spending 7 hours, you know, away from this.
Think about it. You could be spending 7 hours watching TV or just sitting down doing nothing, but you're spending it, and we're learning and we're growing. And if you go back and you listen to this, these are real feelings. I know some of these brothers left off of here real mad at me because I was like, who's profiting?
I felt bad for everybody then. Let me just say this, and I'll leave.
Okay.
I think as Africans, we tried to forget a lot of the pain of, you know, what we went through. We forgot what happened to us, and we also forgot what happened to the other people. So we also think that they forgot about us. That is why it's so surprising to us when they still remember us. You know, that's so, it's humbling and touching, and I don't know what to say, but they didn't forget about us. Man, anyway, that's all I have to say. We have a lot of remembering and re-knowing to do.
And appreciating each other. And thank you so much, sis. So thank you so much, Suri. Thank you, Tanzan, and everybody that came on the panel today. You guys in the comment section, do me a favor, guys. Share this. You know, if people say it's too long, tell them to watch it in pieces. These discussions are amazing, and I really want them to spread. I want to hear from all of us everywhere. I even spoke to a couple of Afro-Latinas. Hopefully they'll be on here next week to really talk about things that are going on in Cuba. So look forward to that. I'm hoping I can be here tomorrow. I hate making these promises because I'll get up and I'll feel like I can't because of everything else I have to do. But if we are going to be here tomorrow, it's going to be in reference to talking
Gina,
about...
Gina, do you know that's a Khoisan thing? We are notoriously known for that. It has affected.
I'll be sitting here, y'all, and I will just sit in front of the computer and I'm ready to go. And then I'll just be like, like this whole conversation that I'm going to have about this young man that got killed by this woman in the hotel, and I mean, in the apartment building. And it's going to be a tough one for me, but we're going to have the discussion because I feel like this is bigger than him. This is really about how we see ourselves and what we're willing to deal with for an opportunity to be with others. And so join me tomorrow with that. We're going to be talking about that Nigerian young man that just got killed by this girl that is getting away with it because she says it was self-defense. But hey,
always self-defense where they're murdering us.
So that being said, I'm gonna get out of here, y'all, and try to get some rest. I want to thank everybody for coming through. We didn't really do justice by the Congo. There's no way to talk about or cover everything that's happening on the Congo. I want to shout out to the Congo, the beautiful people of the Congo. I want to tell you that you're not alone. You're in my prayers, and I pray that one day that you can benefit from all the blessings and resources that the continent has yielded to you as a people. You've been through too much, and like I say, I've been through too much because we have Congo blood in us too. And that being said, those of you that don't know anything about the Congo, please. Begin with what's his name, the King of Belgium. Begin with the history and what happened to them if you want to do some research, and don't stop there. Take a look at some of the things, the atrocities that we did to ourselves, and then try to wrap your head around a people that has had to endure these atrocities and continue to endure many atrocities. And when we talk about today, this big conversation that we had about tribalism, it had a lot to do with that. It had a lot to do with, I'm really tired of this tool being used against our people. So how about we remove the tool and just become a people? Because that's what we were before they came and labeled us. So that being said, I love you guys. There's so much love here for you. And I'm going to close out and let y'all listen. I don't know if you are still in for it, but I'm going to give you some more of that.
Give us more. Give us more.
I want to give you some more of that Haitian, whatever. They are, I don't know what they're doing, man. It's been 30 days straight and they're going out playing the music. I guess they're like, regardless of what y'all going to do to us, we going to be happy. We going to enjoy ourselves.
Yes.
Bon, nous constatons qu'il dégâts. Bon, nous autres fait supporter. Remerciement, c'est one love. Mais bon, n'a pas là, mais nous. Et Malouk, je suis bon. Si vous êtes Régis, mesdames, petits compères, mais le papillon. Amoun Corville, bon bagaille. Milan, on est en 6, bon bagaille. Yes. Linex, Jude n'est pas pas un homme qui s'arrive, pas un Jude. Dixon Corville, mais bon, on a pas levé là. Raoul perd de l'autre bon bagaille. Macintosh, Dave, belle vocale, mais bon, chérie. Gilbert Zouizui, Bonheur Augustin, Carodel, mais bah, on a pas image. Baguette pour vous libre, montez à bord.